Welcome to Corner Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you.
Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
I wanna fly the world. I wanna fly better. Take me where the weather's good. When we are together.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's what a moment. He don't play. Well, a real suspect instinct from Hagen's pair brother. Fine chance, 2 runs at the winning hit, on comes the crowd. Been a really wonderful game of cricket.
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
I wanna fly the world. I wanna fly better. Take me where the weather's good. When we are together.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues. Internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together. "1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the Red Rose together.
Well, hello and a very warm welcome to this broadcast of the 2024 Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy between the Thunder and the Western Storm, coming to you live from Emirates Old Trafford. My name is Aaron Viles. I'll be one of your leading commentators for the day's action. Alongside me on my right is the legendary Alex Hartley, and over the course of the day we'll also be joined by former Thunder head coach Paul Shaw, as well as aspiring broadcaster and cricket content creator Lily Harvey. Now, the news from the middle is that the Thunder have won the toss, and unsurprisingly, given the conditions we're expecting in Manchester later today, they've chosen to have a bowl first. So with that in mind, let's just take a look at the team news from these two sides, starting with the Thunder. Just one change from Wednesday's 142-run victory over the Sunrisers, with Mahika Gore coming in place for Tara Norris. As for the visitors, again, just one change from the 10-run defeat to the Diamonds at Headingley on Wednesday, as Katie Jones comes in place of Molly Robbins. So, Alex, first and foremost, it's an absolute pleasure. I hope you've had a nice morning. It's a really nice start to the day, actually, here in Manchester. Bit of cloud cover, but again, the sun is shining for the time being. I know this is a rather obvious question to kickstart proceedings, but just looking at those two sides on paper, who do you think are probably the favourites heading into this game?
Well, I know who I want to be the favourites. I know who I think are the favourites. It's Thunder for me. I think the Western Storm missing Captain Heather Knight, England captain Heather Knight, is a massive miss for them. You know, she's somebody that scores mountains of runs for the Western Storm. But actually, when you look down the Thunder starting 11, and for Thunder to leave out Tara Norris just shows the strength and depth that they've now got within their squad.
It really does, and in terms of that change, obviously Mahika, one of the most enterprising talents in all the world cricket right now. Were you a little bit surprised that they chose to drop Tara for this game?
Yeah, look, I think there will have been some discussions of whether it could have been Hannah Jones or Phoebe Graham, but for me, I think Phoebe G's come into the side this year and she's hit her lines and lengths really, really nicely. Hannah Jones just doesn't miss. You know, she hits the stumps time and time again, and she's somebody that you know will bowl 10 overs, take 2 for 30. And you have to have somebody like that in your team. She gives you an extra spin option alongside Sophie Ecclestone and Fee Morris. So I think actually Lancs have got such a well-rounded team today.
They really have. That's a great point, to be honest, Alex. And just taking a look at the visitors, just to give the starting 11 for the Storm, you've got Alex Griffiths, Sophia Smale, Sophie Luff, the captain, Fran Wilson, Danny Gibson, Nat Wraith, Neve Holland, Amanda Jade Wellington. Looking forward to seeing her in action today. Katie Jones, Lauren Filer and Chloe Skelton. Obviously a disappointing result on Wednesday, wasn't it? 10-run defeats at Headingley against the Diamonds, but some very, very talented cricketers in the mix.
Yeah, and I actually went for dinner with a few of the Storm girls last night, and they said they should have won that game as well. And it got closer than, you know, probably the Diamonds would have liked. The Diamonds are a strong team with Lauren Winfield-Hill, Holly Armitage, back-to-back centuries for them as well. So, yeah, the Western Storm will be disappointed, but I think they'll look at the Thunder team as of previous years and say we can beat them. We know that they've got a collapse in them, so they'll be looking to get a score on the board, looking to take advantage of the power play, which is what they did really well against the Diamonds, the Western Storm. They were 50 for none after the power play, and then they had a batting collapse.
And that was the problem, wasn't it? And obviously if you're in the Storm camp, if you're Trevor Griffin or of course Sophie Luff, you'll be hoping that collapse doesn't come into any factor today, because this is a serious Thunder bowling attack, isn't it? And obviously the main person of the moment now is Mahika Gore. She'll be taking up the first over to kick-starter, 6'3" tall, an absolute prodigy in the world of cricket. Started off in international cricket as a 12-year-old. I mean, it's staggering, isn't it? Her rise.
Magic makes she just keep getting better and better, doesn't she? And 6'3", 6'4". It's a shame we don't have her all year round, or she's got school. This is how young this girl is. She's got school on Wednesdays.
Crazy, isn't it? Well, here is Mahika. First ball in towards Alex Griffiths, who decides to leave that one outside the off stump on a good length. It is absolutely staggering, as I said. I mean, it is a ridiculous rise. It is this almost fairy tale, isn't it, with Mahika? And I love the reference of Magic Meeks already. Just for the viewers out there who don't know, Alex, where did she get that nickname from?
I think it was the skipper, actually. I think it might have been Ellie Threlkeld. We were Mahika Gore, balls 4 in a row. We were just chanting and singing along and just keeping ourselves entertained, really. And Magic Meeks was the one.
Well, let's see if Mahika can produce any magic here. This one a bit more in towards the body of Griffiths, who just puts that one out into the onside for the first run of the day's play. But yeah, I heard she also does a few card tricks. Am I right in thinking that?
This was my next point. We started calling her Magic Meeks, and then next minute she brings out this card trick and starts blowing our minds with card tricks. So, yeah, you could tell she's probably spent a lot of time on her own. Bless her, moving over from the UAE. Her family's still over there in Dubai, and she's here at school. So learned a few card tricks along the way.
Well, to be honest, it pays off, doesn't it? It's a nice thing in the dressing room, isn't it, when you've got someone like that? I mean, I've heard in men's cricket as well, Alex Lees apparently does a few magic tricks. I'm not sure how valid of a point that is. We'll have to fact-check that. But, yeah, I've heard he's got quite a few tricks up the old sleeve, as I believe Sophia Smale will be here to face her first ball of the day. So 2 young talents going at it as Gore charges in towards Smale, this one on a good length just outside the off stump of the right-hander, who plays it back to the bowler for no run. And in fact, it has been called as a no ball. So first free hit of the day, Alex. Let's say that you're in the captain's position right now. You're Ellie Threlkeld. It's not an ideal start, is it? Third ball of the day, but in terms of the options that Smale's got, just looking on that onside.
You're going up and over mid-wicket here if you're Sophia Smale.
Well, let's see what she'll do. So it's Gore into Smale. This, of course, being a free hit. And Smale just defends that one back to the bowler. Just couldn't open up the arms on that occasion. And Gore, to be honest, has done well there, hasn't she?
Yeah, she has. I think that shows her character as well. Yes, she's bowled a no ball, but things don't need to change. She's just overstepped ever so slightly, got her bound slightly wrong, and nothing changes for Mahika Gore. I think hit your lines and lengths. We know that she swings the ball back into the right-hander, and no balls can happen.
Of course they can, and that'll be the danger, won't it, for both of these Storm openers, actually. Both right-handers. Let's see if Gore can get any movement. This one just hung outside the off-stump. That's a lovely delivery from the left-hander. And it's the old-fashioned corridor of uncertainty, isn't it, Alex? As the commentators love to say.
I don't think I've heard that one.
Have you not?
I don't think
Really?
so. Maybe I don't listen to my fellow commentators 95% of the time.
Oh, goodness me. Yeah, I'll use that one all the time, to be honest, on the mic.
You've got 10 minutes of concentration from me.
Well, let's see. Can Mahika put in a good delivery on this 5th ball? She's charging in here to Smale. This one's slightly fuller. Whipped away on the onside. Out towards deep backwards square leg for 1 run. It's been a good start, this, from Mahika. I know, obviously, we mentioned the no ball, but other than that, very disciplined with the line and lengths. And, yeah, so far, hasn't offered anything loose in this opening over.
And then you've got Kate Cross from the other end, the next over as well, who's going to be very similar in just hammering her lines and lengths. So it's a good opening partnership for Thunder, a very, very strong bowling attack. And that's always been our strength, our bowling.
It certainly has been. Let's see if Mahika can get them off to an even better start here. Again, hanging outside the off-stump, the eye line of the right-handed Griffiths this time, who just bats that one back to the bowler for no run. So at the end of the first over here at Emirates Old Trafford, the Western Storm are 3 for none. And yeah, just talking of Kate Cross, your No Balls podcast co-host, Alex. Here she is. May I just say as well about the podcast, great episode yesterday as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's it's Autism Awareness Month this month, and we thought that we would get Olivia Thomas on, who has been part of the Thunder setup since 2019, or she's earlier, but made her debut in 2019. But also just to raise awareness of autism and I guess what people go through and how it works, and I guess the pros of it. She's such a brilliant character, is Liv, and yeah, we thought we mess around on the podcast 95% of the time, but sometimes we do take it seriously, and this week was one of those weeks.
Certainly was, but as I said, I thought you both did a fantastic job, and she was a great guest as well. Had some cracking insight, and here is Kate Cross, your co-host. First ball of the day from the Brian Statham end, in towards Smale, slightly wide outside the off stump, and left alone by the right-handed opener. In terms of Kate Cross, Alex, I think we've gone through all the superlatives in the world with Kate. It has just been a career of legend, hasn't it? Let's face it, not just here in the Northwest, but England as well. I mean, if you were to describe her in a couple of words, how would you describe your podcast co-host?
Need to remember, I'm on the radio now. Resilient. She's a very, very resilient character.
She certainly is, and here she is bowling in towards Sophia Smale, who just prods that one back to mid-off for no run. That's Phoebe Graham doing the fielding there, and again, it'll be interesting to see how she bowls today, won't it? Again, she's had a decent start to proceedings in this year's Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
Yeah, and the other day she came on really late, only bowled 3 overs in the game, but I think for Phoebe Graham, she nailed her length straight away, which is something she's struggled with in the past.
We'll pick up on that point in just a second as Cross, this one again, very wide to the right-handed Smale. Yeah, it's a good point with Phoebe. Do you think she should be bowling a few more than that? Because I was surprised the other day when it came to that allotment of overs, just 3 in that match.
Yeah, look, I think it's all dependent on what the team needs at what stages, and spin was working, and Thunder have got so many spinners that they kept bowling spin, and Threlkeld nearly thought about bowling Katie Mack and her filthy little offies at one stage.
Well, there you go, that might be something to look forward to today then, as Smale edges this one, and it goes out towards deep third for 1 run, so that will be the 4th run on the board for the Western Storm. And yeah, Alex, you mentioned those spin options. There are so many, aren't there, in that Thunder attack? I mean, today, you've got the greatest bowler on the planet in Sophie Ecclestone as well. I mean, just for good measure, Hannah Jones as well. I think a criminally underrated bowler. She's so good, isn't she? Just with that constant nagging line and length.
Yeah, I'd love her to be able to turn the ball more, because she does just target the stumps and relentlessly hits the stumps. I'd love for her to be able to turn the ball slightly more, but such a brilliant bowler.
She really is. And talking of brilliant bowlers, here's Kate Cross. That's a good ball. Just outside the eye line of the right-handed Griffiths. Goes through to Ellie Threlkeld, the wicket-keeper, and that will be no run. And again, we talk about brilliant bowling. That was a great delivery, as we see on the replay. Bit of movement there for Kate Cross.
Yeah, gone inside bat and pad. Griffiths playing down the wrong line.
Yeah, it's something that she's got to be careful of. It's been a good start this for the Thunder, though. Let's see if Kate Cross can get that first wicket on the board. She's coming in towards Griffiths, who just prods that one out into the onside. Fee Morris doing the mopping up, and that'll be a dot ball to round out this second over. So 2 overs gone here at Emirates Old Trafford, and the Western Storm are 4 for no loss.
Yeah, and with the spin attack, not forgetting Fee Morris as well. Brilliant off spinner. First women's 5 in the 100 last year for Manchester Originals, and somebody that's really turned her game around. She was actually at Western Storm. They let her go. They didn't see a future for cricket for her, and Thunder took the opportunity to sign her, and she's thrived in this environment.
She certainly has, and to be honest, when that first occurred and she was let go by the Storm, I was very surprised. Very, very surprised.
Me too. I got straight on the phone to our director of cricket, said you have to sign Fee.
I'm not surprised. She is a brilliant cricketer, isn't she? And we saw with the bat the other day as well, the fantastic 89. I mean, she really is a fantastic all-rounder. And talking of fantastic prospects, here is Mahika Gore for her second over of the day. In towards Smale. Just deflected off the bat, out towards deep square leg. They think about a second. They will come back. And that will be 2 runs on the board for the Western Storm. And talking of Sophia Smale, again, we talk about prospects and we talk about talented young cricketers. She's up there as well, isn't she? One of the premier prospects in the Southwest right now.
Yeah, she is. She's a brilliant bowler. I actually haven't seen her bowl since last season, so I'm looking forward to seeing how she goes. I think, she's a very talented bowler. She had a slight problem with her run-up last year, so I'd like to think over the winter she's sorted that out. But yeah, looking forward to seeing how she goes, and also so good as a spinner when you've got that extra string to your bow and you can bat as well.
100%, and we've actually just seen a little change in the field here for this next delivery. Seren Smale has gone out towards square leg, as Gore goes a lot straighter here on a good length. Just brought it back ever so slightly compared to the previous delivery, and that is just swatted out for no run. Yeah, she's such a good all-rounder, isn't she? She's Sophia Smale. Obviously comes from a cricketing background as well. Her brother Will plays for Glamorgan. Her mum's on the Glamorgan board as well. I mean, it's some cricketing pedigree in the Smale family, isn't it?
Imagine having your mum on the board. I'd be like, can you get a new job, please?
In comes Gore then, towards Smale. Drives this out nicely in towards the covers. Potential chance here. Well, we'll have to see the replay of this. Alex on my right was saying that was out.
How's that been given not out? Oh, you can see she's out of her crease.
Well, well, well. Well, that's staggering.
Sophia Smale knocks the ball, runs.
Well, Alex, it's not often, to be honest, that I'm speechless when it comes to cricket, but this is one of those occasions, because looking at the replay there, we've just seen it from about 2 or 3 different angles. That looks miles out as Gore comes in towards Alex Griffiths. We'll talk about that in a minute. Again, just puts that back slightly short of a good length. Griffiths tries to play that out on the onside and instead gets a little bit caught in a shot. And it goes rather harmlessly in towards Fee Morris for no run, but that looks out for all money, didn't it?
I hate it when umpires ruin games of cricket.
Well, it's a tough job at sometimes, isn't it? The world of the umpire. As Gore comes in now to Griffiths again, just hung outside the off stump of the right-hander, plays it out towards Fee Morris. And that'll be no run. Really, really tight start this though, isn't it? From the Thunder new ball bowlers, just 7 runs from the opening 17 balls of the match. I mean, it's exactly what Ellie Threlkeld would have wanted at this stage.
Yeah, it's the frustrating thing with that run out is we've had time and time again we have opportunities for those run outs, and the other day on Wednesday we couldn't hit the stumps. So we've hit the stumps today, and unfortunately it's been given not out.
Well, we'll have to see. How can Gore respond then? Hangs this one very wide outside, and it's gone through. Beats the fielder at mid-off, and that will be the first boundary of the day for the Western Storm. A lovely drive from Alex Griffiths, right back down the ground towards that beautiful pavilion. And just like that, the Western Storm move up to a score of 11 for none at the end of the 3rd over.
Yeah, that was a great shot down the ground, wasn't it? Just using that extra length. It was slightly fuller from Mahika Gore. Sophia Smale, we see on the replay again this run out. And you can't quite see the stumps, but as she puts in a full length dive, it's extra slow motion, this one. She puts in a full length dive. If you just look to the right of the screen, as the stumps come in, you can see middle stump is already tilted. So it means the stumps have already been hit. There we go.
It's that moment, isn't it? Well, that could be a massive, massive moment heading into the remainder of this innings. We'll have to wait and see. But goodness me, that did look out for all money as Kate Cross gets ready here from the Brian Statham end to bowl her 2nd over of the day's play. With the Storm currently 11 for none. It'll be Sophia Smale to face this delivery from Cross. Just pushed out nicely into the covers, but no run there. Mopped up by Katie Mack. And Katie Mack, we've got to talk about that performance, haven't we, at some point today? I mean, we can mention it when she's batting, but that was a century of the very highest order, wasn't it?
Gritty from Katie Mack. You know, she was 1 off 20 balls. She was really struggling, and she just kept saying out in the middle, I just need to get used to the wickets. They're a lot slower. They're a lot lower than Australia. And she played catch-up very, very well in the end.
She certainly did, Alex. And here is Kate Cross in towards Smale, hung outside that off stump. I'll mention it again. The avenue of uncertainty. That'll be today's sentence of the day. But again, a really disciplined start this from Kate Cross. It's exactly what you expect, though, isn't it? From your experienced campaigner, England international. And again, just displaying her class, her calibre and her quality in all facets of the bowling department. As Cross comes in again towards Smale. A lovely push back from Smale, but it hits the off stump at the non-strikers end, thankfully for the Storm. No damage done. Kate Cross didn't get a finger on that one, but it will be a dot ball. A lovely looking shot though, wasn't it, from Smale, who So far, a little bit of a tentative start, 5 from 14 balls, but she's one of these cricketers who can really step on the accelerator as the innings progresses.
Yeah, she is, and I guess as the batters, they'll be thinking, get through these two opening bowlers, Mahika Gore, Kate Cross, and then you can look to climb into the first change bowlers. I guess the only downside when you're playing Thunder is your first change bowler, Sophie Ecclestone, world number 1. So there is no let up for the Storm here, I guess.
Well, we'll touch upon that point in due course as Cross comes in towards Smale again, bowling on a very good length here. Angled in towards the off stump of the right-hander who pushes that out towards Katie Mack in the covers for no run. That is the thing with the Thunder though, isn't it? There's absolutely no reprieve, there's no respite. You just look at that bowling attack. So many quality options, and as you mentioned, Sophie Ecclestone, who is the number 1 ranked bowler in ODIs and T20Is, one of the greatest to ever do it in my opinion. I just think she's one of the best spin bowlers of all time, but how do you relieve the pressure? It's the million-dollar question, isn't it, against this Thunder bowling attack as Cross comes in again towards Smale, who dances down the track, tries to drive that through the covers, but only drives it as far as Katie Mack, who's been very active in these opening 4 overs.
Katie Mack loves a baby bell, is what I've learnt in the last couple of days. Apparently from breakfast at the hotel, she takes all the baby bells and puts them in the fridge in the changing room. They're expensive baby bells, so, she's getting her money's worth from the Hilton.
Sounds like it. Flippin' heck. Cross then, again, to round out the 4th over here, driven out into the covers by Smale. And again, it's Katie Mack involved yet again. Half stops that. The Storm openers do scamper through for a quick single. And at the end of the 4th over, the visitors are 12 for none. Just to touch upon that point as well, Alex, you mentioned about the baby bells. Are we talking the classic red ones, or you've got the light blue ones as well now?
Yeah, I think it's got to be the low-fat ones is what I've seen floating around, but I'm not too certain, actually. I'll have a look later after the game. I'll go down and investigate.
That's the cutting-edge insight that you only get in cricket, isn't it?
I'm here to bring you expert analysis.
Certainly doing that at the moment, Alex, yeah. As Mahika Gore gets ready then from the James Anderson end to bowl her 3rd over of the game. Be Smale to face. Here we go then. Gore in towards Smale. A lot straighter this time from Gore. Just flicked off the pads of Smale out towards deep backward square leg. And they will come through for a quick single. A nice shot there from Sophia Smale. Here we go then again. Mahika Gore in towards Alex Griffiths, the number 25, the right-handed opener of the Storm, who again just defends that one back to Gore. I've mentioned about Kate Cross so far, and it has been a very disciplined start to proceedings from both of them, but Gore as well. Again, just bang on the money with this line and length so far.
Yeah, she has indeed. She's bowled nicely, hasn't she? And very, very talented cricketer, and rightly so. Made her England debut last year against Sri Lanka. She's only going to get better and better. And as we were saying, still at school, so she's at school Monday to Friday. She's meant to be at school on Saturdays, but gets the day off to play for Thunder.
Well, it's a good excuse, isn't it? Lovely ground here at Emirates Old Trafford as Gore again putting it in on that good length just outside the off stump of the right-handed Griffiths, who can only defend that back to the bowler for no run. And yeah, the first international wicket was that of Chamari Atapatu, who again, we talk about talented cricketers. That will be the main focus, I think, of today's broadcast. But again, one of the absolute greatest operators on the planet right now.
Yeah, she's having a good year, isn't she, Chamari Atapatu?
Certainly is. Here's Mahika Gore then, in towards Griffiths, who decides to go a little bit more expansive. Shot at the stump there at the non-striker's end from Fee Morris. No damage done at all for the Storm as of yet, but again, a nice start this.
You can tell it's cold. As soon as the bowlers bowled the ball, everybody has their hands straight in their pockets, straight on the hand warmers.
Yeah, it is. It's a little bit breezy out there as well. You can see the flags on the old pavilion there as Gore comes in towards Griffiths. This one slightly wider, pushes it outside the off stump. And Griffiths just plays that out into the covers for no run. So almost in the 5th over of action here. Storm currently 13 for none. No damage done. There was, of course, that contentious run-out opportunity. I've no doubt there'll be plenty of chat and discourse about that after this game finishes. But in terms of this first 5, no complaints at all from the Thunder. Just one boundary, in fact, for the Storm openers as Mahika Gore looks to close out this 5th over. Hangs this wider. Bit of a flash of the blade there from Alex Griffiths. Goes behind to Ellie Threlkeld, the wicketkeeper, and again it's another dot ball. So at the end of another excellent over, just one leg by coming off of it. The Western Storm now 13 for none.
Yeah, great start from the Thunder. Pressure from both ends. Mahika Gore only going for 10 runs off her 3 overs. Kate Cross from the other end. I don't know how many she's gone for, but it'd be 3, won't it? Good maths.
Excellent maths there, Alex.
But no, they bowled fantastically. They bowled in a brilliant partnership, these two. And I think now for the Western Storm, it's how can they turn those good balls into singles and not just let these two bowl at them, because you want to take advantage of the power play.
100% as Kate Cross comes on to bowl her 3rd over of the game. Hangs this outside the eye line of the right-hander on a good length. Goes behind to Ellie Threlkeld, the wicketkeeper, for no run. We will also have a change in the commentary at the end of this over. I believe it'll be Lily at the back. Yep. Just been given a nice grin there from our resident Australian. And she'll be coming in, I think, for place of me, Alex, if you're happy to do the ball-by-ball commentary.
Well, it'll be my first time doing it, so I might end up going, Liv, help. She can do it. Or it might be good.
Yeah, you never know. That's a good ball from Kate Cross. And it's edged behind by Smale. Just to the right-hand side of the diving Seren Smale. Obviously no link or correlation or relation between those two, but that was a half opportunity. Just slightly wide of Smale at second slip there.
Both Welsh as well. Both grew up playing cricket together, but no, I don't think they're related. Friends, though.
Oh, of course, yeah. Yeah, but no family relation for the two Smales on the field today as Kate Cross gets ready again in this 6th over. Dot ball off the first, single off the second. Let's see how she can bowl. Hit a Griffiths a lot fuller, slightly drifting down the leg side, and this should be another boundary for the Western Storm. Yes, it does. It trickles towards the fence, and it will be given as 4 leg buys. Slightly just straying down the leg side there from Kate Cross.
From Alex Hartley. We do come as a pair. Yeah, just slightly too full on the legs, on the pads for Cross. Got me tongue in a twist.
It happens. It's part and parcel of commentary. Honestly, it's a difficult gig at times, but it is wonderful. I love the art of broadcasting, and that's what it is. It's a skill, it's a discipline, and Kate Cross here in towards, the great stop as well by Naomi Tatani. It was a lovely shot that from Griffiths. I actually thought it could have beaten the fielder, but Tatani there, the number 11 at mid-on, putting in a full-length dive to her left-hand side. Prevented a boundary there. Excellent piece of fielding.
Yeah, it's something they've been working really hard on over the last couple of years, Thunder, has been their fielding. And in the game previously on Wednesday, got slightly sloppy at stages, but, they were so far ahead of the game, they were trying to be really aggressive with their field settings.
As Cross comes in now to Smale. Again, that disciplined line and length from Kate Cross, serving her very well so far. It's another dot ball. And they are building up, and as you mentioned, Alex, it is a case of, for the Storm now, to relieve the pressure. It's about turning those dots into singles, maybe twos. I mean, there are gaps in the field, aren't there? Just looking around. Obviously, it is the first power play. Just 2 fielders outside of that 30-yard circle. But, yeah, at the moment, a bit too much dot ball pressure as Cross comes charging in then for the final ball of this 6th over. Nice and full and played out excellently into the covers by Smale for a dot ball. So at the end of the 6th over, the Western Storm move on to 19 for none. I will be replaced by Lily Harvey. And Alex, I'll let you take over on the ball-by-ball.
It's quite daunting, actually. I've never done it before. So if I'm rubbish, tap me on the shoulder and I'll stop. Or if not, I'll practice and get better. But no, what a start it has been for the Thunder. I think the Western Storm, for me, they've not taken any risks at all. They've allowed the bowlers to settle, which is why Mahika Gore will carry on as Liv just gets set up alongside me. You've taken a lot of notes there, and a lot of planning's gone behind your notes here, Liv. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good to go. Sorry for that breaking commentary. We had a slight mishap with the old buttons. There was too many to press, so we pressed the wrong ones. For once, it wasn't me that took us off air, Lily. It was you. So welcome to the commentary team.
Thank you. Apologies. I got a bit confused. There's so many buttons. I mean, there's not really, but I've overcomplicated it somehow.
This cross comes in. Play and a miss outside the off stump for Griffiths. Goes through to Rachael. There will be no run. So the previous delivery was hit for 4, so the Western Storm 26 for none halfway through the 8th over. And Thunder have got off to a brilliant start here. They'll be happy with how things are going. Kate Cross, Mahika Gore have had a brilliant partnership together out there in the middle.
Yeah, they have.
Cross, a slip and a gully in play. This one defended back towards Cross. As a player in this situation where the two batters are just, you know, tapping the ball around, being a little bit boring, how do you think the players stay in the game?
Well, I think, look, I think they're obviously going to want to sort of get another wicket in. You know, they obviously didn't get that first one.
Cross in, this one played beautifully through mid-wicket. That's going to be 4 runs for Alex Griffiths. Slightly too full there from Cross. Griffiths straight onto it, whips it through the mid-wicket area for 4. The score 30 for none after 7.5.
I think the motivation that will come from that initial not out will sort of give them that boost they need to get the first wicket. So yeah, I think they're all sort of, they're up and about. You can hear them from up here, so.
As this one again flicked into the mid-wicket region. This one might just pull up before the boundary. Doesn't. It's going to be 4 more, so that's 3 4s in the over for Western Storm. That's the over they were looking for. The score at the end of the 8th over, 34 for none.
It's sort of at that point now where it's like they're going to start going, I think, now, and obviously have had sort of, you know, boundaries at the moment. So I think, yeah, that first wicket was sort of crucial, but there's nothing we can do about that one now. But yeah, I think they're definitely looking to get some redemption here.
I think so. I think as players, when you get a decision like that, you just got to let it go and sort of move on and accept that the umpires at the end of the day, they're always right, whether or not you agree with them or not, and you just have to move on. We're going to see Mahika Gore carry on from the Jimmy Anderson end. So Kate Cross bowled 4 overs, 12 runs coming from the last one. She's still only gone for 16. As Mahika Gore left arm over the wicket. This one flicked in the air, just aerial. This one's going to be 4 more as well for the Western Storm. So they are starting to motor out there in the middle as the score 34 for none. 38 for none now, sorry. Talk us through that shot, Lily.
Well,
never mind. Talk us through the next boundary. There's Thunder still attacking with their fields here. Mahika Gore hits her on the pads. There's a huge shout for LBW. It's turned down straight away from the umpire at the Jimmy Anderson end. It's looked slightly too high for me, that one.
yeah, I agree.
You can see it on the replay there. High and potentially going down the leg side for Mahika Gore. As this one just defended into the offside, there will be no run. Katie Mack with the fielding. So who's the strongest of the two teams for you today? When you've been doing your research, you've been going through the teams, who's your favourites?
I would have to say Thunder. Obviously, look, you try not to base it off previous games and seasons, but at the end of the day, you sort of got to, haven't you? Look at previous results.
Mahika Gore down the leg side. It will be a wide. She'll have to bowl that one again. 39 for none.
But I mean, based off of last match for the Western Storm, it was so close. So you never really know. And who doesn't love sort of a bit of an underdog story, you know? So we'll see.
I think I quite like the fact that I guess Thunder, they've always had a strong team on paper. You know, we've always looked at ourselves and gone, we've got a strong team. We've just never put together the performances on the field. So this year is a huge year for them. Let's go. This one defended to extra cover. There will be no run. It's been a brilliant over this. So I think Thunder have always had the potential. Western Storm, they've got a young side. I mean, there's some players in the side that I've had to Google because I'm like, I don't know who they are, which is brilliant to see. We want to see more and more young girls taking up sport and getting the opportunity in the regional game. And I think Western Storm are probably where Thunder were last year before, when it comes to the youngsters in their team. This goal comes in again, and this one defended back to it. There will be no run.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that. And it's like, you think about sort of teams and when they have, you know, players that are not, you know, under 20, for example, and you sort of think, how long is this team going to stick together? And players come and go, people you know, retire and new people get signed. But with Western Storm, it's like if they've got a core group, a young group, they'll grow up together and they'll
go left arm over. This one flick to Fee Morris at mid wicket. Great bit of fielding there for Fee Morris. There will be no run. That's the end of the over. 39 for none. 5 runs coming off that over for Mahika Gort.
But yeah, no, I think it's sort of like a interesting time for Storm, isn't it? And I think Sunrisers as well. It's like they're both two teams who have sort of just gathered young players, new players, and it'll be interesting to see what they look like within a couple of years when they stick together. And
that's the thing, though. I guess with the new structures coming in, it makes more sense for the teams to go back to counties. For next year, there will be 8 teams. In a couple of years, there'll be 10 teams. So it's actually looking at teams going, how are they going to stick together? How do you keep your core group?
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Yeah, it does make it a bit trickier, doesn't it? And yeah, they've spent a lot of time putting together this structure, and it's, you know, really getting lots of traction at the moment. And now it's going to change really soon, isn't it? So we'll see.
It's easier though, isn't it? When people say, who do you play for, and you say Northwest Thunder, they go, who? And I just go, Lancashire.
Yeah.
Or did.
It has changed a bit a couple of times, hasn't it? It's
changed every year for 4 years. We're going to see Phoebe Graham for the first time with her right arm seam. This one defended back. It's a good start for Graham. Up to mid-off, there will be no run. So when you look at the regional structure, for you, I guess, does it make more sense for the teams to go to counties?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's sort of like, as much as it is having, you know, teams like they are.
As this one hit into the offside, there will be a quick single here. Great bit of fielding from Kate Cross. Just the 1 run for Alex Griffiths.
Yeah, I feel like they're not hugely sort of affiliated with their sort of counties and their areas at the moment, are they? So it's sometimes you don't necessarily know, like, new people to the game wouldn't necessarily know where they are. Like, for example, like Central Sparks, like central, but like where, you know?
They're not going to know that it's all Edgbaston and Warwickshire based.
Yeah.
The Phoebe Graham in. This one just hit to backward point. There will be 1 run. Emma Lamb with the fielding. Throws the ball to Ellie Threlkeld. There's always been a bit of a joke with Emma Lamb that she's not got the best of arms and she's a bit inconsistent. The umpire again telling her to keep the ball up, but I'm telling you now, she has not done that on purpose, thrown the ball into the ground. Sometimes it just happens. But yeah, I see your point. Where are the Central Sparks? Where are the Southern Vipers? You know, the down south.
Sunrisers. What? Yeah. Does the sun rise in Essex? Who knows?
Phoebe Graham in. This one defended. Back to her. There will be no run. 41 for none after 9.4.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what happens. And I think it sort of brings it, lines it up sort of a bit more with the men's as well. Like having, you know, it sort of as a bit more of a, like a club sort of feel, rather than having them quite separate.
Phoebe Graham slip in place. This one looks to go through the offside. Can't quite get hold of it. There is no run for Alex Griffiths. It's a great start this for Phoebe Graham. Sorry, Lily, carry on.
No. I was wondering what your opinion is on it, really.
I think it makes total sense, to be honest, because, you know, who do you play for? I play for Durham. I play for Lancashire, Warwickshire. Like you say, who are the Western Storm? Who are the Southern Vipers? As Phoebe Graham comes in. This one driven up to mid-off. Kate Cross with the field in, there will be no run. So at the end of the 10th over, end of the power play, Western Storm 41 for none. I'm going to jump out the way for the man, the myth and the legend. It's going to be Paul Shaw. No, it's not going to be Paul Shaw. Next it will be Paul Shaw. I'll keep you waiting for Shawsy. He's just sitting and watching the cricket, enjoying his time. I'm going to get out of the way.
Aaron is coming back on air to join me. We'll give him a second to get prepared.
There we go. Oh, it's weird being on the right-hand side. I was on the left before.
Yeah, a bit of moving around.
Yeah, definitely. But it's been a great start, hasn't it, this, from the Western Storm? Currently 41 for nothing after 10 overs. And we are going to see a change from the James Anderson end. And it is the ominous presence of Sophie Ecclestone, the #1 ranked bowler in both ODI and T20I cricket. Lily, I know this is a big question, but what do you think makes Sophie Ecclestone such a dangerous bowler?
You know what, I think, obviously, she's been playing for England for quite some time, hasn't she? So she's had that experience at the top level. But
well, she's getting ready to bowl here, is Soph. First ball of the day, in towards Sophia Smale, who just guides that out into the offside for no run. It's just consistency, isn't it, from Sophie Ecclestone. She gets a lot of flight, a lot of turn, a lot of drift on the ball. I mean, I mentioned it right at the start of the broadcast, one of the absolute best spinners in world cricket to watch. And here she is to Smale. Smale playing that one off the back foot, cuts it out towards point for no run. And this is what Ecclestone does, isn't it? It is almost the calling card of Sophie. She'll build up dot ball pressure, she'll put in a good over here and there, and then it's just bang bang, isn't it, with the wickets, and all of a sudden you're looking at figures of 2 for 30. She just goes through teams absolutely ominously as Smale goes aerial here, but drops just short of deep square leg, and they will just scamper through for a single. But yeah, a decent start this. Just 1 run coming from the first 3 balls there, Lily.
yeah, no, it has been a good start. And like you say, sort of about Sophie Ecclestone, she's had a good series against New Zealand recently as well. She got wickets in pretty much every single match. Multiple. Yeah, it's a force to be reckoned with.
She is. It's just every game, isn't it? You just expect 2 or 3 wickets, and here she is towards Alex Griffiths, who just punches that out towards Naomi Datani at mid-on for no run. And yeah, 4 excellent deliveries here from Sophie Ecclestone. We haven't seen too much flight as of yet. She's going for more darted deliveries as of the time being as she comes in here towards Griffiths. Well, Threlkeld looking around there, wondering where the ball had went, and thankfully for the Storm, no damage done. But Ecclestone 5 balls into a spell. And to be honest, it's just mesmerising, isn't it? Watching one of the best players on the planet do their thing.
Yeah, it is.
And here she is again then to round out her first over of the game. It's played back to the bowler rather confidently by Alex Griffiths. And at the end of the 11th over, an excellent opening over from Sophie Ecclestone. The Western Storm move on to 42 for the loss of no wickets. And yeah, an excellent start. And on it, I can't sing Sophie Ecclestone's praises enough, to be honest. It will be a theme throughout today's broadcast, but every single time, the consistency, the reliability, the dependability, it's what every single captain wants from a spin bowler. And there is a reason why she's ranked #1 in ODIs, #1 in T20Is. There's a reason why every single game she just picks up wicket after wicket after wicket as Phoebe Graham comes in to bowl from the Brian Statham end here in towards Smale, hung outside the off stump of the right-hander and played out towards point for no run.
Yeah, and I think it's just great to have these players that represent their country to also play in these matches in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Because obviously you've got some, like we said some young players, and just to learn from the best, literally the best in the world would be incredible.
Oh, exactly. It's absolutely massive. It's great for the fans as well as Graham comes in here. Hangs it outside the off stump of the right-hander. And the ball just trickles through to the wicketkeeper, Ellie Threlkeld, for no run. I think that's a great point, to be honest, Lily. It's not just great for, the youngsters in this Thunder team and obviously the opposition as well. You're playing against the best of the best in world cricket right now. But, for the young boys and girls out there who are watching this and they're getting inspired, they're thinking of becoming a spin bowler because of Ecclestone. It's magnificent as Graham here goes wider and it's cut through delectably. Out towards the vacant point boundary. A lovely shot there from Sophia Smale, and it does run all the way for 4. Lovely shot that from the young opener.
Yeah, it's incredible. But if going back to sort of what we were saying about, I think it's just so accessible as well, which I think is amazing how accessible women's cricket is, and like you said, probably most of these young players who are in these squads would look up to the people they're playing alongside, which I think says so much about the whole setup.
It does, and I hope that, for some of the viewers or the listeners, however you are tuning into today's broadcast, I hope you get inspired to pick up a ball or pick up a bat. That is what this wonderful game is all about. As Graham comes in towards Smale, it's an absolute jaffer there from Phoebe Graham. Half appeal, not quite wholehearted there as Threlkeld just pins the ball back out towards her teammates at cover. But a good start this from Phoebe Graham. Just 6 runs coming from the first 10 deliveries of her spell, and this is exactly what she does, isn't it? It's dot ball pressure. It's something which Alex mentioned right at the start of the programme.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean,
well, here she is yet again in towards Smale, flicked deliciously onto the onside, and that will run away for 4 more. After a relatively sedate start, the Storm just beginning to build up momentum here. The 50 coming up for the visitors in the 12th over. And yeah, it's maybe some ominous signs for the Thunder as the clouds also look a little bit more ominous. It started off nice and sunny, didn't it, early?
So sunny, yeah, the blue skies, it was looking great.
Oh, it was lovely. It was like being in Adelaide or Melbourne, wasn't it, or Sydney?
Yeah.
But yeah, unfortunately the cloud cover is now coming into effect. We'll be checking the radar throughout the course of the day's play. Fingers crossed it does remain dry, because this could be a very, very good game of cricket as Graham comes in towards Smale, who decides to just play this on the onside down towards Naomi Datani at mid-on for no runs. So a dot ball to end out that over. 8 runs coming off of it. Phoebe Graham has figures of 0 for 10 from her too. And the Western Storm currently 50 for none at the end of their first 12 overs. And Ecclestone will come back onto bowl. It was an excellent start, wasn't it, from Sophie? It's exactly what Ellie Threlkeld, the captain, would have wanted, would have been hoping for. And yeah, it's funny, we just mentioned those clouds. They are beginning to build, aren't they, Lily?
Yeah, they are. It's definitely different. I'm still trying to get used to the weather, because even though the sun's shining, it's not always warm.
It isn't. It was like that this morning as Ecclestone comes into bowl here to Griffiths, who launches her aerially out towards deep wickets, and it will be fielded smartly out there. Warmly applauded by the fans in attendance here, and it will just be limited to 2 runs. A good option there, though, from Alex Griffiths. There is a lot of space, actually, in that region, so it was the right option from the right-hander, but yeah, just mistimed it on that occasion. It is also quite a large boundary out towards the point as Ecclestone comes into bowl here, slightly short, puts in that flight, that drift that I mentioned beforehand, and it does just beat the outside edge of the right-hander, goes back behind towards Threlkeld, who mops it up, and it is another dot ball. Ecclestone sauntering in here towards Griffiths, who again, all she can do is play it out tentatively into the offside, and yeah, 9 balls into the spell, just 3 runs coming off of it. Excellent start this.
Yeah, you can't do a whole lot about those ones, can you?
You certainly can't. That is why Ecclestone is such a quality operator. She's bowled her. And just like that, Alex Griffiths is out. for 24 from 38 deliveries. We've mentioned dot ball pressure so much in this broadcast so far. Lily, that was Sophie Ecclestone to a T, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was brilliant, and I mean, it was sort of the wicket they needed, wasn't it? So we watch it back here.
Oh, it's a beauty. It's an absolute beauty from Sophie Ecclestone. I know I say that as a spin badger. I might be a little bit biased there, but just angles it towards the off stump. A little hint of turn, and Griffiths beaten all ends up. Very disappointing. She played across the line. Maybe wasn't the right shots at that particular time, but it's been an excellent start for the Storm. You know, the openers have put together a 50-run partnership. It has been a decent start to proceedings, but yeah, a big wicket there for the Thunder, and who else to get it but Sophie Ecclestone, as another very, very talented cricketer comes to the crease. Fran Wilson, of course, formerly of England's, and we talk about technically astute batters, we talk about technically correct operators. Fran Wilson really is a delight to watch, isn't she?
Yeah, she is, and like you said, she's sort of been around the circuit for quite some time, so she's one of the players that, yeah, it's just sort of, it's just exciting to watch her still, you know?
It is. It's great, isn't it, to have these stalwarts of the game, and
yeah.
She's done so much for the game in the Southwest, obviously been a pivotal part of the Storm for these past couple of seasons, and again, after having a solid foundation, they've got the bedrock of this inning sorted. 52 for 1 at the moment. Wilson more of the accumulator. It's an excellent time for her to come into the innings as Ecclestone comes into bowl her first ball to Wilson, who guides that off the face of the bat out towards point for no run. Perfect, as Ecclestone closes out her over. It will be well, it could be more than one actually. Mahika Gore going after it, and it will just be 2 from that then. So an excellent over for the Thunder, just 4 runs coming off of it. The big wicket of Alex Griffiths as well. Ecclestone figures of 1 for 5 from her opening 2 overs, and at the end of the 13th, the Western Storm are 54 for 1. As we just take a look actually at some of the other games taking place in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy today. Currently the game between the Sunrisers is off, so yeah, just looking at the radar doesn't look ideal, does that, Lily, at all, looking at all of the rain. But in the match between the South East Stars and the Central Sparks, the Stars currently 27 for none. So yeah, we'll be keeping you up to date with those. And in the game between the Diamonds and the Vipers currently 80 for 1. As Katie Levitt comes into bowl to Ella McCoggan there, as Phoebe Graham charges in here at Emirates Old Trafford. It's very full, it's a full toss and just flicked off the pads out towards Mahika Gore at deep fine leg. It will just be 1 run there, but maybe a slight overcorrection there from Phoebe on that occasion.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, I think it's also brilliant to see Tash Farrant playing cricket again.
It certainly is. It is. It's great. I mean, to be honest, I am going to miss the regional competitions. Yeah. I really am. Don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of where the game's going with the counties, as Graham comes in here to Wilson. That's a really good line, actually, from Phoebe Graham, just played out towards a catching mid-wicket for no run. But, yeah, it is a bit of a shame, because even though I know I was listening to your conversation with Alex earlier about the different sides and Central Sparks, it doesn't quite reflect what the area is. It doesn't tell you that it's Warwickshire and Worcestershire, but you've grown to love the journeys of these separate sides. As Graham comes into bowl here to Wilson, edged and dropped at first slip. Well, it was a massive opportunity. Sophie Ecclestone, usually such a fantastic fielder, but on this occasion, that one just a little bit too hot to handle.
Yeah, I think that took everyone by surprise, to be honest.
It has raced off the mat, in fairness. It was a good catching height for Ecclestone. Again, you could just see by the reaction, head in hands, a little bit disappointed there with Soph, but yeah, a difficult chance goes down, and Fran Wilson dropped on 3. As Graham comes into Smale here, chipped up in the air, out towards Ecclestone.
Yeah, she did not look too happy about that one, did she?
No, she was gutted. She is absolutely gutted. As I mentioned, usually such a safe pair of hands, and it was a reprieve for Fran Wilson. Dropped on 2. They did ultimately come through for the single as well. And we'll have to see if that does play on the minds of the Thunder heading into the rest of this game. Graham into Smale, played very astutely there from Sophia Smale. Nice straight back there out towards Naomi Datani at mid-on at 4-0 run. But yeah, it's one of those chances, isn't it, Lily? It's one of those which, if Fran Wilson goes on to score 50, 100, you look back on it and you think, oh, that was a big drop, wasn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I think, yeah, she's got a lucky extra life here, so it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Well, we shall have to wait and see as Phoebe Graham comes into Smale. Very full again, a potential opportunity. Burst through the fingers, though, of the fielder in close. And at the end of the 14th over, the Western Storm move on to 57 for 1. It was an eventful over, that, wasn't it, from Phoebe Graham? We had the drop of Sophie Ecclestone at first slip, and then that one as well. Potential half opportunity. We might get the replay of that right now on the screen. Oh, it was. That was a chance. It was a catching opportunity. It's just burst through the hands, though.
Yeah, 2 in a row isn't ideally what you'd want.
It isn't, is it? And yeah, 3 runs, but two potential opportunities. Can Ecclestone maybe fire back with the ball, though? That's a great start. Just hangs the length back, puts it outside the eye line of the right-hander, and safely pouched by Ellie Threlkeld for a dot ball.
She's definitely going to have that fire in her belly to take a wicket now, isn't she?
100%, and to be honest, you wouldn't want to be one of the Western Storm batters right now with a fired-up Sophie Ecclestone as Smale plays this one into the offside for no run.
Not at all.
No, I certainly wouldn't fancy it, Lily, at all, as Smale thinks about dancing down the track. Could be an option, actually, because they have got mid-off and mid-on up in the circle, so playing down the ground is not a bad option there for Smale, but again, you've got to be a very, very brave cricketer to do it against Sophie Ecclestone, who gets ready at the top of her mark, charging in to the right-hander again, drops it in short. Bit of turn, isn't there, so far for Ecclestone out there?
Yeah, and I think from up here I can just feel the pressure that the Thunder fielders are putting on. You can hear them very vocal.
They certainly are, as Ecclestone darts this one and bowls her. Well, we mentioned about Sophie Ecclestone looking for a response to that dropped catch, and that is exactly the response that the Thunder would have wanted. Look at that middle stump, it is dislodged, looking rather sad on the ground aside from its 2 friends on the off and the leg side, but that is Sophie Ecclestone at her utmost best.
Yeah, what a ball. It's just pretty incredible, isn't it? Like, we knew she'd have that fight back, and we just saw it.
It's brilliant, isn't it? We will get the replay here. Ecclestone just darting that one in. Smale deciding to go on the back foot, maybe played across the wrong line there. We'll see a better angle here from the side on, and yeah, middle stump. See you later. I mean, I feel like a bit of a giddy child at the moment, to be honest, watching Sophie Ecclestone bowl like this. I mean, sorry if I do come across as overexcited, but this is just wonderful to watch as a cricket fan. And for any young spin bowlers out there, just watch that over back. She toyed about with the lines, she toyed about with the lengths, she dragged it back, she then put it a lot fuller, and also the change in velocity and angle were absolutely spot on. That is a spin bowler who is a master of their craft. And Ecclestone so far, it was a great start, wasn't it, for the Storm? They were 50, 52 for none. And all of a sudden, this is how quick cricket can change. 57 for 2, just 3 overs later, as Sophie Luff, the Western Storm captain, comes to the crease. Again, Sophie Luff, a few words on her, Lily, just as Ecclestone and a couple of the Thunder players have a little bit of a meeting. Again, a wonderful, wonderful cricketer.
Yeah, she is, and she's another one of those ones who's been involved in the setup for a long time.
She has been, yeah, in particular in the south-west of the country. Pushes forward to this one, deflects off the bat. No damage done there then at the end of another wonderful over. It's a wicket maiden from Sophie Ecclestone, richly applauded by the Thunder fans in attendance. And at the end of the 15th over, the visitors are 57 for 2. as Paul Shaw is ready and waiting to go. He will replace Lily. Lily, we'll hear from you in a few moments' time, or a few overs' time I should say, but it's been an absolute pleasure. We'll welcome you back on in just a few overs, and yeah, just look at that graph on your screen now. The run rate, it spikes at just over 4, approaching 5 and over, but yeah, that over from Ecclestone, a wicket maiden, and all of a sudden the two openers are gone as Phoebe Graham comes into bowl here to Fran Wilson, who picks up that one absolutely wonderfully, flicks it out towards deep backward square leg, and it races to the boundary for 4 as we welcome onto the broadcast former Thunder head coach Paul Shaw.
Good afternoon everybody. It's great to be back at this wonderful stadium, Emirates Old Trafford. I think it's one of the best stadiums in the country with the way it mixes history and traditions of the game, looking across at the old pavilion there with the present day stadium as it stands.
It is, it's a wonderful place as Graham comes into bowl here to Wilson, plays that nice and straight out towards Fee Morris, who deflects that to Naomi Datani for no run. I completely concur with your point there, to be honest, Paul. It is a marriage of tradition and modernity, isn't it? And it is one of the most iconic venues on the planet. I say this as a huge Warwickshire fan, so I'll always fight for Edgbaston's case, but you just look out there. It's glorious, isn't it, as Phoebe Graham comes into bowl to Fran Wilson. Plays it a lot straight to Wilson, attempts to take on mid-on, and she is out. Excellent change of bowling from Phoebe Graham, who, to be honest, deserves that wicket. I think she's bowled very nicely so far today. And Fran Wilson will be kicking herself. She departs for 7 from 7 balls, attempted to take on Naomi Datani at mid-on with an elevated shot. Didn't time it very well at all, and it is safely pouched from the number 11 in the Thunder squad. So, Paul, just looking back on that dismissal, it's a pretty big one, and from 52 for none, the Storm now 61 for 3.
Yeah, that's a big wicket for Thunder, and it's a huge blow actually for Storm. As you say, they started quite well built an innings, and then what we've just seen there is Phoebe Graham bowling good areas consistently, and Fran Wilson, former England player that I worked with back in my England days, just didn't quite time that ball to get it over Datani, who's got a safe pair of hands there just inside the ring at mid-on. But yeah, such a huge blow because they'd built up a good partnership, 50 odd for none, and then we've seen Sophie take 2 wickets, 2 quick wickets, bowl beautifully, and Phoebe Graham get just reward for bowling very tight lines and lengths.
She has. It's just been disciplined, hasn't it? It's what myself and Alex were mentioning earlier with Kate Cross and Mahika Gore. It's a great start for the Thunder, and we'll talk about the Thunder and their journey in a lot more detail because, again, it has been some journey for the women in red as Phoebe Graham comes into bowl here to Danny Gibson, plays that nicely down towards deep backward square leg. Mahika Gore making the run over from deep fine, and it will just be 2 runs for Danny Gibson. A nice start to proceedings for Danny Gibson, another one of the Storm players in that England camp.
Yes, for sure, and this is a big partnership now for Storm. You've got the experience of Love and the developing Gibson, as you rightly say, has been in the England setup for a little while now as an all-rounder, and the Storm fans will be certainly hoping that these two can build a partnership.
And that's exactly what they need to do as Graham comes into bowl here to Gibson, almost chops it onto a stumps, evades a diving Ellie Threlkeld, and races all the way to the boundary for 4. Well, again, we talk about fine margins. I'd like to see the replay of that, to be honest, but maybe a potential half chance. Let's have a look. Again, in that corridor of uncertainty. Well, it wasn't too close to the stumps, in all honesty, but not the most convincing of shots from Danny Gibson, who now moves on to 6 from 2 balls. Love that strike rate, 300. It's a good start, isn't it, Paul?
Excellent start.
It really is, as Graham comes in towards Gibson. Just hung outside the off stump, and the right-hander plays that out towards Katie Mack for no run on the offside. But I did just want to touch upon the journey, as that is the end of that 16th over. The Western Storm now 67 for 3 at the end of it. Phoebe Graham currently with bowling figures of 1 for 23 from her 4 overs. But the journey of the Thunder, because it has been a journey, hasn't it? We've seen so many young players come through this regional side. They're now obviously excelling on the field. We're witnessing it today. We've seen it in the Charlotte Edwards Cup as well. How proud are you of this setup, of this unit, of this side, and the journey that they've been on in these past 4 years?
Yeah, look, I'm incredibly proud of the players, of the staff, the director of cricket here, and also the club in itself and the board. They've been incredibly supportive as Sophie Ecclestone bowls this ball.
She does, and it's very full, pretty much a Yorker length actually, and a shy of the stumps, and that will go through for buzzers. Could actually go all the way unless Mahika Gore can race around. Thankfully she can. But some needless runs squandered there by the Thunder. Although I suppose if you're Danny Gibson or Sophie Luff, you won't mind those actually. Will you? Extra runs, always a bonus. As Ecclestone now coming in to bowl yet again to Sophie Luff, who watchfully just leaves that outside the off stump. And in terms of Sophie Ecclestone, again, we could mention every adjective, every superlative, every single descriptive word on the planet, but she's just a wonderful, wonderful cricketer, isn't she? As she comes into bowl here to Luff again. This one a lot straighter, a lot fuller, just deflected out onto the onside. In your view, Paul, as her former coach, what makes her such a wily operator?
I think it's her ability to bowl the ball at the pace she bowls with the variations, and her character means that she's a winner, absolute winner.
She is a winner, and again, it's a lovely delivery. It's been a really good start to this over, just 2 runs from the opening 4 of this 17th.
And over the years, Sophie's really developed her craft of bowling spin and bowled a lot against boys cricketers, and has really progressed nicely.
She certainly has. I mean, a wonderful bowler to watch, and again, another dot ball. A watchful start this from Sophie Luff, currently 2 not out from 6 deliveries, but against this quality of bowling, you can't really get it away, can you? That's the problem for the Storm at the moment. It's dot ball pressure. Ecclestone darts this one in a bit flatter. And again, this one played out onto the onside. Kate Cross doing the fielding at the end of the 17th over. The Western Storm move on to a score of 69 for 3.
Yeah, going back to the Thunder and the lane of foundations here, I mean, the club is forward-thinking in the way it views the women's game as such. It's overly invested in the women's game more than any other region, I understand. And they've been absolutely fantastic to work with. But we had a group of really, really young players. So we had to put the pathway in place, the age groups in place, the academy, the emerging player programme, the first team, bring the right staff in. So Stephen Parry and Craig White was here at the time, did a fantastic job. And through that, and working on the basics and the fundamental basics of the game, the squad have developed.
They certainly have, and we'll touch upon that in due course as Graham bowls this one on a good length straight into the body of Gibson, who defends that out to Naomi Datani at mid-on for no run. And you mentioned about investment. We have seen so much investment from the club, haven't we, in terms of additional professionalisation. We've just had the news as a result of that extension with Hilton, with the 4 new contracts as well for the young cricketers. It's a wonderful time, isn't it, to play girls and women's cricket in the Northwest, as Phoebe Graham comes into bowl nice and straight to Gibson and pulled powerfully on the leg side for 4. That was an excellent shot there from the Storm all-rounder.
Yeah, she's picked the length really well there, Gibson. Picked it early, rocked back onto the back foot and hit the ball powerfully in front of square on the leg side.
It was a lovely shot. It was a shot of authority, wasn't it? So I would use the word disdainful from Danny Gibson there, and yeah, we'll have to see how Phoebe Graham does respond. But yeah, as I said, I mean, Lancs really are front runners, and I think you articulated it very nicely there, Paul, in terms of all of the investment, in terms of everything that they put into this squad. It does definitely serve them very, very nicely heading into the future with Project Darwin, as this ball is now pushed out towards mid-off for no run.
Well, our view, that's David Thorley, the director of cricket here, and myself, along with a number of other staff, were very focused on not just creating something here and now, but creating something that will last the test of time and develop a sustainable pathway so that Thunder can be successful for long periods of time.
Oh, 100%. It's so important. That is a great shot. That is a lovely shot from Danny Gibson. A bit of an erratic delivery from Phoebe Graham. Very, very wide down the leg side, but Gibson times that to perfection and just flicks it effortlessly to the fence. How about that for a shot of innovation and enterprise from the Storm number 5? That is a wonderful, wonderful shot, and I completely agree with that again in terms of laying the foundation, the bedrock for the future. It's important, isn't it, for the health of the game. You know, you've got to invest in your academy talents, in grassroots cricket as well. It's so vital to develop it from the early age, as Graham again pushed out nicely by Danny Gibson out towards Katie Mack in the covers for just 1 run.
Yeah, I think really important, you know, there's the staff. You've got to get the right staff, you know, the science and medicine staff, the coaching staff, ensure you've got the right players, the right potential. You look at your talent recruitment, your talent development, your coach development, and you're constantly evolving the pathway, the structure, the culture, the environment, the players, the staff. So you just you look at it continuously improving it year on year, year on year, year on year. And I'm sure now that will continue. And I've great hopes for the Thunder moving forward.
So do I, to be honest, and we'll touch upon that in due course as Phoebe Graham drops this one into the offside, shy at the stumps yet again. But thankfully Danny Gibson did have her bat in the crease. So at the end of that over, 9 runs coming off of it, and the Western Storm move on to a score of 78 for 3 at the end of the 18th. And Paul, just touching upon that point, because I'm a cricket badger, right? I'm interested, to be honest, in this side of the game as well. You mention about recruiting the right people, and you mentioned Stephen Parry, who again is a legend in these parts, wonderful spin bowler in limited overs cricket. In your opinion, in your view, what attributes, what traits, what characteristics make up the right people in those areas?
I think you look at the skill set of the person and what they can offer. So Stephen, obviously a wealth of knowledge in the game, played the game to a very high level. He's coaching now, he's heavily involved in developing spinners, but he's got much more broader skills than that. But you also look at the character, the values, the characteristics of the individual. And I think that for me is so important when identifying coaches and players.
Certainly is. And talking of wonderful spinners, here is Sophie Ecclestone on for another over. I imagine Stephen Parry loves watching Sophie Ecclestone bowl, as do all of us, to be honest. She's taken wonderful figures of 2 for 7 from her 4.1 overs so far, and again this one just a little bit more flighted, dropped into the leg side for 1 run.
The other point to make is I think what we look to do is we look to surround the players with really good cricket people, and that's crucial. So lots and lots of the conversations, you know, whilst we're at the games, in training and away from games, are around cricket and knowing how to play on certain pitches, etc, etc.
It certainly is. It's crucial, isn't it, as this ball is deflected off the bat of Gibson down towards fine leg. There's a little bit of hesitation in the middle there between the Storm batters, but they do eventually settle on that single. And just touching upon that point, if you could just go into it further, Paul, in terms of those cricket people, again, what is the most important aspect of those people in terms of the role that they play outside and off of the field? Because it is crucial, isn't it, to have that healthy dynamic as Ecclestone saunters into bowl here to Gibson, leading edge out towards Katie Mack in the covers for no run.
Well, when you've got people like Stephen Parry and Craig White, and now obviously Chris Reed here, with a wealth and depth of knowledge of the game, it means that you can actually share experiences.
Certainly does. It's a valuable, and talking of valuable things, Sophie Ecclestone has her 3rd of the day. Danny Gibson chopped in half, bails removed yet again, and Sophie Ecclestone is on a roll. She has taken figures of 3 for 9 here. She has sent the stumps, well, not quite splattering, I wouldn't say, but they're certainly off kilter. And that is an excellent piece of bowling. Gibson advancing down the track, plays down the wrong line, and the ball just cannons into that middle stump. And this is Sophie Ecclestone at her best yet again. It's an absolute clinic, it's a masterclass, it's an exhibition in spin bowling so far, isn't it, Paul?
Absolutely fantastic. It's her accuracy, so she's not giving any balls away for the opposition batters to release any pressure. She's building pressure, and she's just varying her pace a little bit. You saw that delivery there. It was just pushed through a little quicker, just on the angle of her approach, and just rushed through inside the inside edge of Gibson's bat. It was a beautiful delivery, and Ecclestone's on fire here at Emirates Old Trafford.
She certainly is, and again, it's the nous, isn't it? It's the cricketing IQ of Sophie Ecclestone on full display. She's just varied the lines, the lengths, the speeds as well. Absolutely spot on so far today. So, again, it's been quite the performance. She's not even 5 overs into a spell. She's not even halfway through. And she's taken 3 for 9. And, yeah, I tell you what, I do not fancy being on the receiving end of Sophie Ecclestone's bowling as Nat Wraith comes to the crease, facing first ball. Well, a half opportunity played off of the pads Fee Morris maybe for a second would have been slightly interested there, but it is a dot ball, and at the end of a very eventful over, a fruitful one for the Thunder, the Western Storm now move on to a score of 80 for 4 at Emirates Old Trafford.
And going back to what we were saying about cricketing experiences and cricketing people, you know, when you've got, you know, high quality coaches with a great background in the game, they can mentor players through situations on and off the field, use their experience, insight, and at certain times a little bit of wisdom that they share with players, which can accelerate their development. I think perhaps more than we actually appreciate. So great cricket people, good structures, and we talk a lot about bringing in the players with high potential, creating the right environment and steepening the learning curve. So you look to increase time on task with those players developing their skills, and then you load that with pressure at certain times to see if it holds up. And then that's where you need your best people, your high quality people that've got the experiences and wisdom to share their knowledge at the right time. And that sharing knowledge with players at the right time is very, very different for every player. And it's depending on the personality, the background, their map of the world, their learning styles. The great coaches are able to flex and adapt their style and land their message.
They certainly are, and honestly, that's a great point, to be honest, Paul. It's individuality, isn't it, in coaching. There isn't a one-size-fits-all approach. As Fee Morris comes in to bowl her first over of the day from the Brian Statham end here in front of the media centre, was a full toss out towards Sophie Luff, who plays that rather nicely off the pads. 4-1 run out into the deep. And for any coaches out there, again, it's wonderful having you beside me actually to talk about this. We'll maybe touch upon the point after this next delivery, but I just wanted to touch upon your advice for any aspiring coaches out there as Fee Morris comes into bowl here to Nat Wraith, facing just her second delivery of the day, again very full and driven nicely into the covers by Nat Wraith. Let's say for any young coaches out there, you've mentioned about having to display those different approaches, maybe understanding different people's needs as Morris comes into bowl yet again to Wraith, hangs this outside the off stump, driven firmly again out towards the covers for no run. What do you think are the attributes and the traits and the characteristics which, in your view, make a quality and successful coach? I know that's a big question. We'll give you a bit of time to mull it over as Morris comes into bowl to Wraith yet again, and Wraith plays that confidently out towards point for no run. But yeah, we'll maybe answer that question at the end of the over, Paul, because again, it's great to have some insight on the coaching background. I'm absolutely fascinated by it. I don't think I could be a coach myself, to be honest, with my lack of cricketing pedigree and talent as Morris comes into bowl to Wraith. Again, a nice length, nice and good from Fee Morris. Makes Natasha Wraith just play that one on the front foot, but can't get it away for any runs as of yet. It's been a good start this from Fee Morris, just one run coming from her opening 5. This final one, very full and driven out towards backward point for no run. So the end of Fee Morris's first over goes for just one run, and at the end of the 20th, the Western Storm move on to a score of 81 for 4 here at Emirates Old Trafford. And Paul Shaw, this is where I will bring you back in. I know you're making some notes. I like what I'm seeing there on the notepad, but to ask that question again for just the viewers who maybe didn't hear that question before, for any aspiring coaches out there, what do you think are the qualities, the attributes, the characteristics which will make them successful?
I think a really high work ethic is really important, a good character with good values, willing to work on their skills, the very broad skill set that coaches need. I also think the skills to observe, analyse, offer feedback, but individualise that feedback for the individual. So you've always got to speak in the language of the beholder if you want to land your message. So sometimes you might have
Ecclestone coming into bowl here to Sophie Luff and played confidently out into the offside for no run.
You may have 10,000 words in your head, but you've got to be able to filter those to land just 10 with a player in line with that learning style of that player.
Oh, 100%. It's different for every individual, isn't it, as Luff again just pushes that one out into the covers for no run.
Other things I would suggest is, being flexible and adaptable, being really empathetic when required.
Great points again, Paul, as Ecclestone again nice and full, just outside the off stump of Luff, who drives this rather confidently down to Mahika Gore at mid-off.
And I think as coaches, one of the greatest things we can ever do is build belief. Is build belief in the environment, in staff, in players, and belief and share a vision in what we're hoping that people can realise and achieve.
100%, and one of those who has achieved an awful lot is Sophie Ecclestone, who comes into bowl yet again. This one just played onto the leg side by Sophie Luff, and the two Storm batters scamper through for a single.
I think also, you know, there's lots and lots of good coaches around in the UK for sure, but I do think the good coaches coach technique, the great coaches coach people.
Again, an absolute nugget of wisdom there from Paul Shaw. Potential appeal here from Sophie Ecclestone. I'm not sure there was too much in that one, to be honest. Umpires unmoved, and it is mopped up by Ellie Threlkeld for a dot ball. Yet again, another excellent over this from Sophie Ecclestone. Just one run coming off of the first 5 deliveries so far. Currently got figures of 3 for 10, and ends the over very nicely as well. Finishes with a dot ball. Another tidy over from Sophie Ecclestone. And at the end of the 21st over, the Western Storm move on to a score of 82 for 4. Paul, we will say our goodbyes for the time being, but we'll bring you on again in due course, because we've got to pick up that conversation about coaching, and we'll bring back Alex Hartley for some chat about baby bells and magic tricks and whatever else she's got up her sleeve. So, Paul, it's been an absolute pleasure. You will hear the dulcet tones of Alex Hartley very, very shortly, but yeah, that's been some stint, mate. We'll look forward to that in just a few overs' time.
Be great to see Alex Hartley again. We've not seen each other for a few months, so we'll see how she fronts up today in this second phase. Bit like a second spell.
Well, talking of second phases and second spells, here's Fee Morris on for her second over, as Sophie Luff just dances down the track and plays that back to the bowler, who does the fielding and ensures that goes for no run. And maybe a bit of pain there for Fee Morris. Did catch the right hand on the full. A bit of a meaty blow back to the bowler. Might sting a little bit, that one, for Fee Morris, but a nice tidy start to the over with the dot ball as Alex gets her headphones on. Fee Morris in towards Sophie Luff, who just tucks that off the pads out towards deep backward square leg, which is Mahika Gore. Again, looking forward to seeing how Mahika Gore gets on for the rest of the game. But in terms of the spin battle so far, Alex, you've got to say Thunder well on top.
Yeah, they are indeed. And they've got a quality spin attack. We've not even seen Hannah Jones yet.
And that's an ominous warning sign, isn't it, for the Western Storm, as this ball from Morris, very full, back in towards the middle stump of the right-hander, played back to the bowler for no run. In terms of Fee Morris and her off-spin bowling, again, what do you think makes her such a consistent operator? As she comes into bowl yet again to Sophie Luff, trying to just play that escape route, isn't she, at the moment, Sophie Luff, on this onside, but nothing as of yet.
Yeah, she just got a lovely action as Fee Morris, and she's worked really hard on it with Stephen Parry, just to get that consistency.
And it's certainly working, isn't it? I mean, this is a great start, just one run from her first 10. And that is the typical commentator's curse, isn't it? There's always going to be one today. And it just happened to be on the 11th ball of Fee Morris's spell. It was an excellent shot, in fairness, by Sophie Luff. Picked up the line, picked up the length nice and quickly, and just drills that very nicely through the covers for a boundary. And yeah, typical, wasn't it? I was going to say that. And then next ball, only way it could have been worse was a no ball and a 6. But
always happens.
It does. It's the life of a broadcaster, isn't it, to be honest, Alex, as Fee Morris comes in again towards Sophie Luff. They run through quickly for a quick single. Sophie Ecclestone doing the fielding, misfielded by Ellie Threlkeld, and there is a bit of an apology there from Sophie Ecclestone. But yeah, the end of a pretty tidy over, in fairness, from Fee Morris, just 5 runs coming off of it. The Western Storm move up to a score of 87 for 4. And talking of Hannah Jones, when would you bring her in? As the former Thunder captain, you've seen the likes of Ecclestone. I mean, she's just charging through overs for the time being. Fee Morris has made a good start as well. If you were in Ellie's position right now, when would you be thinking to bring on Hannah Jones?
I think give Ecclestone one more, to be completely honest, and then bring Jonesy into the attack to bowl in tandem with Fee Morris. So you don't want to bowl out Ecclestone. You know, she's a fantastic operator in all phases of the game. So you almost want to. You'd wish she could bowl 20 overs. You know, you want her to be able to bowl in, you know, in the power play in the middle and at the death, but you also have to use her wisely. And I guess she's picking up consistent wickets at the moment, but she's going into her 7th over, only gone for 10 runs. I'd give her another one and then potentially give her a spell.
I think that's sensible, to be honest, Alex, as she comes into bowl. Here just tucks it into the pads of the right-handed Luff, who whips that around the corner for a single. And in terms of that run rate at the moment, exactly 4. If you're in the Storm camp, let's change it up a little bit. We've spoken there mostly about the Thunder. How do you think they'll be going about the next 10 overs, for example? Because there's still plenty of time left.
Yeah, there is. I think they've got to build a partnership. So Luff and Wraith, they've got to stay out there in the middle for the next 10 overs.
They certainly do. And here is Nat Wraith, and a bit of a misfield there, unfortunately, at backward point. It is mopped up in the end, though, by Danny Collins. That is the substitute fielder from Bury.
Yeah, Kate Cross has just nipped off the field and Collins has come on. So, yeah, these two out in the middle just build that partnership, keep the runs ticking over. If they can go at 3-4 and over for the next 10 overs and build a platform then to capitalise on. There's still so much time left in this game.
There is so many overs as Ecclestone just drops that one slightly shorter outside the off stump of the right-handed Wraith. And that will be a dot ball. But it's an interesting phase of play, this, isn't it? Because at 52 for none, you're thinking Western Storm well and truly on top. Now it's 90 for 4, as Ecclestone again just hanging it outside the eye line of the right-hander. Can't get off the strike on that occasion, can Nat Wraith, but they're in so much control, and then all of a sudden, bang, 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 3 quick wickets fall. 52 for none becomes 61 for 3 as Ecclestone bowls this one very full. Potential stumping opportunity. There's a big appeal behind the stumps by Ellie Threlkeld. We'll have to watch that one back, Alex, but yeah, this could actually be interesting. We're just watching the replay now. Well, it missed absolutely everything. There was a little bit of a rise in the back foot, wasn't there? It was some sharp wicket keeping by Ellie Threlkeld, the Thunder captain, but yeah, in terms of that stumping opportunity, I think that was the right decision, wasn't it?
Yeah, Ecclestone feels slightly hard done by there. You can see on the TV screen that her hands are on her head. She can't believe it's been given not out. Go to the square leg umpire, and if not, go to the umpire at the bowling end.
Well, we'll have to watch that one back, and again, Sophie Ecclestone bowls it very full in the block hole and rounds off another tidy over with a dot ball. Just 3 runs coming off that one from Sophie Ecclestone, who's taken magnificent figures of 3 for 13 runs from her 7 overs so far, and at the end of the 23rd, the Western Storm move on to a score of 90 for 4.
What Ecclestone's done so well is on the screen now we can see the replay. Stumping isn't out. It's quick hands from Threlkeld. It's a great take. It's something she's so good at. As we can see now, Cross back on the field, and the umpire's just having a little chat to, I guess, the leadership group, Cross, Threlkeld and Ecclestone. What happens next? Who do we go to next? Bowling plans. It's like you said, you don't want to bowl out Ecclestone at this stage. She's only got 3 overs left. 3 for 13 so far. So there is a part of you that wants to keep that going. But you've still got Hannah Jones that hasn't bowled a ball yet in this game.
And again, a quality operator, isn't she? Hannah Jones had a really good start to the season with that left arm finger spin. So many options for Eddie Threlkeld as the captain. Decides to go back to Fee Morris for the time being. This one just bowled out the front of the arm, a misfield there in the covers, and Sophie Luff will make it home safely for a single. But in terms of the seamers as well, I mean, this is the next big question, Alex, and again, I know that this is tapping into the captaincy side of things, but when do you bring the seamers back on? Because so far, it has been spin to win, hasn't it? It's completely changed the complex of this game. Morris very full toss, dispatched out in towards mid-wicket, and fielded very nicely by Naomi Datani. Warmly applauded by the Thunder fans, taking a bit of a divot out of the surface there as Datani, but some very, very solid fielding.
Yeah, I think as a captain you have to obviously think about your bowlers, and they've got plenty of options of the Thunder, but as spin's working, I would keep spin on at this moment.
Said like a true spinner, Alex Hartley, as Fee Morris bowls this one very full and tucked away nicely into the leg side by Sophie Luff, but fielded smartly by Sophie Ecclestone at mid-on. Well, slightly wideish mid-on, to be honest. She's more of a mid-wicket now. We have got a silly mid-on, though, and it's your mate, Kate Cross, so it'll be interesting to see if she's brought into proceedings here. As Morris again there, right there. Kate Cross doing the fielding.
Yeah, I think if there were only 2 down in this situation, you would contemplate bringing Cross on for an over, or maybe Mahika Gore for a 1 or 2 over spell to try and break the partnership, but Thunder are on top of this game at the minute, so you just keep things simple.
Absolutely. Sometimes it's just best to keep it simple, isn't it? As Sophie Luff advances down the track, can only play this out onto the leg side as far as Mahika Gore. Just something for Threlkeld to be aware of, though, isn't it? And again, this is why cricket's such an interesting sport. There's so much that we think about, probably overthink at times, let's face it, we're all guilty of it, but there's so many twists and turns which are going to happen in this wonderful sport. And there is Kate Cross with some smart fielding at that silly mid-on position, and it will be a dot ball. A very, very nice over that from Fee Morris. She's gone for just 8 runs from her first 3 overs, just 2 runs coming off that one. And at the end of the 24th, the Western Storm now 92 for 4. I mean, it's great stuff, isn't it, from these Thunder spinners?
It is indeed, and we're going to see Ecclestone carry on as well. She'll be saying, no, I want to carry on bowling. So she's going to have another one at the Jimmy Anderson end.
Just to touch upon that, Alex, and I say this as someone, you can probably tell I'm not local. I'm from down near Birmingham, the lovely town of Warwick. But
Birmingham?
Yeah, Birmingham, exactly. But in terms of the spin aspects here at Old Trafford, which end did you prefer?
Neither. I never played well at Old Trafford.
There you go then. Right, as Ecclestone comes into bowl her 8th over in towards Natasha Wraith, who just defends that out into the offside. But
as a player, you always have a bogey ground, a ground that you never really do well on, and Old Trafford was one of those for me, and it's annoying.
I can imagine it is, as this one dropped slightly short there by Sophie Ecclestone and just defended again by Nat Wraith, who so far has made a rather, I don't want to say hesitant start to proceedings, but hasn't looked the most comfortable at the crease as of yet. Currently 3 from 16 balls. Sophie Luff at the other end, 12 from 26. Ecclestone coming in yet again to Wraith. Drives that out towards Datani at mid-on for no run. But let's say today, I'm just looking at the boundaries. Right, and there is a large boundary down there towards the point, isn't there? If you were to pick a side, which one would you go for?
To be honest, I'm going to sit on the fence with the answer to that question.
Ecclestone into bowl yet again and defended by Wraith, this time on the leg side for no run.
Both ends obviously have different challenges, and I think as a senior spinner in this situation, if I was with Ecclestone, she would bowl to the shorter boundary because she's the better bowler. But if Ecclestone wasn't in the team, I would take on that responsibility. So just depends on who's playing.
Again, a fascinating insight there, Alex, as Wraith drives this one up towards Datani. Again, Datani's been really involved actually in these past few overs. Seems to be mentioning her name quite a lot. She is a wonderful fielder, but yeah, that's fascinating insight, to be honest. And again, it just shows the importance of having those leaders in the side, as Ecclestone draws the top edge there of Nat Wraith's bat. Just drops into the offside, and it will be a dot ball. Another maiden over for Sophie Ecclestone, who moves on to 3 for 13 from 8. And at the end of the 25th, Western Storm 92 for 4.
And as a captain, you always want to take on that responsibility. So you want to be the person that makes it easier for the rest of your team. So if I have the luxury or have the ability to bowl 10 overs to the shorter boundary, that's what I would look to do, so that somebody like Hannah Jones could bowl to the bigger boundary. So yeah, it obviously depends on game situations, but I think any player out there in the middle has to back themselves from whichever end that they're given. But there are certain bowlers that you will bowl to the shorter boundary, knowing that they have that capability. And Ecclestone, Ellie Threlkeld, Kate Cross, they'll know that. They'll have spoken about that before. But out there in the middle, the boundaries are pretty even, which is not often what we get here at Old Trafford. I know the boundary to our left can sometimes be the shorter one. So you just have to see where you're playing, and obviously the ends. There might be an end that tears up ever so slightly more as well, which is where you want to be bowling into as a spinner. You know, so you've got to take each game as it comes and each situation as it comes as well.
You certainly do, and actually that's a very good point about that leg side boundary. I mentioned about the length of that mid-wicket one, but it's relatively short on the leg side compared to the other one. I would say it's slightly askewed, isn't it, on that side? So maybe that's something coming into consideration with Ecclestone bowling from the James Anderson end. But I always find it fascinating with spin bowlers because, you know, it's just a battle, isn't it? It's a constant grind as a spinner, and you do get tonked about. Even if you do have those big boundaries, it can be quite difficult at times, can't it?
I used to love it when players came after me. I was always worse when they just sat in and they did nothing. And like, this would be my worst case scenario. You know, batters just sitting in and blocking the ball. I actually want players to take me on and hit me to the deep fielders, try and hit me over the top. So yeah, one of those where actually I quite like being attacked because you know you're in the game, you know you just need one to turn away from the right-hander and your opportunities come in. If batters are just sitting in and blocking the ball, I always felt like getting wickets was harder than if you go in at 3, 4, 4, 5 and over. You're actually in the game slightly more, and I was always in as a wicket taker to try and break those partnerships, but also didn't mind having expensive days for that reason.
Again, that's a great insight. That really is a great insight. And again, I mentioned, Paul, about coaching, Alex. I'm going to grill you a little bit because I'm a bit of a spin badger, to be honest. But in terms of advice for young spin bowlers, you mentioned there about being in the heat of battle and maybe getting taken apart at times. Let's say that you have gone with that aggressive mindset, right? And you've gone for a few runs, you've leaked a few 4s, maybe a few 6s. How do you mentally prepare yourself at the top of your run-up to come in and take a wicket with the next ball?
You have to be realistic with yourself. Was it a good ball? Did I execute my plans? So quite often, you know, playing in T20 games in the 100, you are going to get hit for boundaries, and you have to accept that. And if you've executed what you want, and you have to be like, was I attacking the stumps? Was the length right? Is my field set right? If those 3 are all a yes, it was a good ball, you accept that you can get hit for 4. Batters are allowed to play good shots as well. So one of those where you just have to be realistic with yourself, especially with how the game's progressed. You know, 4 or 5 years ago, you bowl a good ball and it gets hit down the ground, you know it's going to go to a fielder. You know you're going to take a wicket with it. Now, actually, when you're bowling at the likes of, you know, Meg Lanning in the 100 and Deandra Dottin, they're going to hit you for 6. So you have to be able to be realistic with yourself. And I think just knowing that in a 50-over game, if you go in at less than 4 and over, you've done a really good job for the team. In a T20 game, if you go in at 7 and over, that's also a really good job for the team. So you've just got to be realistic, and the game's changing. And if your fielders are on the rope and the ball goes over their head, any sort of mishit, any sort of splice of the bat or toe of the bat, that's going to the fielder. So you just have to be able to park it and move on to the next delivery.
You do, but it's tough sometimes, isn't it? It really is so many times.
Don't get me wrong, there have been times where I've lost my head and gone, I cannot believe I've not got a wicket today, or there's been drop catches, but that's part of the game, you know. You're out there because you love playing cricket, and you almost have to be realistic with that.
You do, Alex, and so the reason I'm laughing is because obviously you're mentioning at the top tier of the game, and I'm here saying, yeah, I can agree with that, as playing Cotswolds League cricket in Village, but flipping heck, yeah, you do have some difficult days as a spin bowler, as Fee Morris, talking of spinners, comes on to bowl her 4th over. We should have a change in the comms box after this over, actually. We'll welcome back Lily Harvey, which will be exciting as we head into the second half of this innings. Fee Morris coming in to bowl to Sophie Luff. Again, she's tried that shot a lot of times, hasn't she, Sophie, so far?
Yeah, it's one that it's her go-to to get off strike. So, you know, Thunder have done so well in plugging that gap. If she had the ability to play a little paddle sweep, it's a vacant area behind her at the moment.
That's a great point, actually. There is so much space as she dances down the track here, plays it out towards deep mid-wickets. They think about a second, but Datani yet again, energy in the field. That's what you want as a spin bowler as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But as soon as a player goes down to play the paddle sweep, they don't necessarily have to connect, but it instantly gets rid of your square leg fielder, and then it opens up another gap for you to rotate the strike.
Oh, 100%. And actually, there is now a change in the field, so Mahika Gore going to fine leg, because Wraith does have that shot. And again, that is spoken like a true spinner, Alex Hartley. Very, very good reading of the game there as Fee Morris comes into bowl to Wraith, drives that through the covers, and a very good diving stop to prevent that from going for any runs, in fact. And Fee Morris, this has been a really good start. I know I've sung the praises of Sophie Ecclestone on plenty an occasion in this broadcast, but Fee Morris as well. Excellent so far. Just one boundary conceded as Nat Wraith again. Exact same shots, exact same results. Another dot ball.
Yeah, Seren Smale there at extra cover. A couple of good dives for her. But yeah, I think the spin unit of the Thunder's in a really good place. I think you probably couldn't have said that 4 years ago.
No, it's a testament, isn't it, to how far this side has come as Nat Wraith now rocks onto the back foot, plays that out into the covers, and it will be 2. To round off my stint then, as viewers around the world breathe a massive sigh of relief, they thank goodness he's gone. The Western Storm move on to a score of 95 for 4 at the end of the 26th over. Fee Morris has figures of 0 from 11 from her 4 overs, and I shall depart, and in my place will come Lily Harvey.
who is not allowed to press any buttons. We're going to stay away from the button pressing before she takes us off air again. But no, a great platform here for the Thunder. I think they just need to sit in, keep things simple. You know, Sophie Ecclestone is going to have a break. She's bowled 8 overs, and a brilliant 8 overs for her, picking up 3 wickets as well. And we are going to see Hannah Jones come into the attack. So Thunder sticking with spin. What have you made of the last 10 overs or so, Lily?
Well, they've got those. They've got the key wickets at this point, haven't they? So no, it's looking good. Like I said, Hannah Jones, exciting. You've obviously spoke quite highly of her so far, so it's exciting to see what she's going to be able to do.
She just never misses. You know, she's one of those players that consistently attacks the stumps. You know, she had a little bit of a shoulder injury over the last couple of years, and she's had surgery on that shoulder, so she has been coming back from injury, but she's back fit, ready to go, and she's throwing herself around in the field as well, which is good to see. So we are going to see Hannah Jones's left arm spin for the first time. Straight on the stump straight away. As we say, doesn't miss Hannah Jones. That one just sliding down the leg side. There will be no run.
Yeah, Sophie Luff was a bit unsure there, wasn't she?
And this one played nicely down the ground for Sophie Luff, and that's going to be 4. It's an attacking field for the Thunder, but Sophie Luff adjusts really well. Slightly too full from Jones. And Luff punches her down the ground, 4, and the score moves on to 99 for 4.
Yeah, it beat both the fielders there. Very well placed.
What do you make of the catch in mid-wicket that the Thunder have set for Hannah Jones here? Oh, it's actually just being moved slightly wider.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see it hugely often, do you? But look, they think something's coming, so we'll trust them. Would you do it?
Yeah, always. I love having catchers. Not necessarily there for the catch as well, just to annoy the batter and be in the batter's eye line.
It's the distraction technique, isn't it?
It is indeed, and that's what Thunder did in the previous game. They had Seren Smale at short leg for the spinners, as we see Sophie Ecclestone move into the offside. Hannah Jones comes in. This one played to that mid-wicket region, but there will be 1 run to deep mid-wicket. And that brings up the 100 for the Western Storm in the 27th over. A good partnership being built here between Luff and Wraith. And they're 100 for 4 now, the Western Storm. That Wraith taps her bat and plays this into the offside. Through cover, misfield, another misfield for the Thunder. It's quite frustrating. They will get through for 101 for 4. And Seren Smale again there in the covers.
It wasn't hugely didn't make too much of an impact with that misfield there, but some of the others have.
Jones in this time, played to extra cover. A brilliant bit of fielding there for the overseas Katie Mack. Saves a boundary, no run.
Yeah, some of the other drop catches earlier on this morning have been relatively dangerous.
As this one's edged and it's going to race away to the boundary. Phoebe Graham's going to chase it down. We'll hold it back and then we'll come back for 2. Moves on to 103 for 4. It's always frustrating that as a bowler when there's a slight edge and it races to the boundary.
Yeah, I could imagine.
And that's the end of Jones's over. 8 runs coming off it, so a good one for the Western Storm. End of the 27th over, 103 for 4.
So Sophie Luff out there, I've seen her Instagram, and she's really into her baking, isn't she? And they look pretty incredible, the treats that she comes up with. I think it's quite an interesting sort of hobby to have, isn't it?
It is. She constantly baking cakes for her teammates. She's got an Instagram called Luff's Bakes, I think it's called, as
Lovely Bakes.
Fee Morris comes in slightly back of a length from Fee, too short, and that's going to be hit for 4. 1 bounce, 2 bounce over the boundary rope. First bad ball from Fee Morris in her spell. 107 for 4 now, the Western Storm.
Have you been lucky to be around Sophie Luff and her treats, or
I
not
haven't
quite?
actually,
You haven't?
no. She's picked that up since we stopped playing together. So we
Oh,
played
it's a
together
shame.
at the England Academy. She wasn't a baker then. As Morris tries to adjust her length, doesn't get it quite right, and that's slapped through the covers for 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Nat Wraith.
Has there been anyone else you've played with that has been rather good with certain crafts? Doesn't necessarily have to be baking, but
Emma Lamb, it loves drawing.
oh,
She's got an Instagram account called Lamb Pastels. She's making pottery at the minute.
oh wow.
Yeah. Slightly fuller from Fee Morris this time, and it's hit up to Phoebe Graham at mid-off, and they're going to run through for a quick single and gets home safely. 112 for 4 halfway through the 28th over. So yeah, Emma Lamb loves drawing. She's done a few bits of art for a few teammates and loves a pottery class. But the Thunder girls have been to a few live drawing events together,
Oh, right.
which has been interesting. I've always missed out there. Fee Morris in again, this one tapped into the onside just for a single. What do you make of this over from Morris?
Yeah, I think, well, look, two fours to start off. I think she'll wanting to dot these last 2 up, but 21, not too bad.
Morris in again, this one's back of a length. This one's slapped into the onside. Naomi Datani there to save the boundary, and it will just be 1 run. 114 for 4 now, the Western Storm.
Yeah, it was good fielding down there. Hit quite hard, wasn't it?
Yeah, as the close fielder, you're always hoping that one goes past you rather than it clatter you on the on the wrists. So there's just a slight change in field as she's trying to get Sophie Ecclestone in the right position. Fee Morris, final ball of the over. And this one defended into the onside. It will be no run. That's a good end to the over for Fee Morris after going for 2 boundaries the first 2 balls. End of the 28th, 114 for 4. So it's been a good partnership between these two out there in the middle for the Western Storm.
Yeah, it has. Like I said, like we say constantly, it's just, looking to sort of, for Thunder, looking to break up that partnership. But from Storm's perspective, yeah, it's looking good that they're getting the sort of the boundaries that they need relatively consistently. But yeah, it's just keep on rotating that strike, isn't it? Keep on building that base they've built.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to see Hannah Jones continue. Whether or not they'll stick with Fee Morris or not, in the next over we will see. Jones in. This one just punch back to the bowler. There will be no run. I think when you look at Thunder and you've got, Mahika Gore can come on and bowl a couple of overs in the middle and at the death, and you've still got Kate Cross, Phoebe Graham as well. This is Jones is in. And this one again defended to extra cover. There will be no run. As a captain, you must be thinking, when shall I bring on my international bowlers?
They've just got such a deep bowling lineup.
This one clattered down the ground. It's going to be 6 runs, first 6 of the day for Nat Wraith. Slightly back of a length for Hannah Jones, and she's onto it quickly. It's a great shot from Wraith over mid-wicket for 6. 120 for 4 now, the Western Storm. Talk me through that shot, Lily.
Was just heaved it over, didn't she? She went. I think did she have to open the gate to get the ball back?
No, there's no one in that stand, so you've got to get it yourself. Jones in. Nat Wraith punches the ball into the offside. There will be no run. A good comeback for Hannah Jones there. And it was a good shot from Wraith. Moved her feet down the wicket and slapped the ball into that vacant area. There is only one fielder out. A slight change now. Mid-on goes back. Jones in. And there's going to be another dot ball. Slight inside edge there for Nat Wraith. 120 for 4.
Yeah, they've done quite a good job at sort of picking those gaps for those boundaries, haven't they? And this one, Nat Wraith looking to go big again. Doesn't quite get hold of it. Fee Morris with the fielding. End of the over. Just the one scoring shot, and it was the 6 runs for Wraith. And
I said Amy Jones there. You're so used to commentating on Amy Jones, England's Amy Jones. Hannah Jones closes out her over with 3 dot balls, 120 for 4 after 29.
So you mentioned about bringing on international bowlers. Now Katie Mack, she's known to be a batter. So where would you, if you know, if you were out there yourself, what sort of circumstance would you use her to bowl?
So she bowls little offies, and I think I would bowl her if spin's dominating. We are going to see a change in the bowling here as Kate Cross comes back into the attack just to try and break this partnership. I think if spin's dominating and you almost want to save your Fee Morris and your Sophie Ecclestones for later on, and you can almost chuck her a couple of overs and see what happens, or you feel like you're a bowler light. But Thunder have got so many options at their disposal. I think this is the right move here for Captain Ellie Threlkel to bring on Cross. Just look to break this partnership. But if you were Cross in this situation, you're backing yourself to get one of these two out.
Yeah, and I mean, she has the experience behind her to do so, doesn't she? Obviously playing at the highest level.
Crossing over the wicket. First ball is edged down to deep third, and it's going to just be the 1 run. 121 for 4.
In terms of bringing in, you know, these international players, I think, like I said, Katie Mack not really a bowler as such, but could it also partially be the fact that a lot of the players wouldn't know how to sort of play her because there's not much footage to go back and have a look at?
It's very true. As this one's just defended to backward point, there will be no run. So you saying you'd bowl her in this situation?
Katie Mack? Yeah, why not? Why not? They're sort of, you know, they're at a position where, you know, who knows, it's not got too much on the line at the moment. It's still sort of early days.
Crossing over the wicket, and this one defended back down the ground. There will be no run.
But yeah, no, I'm excited to see her bat over here because obviously being from Australia as well, and her being an Adelaide striker, and me being from South Australia, I've seen lots of her. So yeah, it's good to see her over here. And then Georgia Voll's also going to come over for the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
I've not seen much about Georgia Voll, so you'll have to tell me all about her after this ball from Cross. As this one again defended into the offside, there will be no run. 121 for 4.
Yeah, Georgia Voll, she's still really young. She's only 20 years old, and she's still she's just broken into that domestic scene in Australia. Plays for Queensland in the WNCL, the 50 over tournament, and plays for the Brisbane Heat. She's such a powerful hitter.
Crossing, driven down the ground. They're going to take a quick single. Misfield from Phoebe Graham means that Wraith gets home safely to move the score 122 for 4. So the Thunder have brought her in for more of a power hitter in the middle order. Is that her role?
Yeah, it is. A lot of the time she sort of sits at that 5-4 sort of mark. I initially found it interesting because I would have thought that Katie Mack would have come in for a T20 competition, and I thought Georgia Voll would have been the 50 over.
Final ball of the over for Cross. This is knocked into the onside. They will come back for just 1 turn. Look for 2. The call is no. Wraith sent back. Good over from Cross. Just 3 runs coming off it. 123 for 4 now for the Western Storm at the end of the 30th over.
But yeah, Katie Mack, so she's the captain of the ACT, the Australian Capital Territory. And she's had lots of experience sort of captaining quite a young team. So yeah, I definitely would have sort of, but you know, as the Big Bash, I think she plays that opening role, and she does extremely well at it. So yeah, I was surprised to see her over for the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy because yeah, I'd say T20 is probably her where she succeeds the most because she just hits it and runs, and she's not stop running.
So fast between the wickets, which is something we noticed in the previous game. She was almost outrunning Fee Morris, one of our quicker bowlers. As Hannah Jones comes in for her 3rd over. It's patted back to extra cover. There will be no run.
Yeah, I think there is a tiny bit of history as well with sort of like a bit of mix-ups, and I think she just double laps everyone, to be honest. She's down the same end. They can't keep up.
Did feel like that the other day. As Jones comes in, this one driven to mid-on again. There will be no run.
But yeah, I think Thunder fans have got a lot to look forward to with Georgia Vol coming in a bit later in the year.
So after this ball, I'll explain why there's been a bit of a swap between overseas, as that's no run again for Hannah Jones. 3 dot balls in a row. So Katie Mack's going to play the 50 over competition, or part of it. She will go home after next Saturday's game, I think it is. Jones left arm around the wicket. On the back foot is Sophie Luff. There will again be no run. And then Vol will come in and play the Charlotte Edwards Cup. And then Katie Mack will come back for the later stages of the 50 over comp. So I think having the luxury of 2 overseas means that they'll know their role and they'll play their specialist role throughout the summer.
Yeah.
There's a change in the field. This one, a play and miss from Luff. There is no run. So I guess that clarity for the players will help them, I guess, as well.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Final ball of the over for Hannah Jones. This one defended by Luff. There will be no run, and that's a maiden for Jones. The end of the 31st over, 123 for 4.
I think as well, in Australia there isn't aside from the Big Bash, there isn't a sort of a domestic regional T20 competition. So I think that's also a different sort of, it's something else that they have here, and I think Georgia Vol will be sort of excited to, play a completely different team, a different structure. It's exciting.
Yeah, Katie Mack the other day was saying that we actually play more cricket here in England than they do in Australia, which surprises me because Australia are so far ahead of our domestic structure, I guess, in terms of how long they've been professional for.
Yeah, it's actually a really interesting talking topic.
It's crossing right arm over the wicket, and this one punched down the ground towards Sophie Ecclestone. Brilliant diving stop. And there will just be 1 run, 124 for 4.
Yeah, look, I'm quite passionate about the topic, and I won't bore everyone by talking about it too much. But yeah, I think the Big Bash was a big step, and you might have been aware. So you were the Hurricanes, yes, correct? Was that still when it was connected with the men's, or were they separate?
I think it was just after.
Okay, yeah.
This cross comes in. This one down the leg side. There's an appeal for a caught behind. It's given not out from the standing umpire, so it must have been a little bit of pad involved, because there is no wide signalled either, as we see it on the TV replay. Just a bit of thigh pad there, Lily. Yeah, no, so I think I was just after it was double headers.
Yeah, so and I think that's something that the 100 do incredibly well.
Cross. Play and miss from Luff. There will be no run.
But yeah, like, so the 100's been sort of huge in bringing more awareness to the women's game. I feel like Alice Capsey was sort of discovered through the 100, which is pretty crazy when you think about it, and the career she's sort of having now. But yeah, I think the split in the men and the women's seasons in the Big Bash wasn't great.
Luff facing cross. Defends the ball into the onside. Again, there will be no run for Sophie Luff.
I think it's just they did it too early. I feel like before sort of a lot of people were watching it. Although when there were double headers, I think the gaps were actually quite big in between the matches.
Yeah, when in the 100 it's probably only 45 minutes,
yeah.
40 minutes between games, which keeps the crowd in. People want to come and watch the women. As cross comes in, Luff on the front foot, there is no run.
Yeah, and they have obviously the BBC introducing acts as well, which sort of gives people more of a reason to stick around in between games. But I feel like some of the Big Bash gaps were like hour and a half, 2 hours at times, and that's crazy when you think about it. So in terms of that, Australia have sort of got a long way to come with the Big Bash, and a lot of the players actually agree. Amanda Wellington's passionate about
cross, final ball of the over. Luff plays it aerial to backward point. A great stop there for Sarah Smale, diving away to her left-hand side, but they will get through for a run, and 25 for 4 at the end of the 22nd over. So do you think it's one of those where, will they go back to the double headers at the Big Bash?
I feel like they've got to the point where they've left it too long now. I feel like if they were to do it, they should have done it before this. But yeah, like I said, Amanda Wellington, she's been in the Big Bash since the start, and she's been in the 100 since the start. She's been around all these different circuits, and she thinks that I have spoken to her about it, and she thinks that yeah, they should have stuck with the double headers.
Hannah Jones to continue from the Jimmy Anderson end. Nat Rafe down the wicket. This one just gets past Sophie Ecclestone. Sorry, it's Sophie Luff, and it will go away for 4. Not far away from the fielder there, Lily.
From here, it looked like it sort of nearly just scraped her fingers. So close. Look at the replay. Not quite. Not quite scraping the fingers, a little bit of a gap.
Don't mind that as a bowler, because your fielders are in the game. This is what I was talking about earlier, where you want those opportunities. As Hannah Jones continues. This one, Luff on the back foot, just pokes the ball to short third. There will be no run. 129 for 4 now, the score for the Western Storm.
Yeah, I just think it's a really, really cool time for women's cricket, to be honest.
Jones comes in. Luff prods the ball back to her. There will be no run.
Especially in the UK, I think, obviously, from my opinion, being able to see both, I think there's a lot of things that the ECB are doing right.
Luff waits for Jones, comes down the wicket, little inside edge towards short fine. They'll come through for a quick single, 130 for 4.
I think we've actually spoken about this as well. It's a lot of people are sort of unsure about the 100, but I think it's done not only so much for women's cricket but for these sorts of tournaments as well.
Yeah, that's the 50 partnership between Luff and Wraith. Well needed for the Western Storm. They needed to build a platform, those two out in the middle, after losing 3 quick wickets. Wraith punches the ball down the ground, and there will just be the single. 130 for 4 now, the Storm.
So looking on to now, obviously there is sort of the end of, this is the final sort of season of this, the way the competition's run currently. From you as a perspective of an ex-player.
Final ball of the over for Jones, and this is just defended into the onside. There will be no run. 5 runs coming off that over. The score at the end of the 33rd is 131 for 4.
How do you sort of, see it in terms of like, would you, from, I don't know, if you were still playing, like, does it sort of make you want to go, oh, this is really interesting, I want to sort of keep around the group?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I played for probably 2 years longer than I should have, because, women's cricket was just getting better and better, and obviously the investment into the domestic game and with the 100, my last year of playing cricket was purely for, I guess, the love of the game and the 100, because it was such a brilliant competition to play in, the crowds. I've never seen it where you've got 10,000 people turning up to watch domestic cricket, and it was so good to be a part of. As Cross comes in for her 3rd over of her spell. This one is driven into the offside. They'll get through for a quick single. As Naomi Datani does the fielding there, and again gets her knee stuck in the ground. She's taken a big chunk of the surface with her there.
Jumping it back down. That's still, oh look, they're all going over to try and fix it now.
Hurts this time of year when you dive and you get your knee stuck in the ground, and everyone always thinks of Jones when he got his knee stuck in the ground. Cross comes in, bouncer from Cross, he's hooked into the onside, and they will come back for a quick second. The throw not quite good enough to Ellie Threlkeld. Love comes back for 2, 134 for 4 now, the Western Storm.
Yeah, like we said, me and Aaron were talking about earlier, it's exciting for young fans to be able to watch such a high.
This one's just gone to deep square for a single. Luff turns for 2, but there will be no second run for Luff. 135 for 4.
Such a high calibre of players, playing matches like this. for you, sort of being across the whole, all of it really, you've been involved for numerous years. How do you see the development of, people watching these matches?
Cross in, this one driven into the offside, a misfield from Naomi Datani. And Western Storm are going to get another boundary. A misfield from Thunder there brings up a boundary for the Western Storm. A well-needed one for this partnership. 139 for 4. Yeah, I think for me, having seen cricket change over the years and the standard get better and better, almost you can't have players like me anymore where you're trying to work full-time alongside being a professional cricketer. As cross comes in, this one just guided down to deep third for a single. 140 for 4. Because the standard of cricket is getting so much better so quickly that I was almost for the last couple of years trying to play catch up away from work, and it just wasn't feasible. So it's one of those where it's so good to see, and it is about time. I wish we'd have gone professional earlier. I think at the end of the 2017 World Cup would have been a brilliant time. As cross comes in for the final ball, hits Luff on the pads, but it will not be out. No run. 140 for 4, as you're going to swap out here, Lily, for Paul Shaw. But I think it was that investment that was needed from, I guess, the ECB to showcase women's cricket and get women's cricket out there. But I'm glad it's happened. It was meant to happen before it did, and then COVID came and sort of put a halt to that. So there's part of me that wishes I was 5 years younger, don't get me wrong, but then there's a big part of me that knows that without the players like, I guess, Heyhoe Flint back in the day, and then without the players like Charlotte Edwards and all those, we wouldn't be where we are today. So, women's cricket is getting better and better. It's good to see. Shall we?
Alex, we're working in partnership again, eh?
I know.
Who would have thought it?
Welcome back. We both got racked off by Lancs, and now they want us back on the comms.
That's an interesting choice of words, racked off. But it's good to see you, mate.
Good to see you as well. How have you been?
Busy. I think I must be qualified now as probably the busiest man in the world now.
So I thought cricket was the reason that you were always busy. But maybe you're just the reason you're always busy. As we're going to see Sophie Ecclestone come back into the attack from the Jimmy Anderson end with her left arm spin. This one defended for no run.
She's bowled beautifully today, hasn't she, Alex? She varied her pace well, used the angle, and the quicker ball's really working nicely. She just runs it into the right-handed batter.
Ecclestone once again. This one driven down the ground for 140 for 1. I think that's what makes her such a special bowler, isn't it? Being able to manipulate her lines and lengths, but also disguise the pace that she's bowling with.
Yeah, she's really bowled well today, and her field, I think she's got a field pretty good today as well at certain times to build pressure, build the dots, and then bowl the ball that gets the wicket.
Ecclestone to Luff. It's just punched down the ground. There'll be another single there, straight to long on for 142 for 4.
Interesting phase of play this, Al. Wraith and Luff batted really well, have consolidated. I think they've put 62 on, something like that now. So Thunder will be wanting to take a wicket and break this partnership.
Nat Wraith defending the ball to Ecclestone. There will be no run. Do you think it's a bit of a risk bowling Ecclestone now? She's only got, well, I guess, 1 over left after this over. As Ecclestone from the Jimmy Anderson end. Slightly slower from Ecclestone beats Wraith. And there will be no run.
Yeah, look, I think it's an interesting decision for the leadership team as such, but certainly for Ellie Threlkeld out in the middle. Do you look to try and kill the game now or get a real strong footing in the game again and break this partnership, or do you hold Eccles back? It's a tough one, isn't it?
Last ball of the over for Ecclestone. This one slightly quicker. It's just knocked into the onside for 1. Just 3 runs coming off that Ecclestone over. 143 for 4 now, the Western Storm.
Alex, we're basking in the sun at Emirates Old Trafford, the place where I think it rains more than anywhere else in the country. And I didn't know that for sure until I worked here 3.5 years. And I can assure everyone that's listening and watching, it does rain, it buckets down here. But today, I've got my sun cream on. We're basking in it.
I know, it's lovely out there, isn't it? I reckon it's still a bit nippy though, so I'm glad we're inside. But no, it's a lovely day. We're going to see Phoebe Graham come into the attack after Kate Cross has had her 3 overs and it's not quite worked. They've not managed to get their breakthrough. I guess for you, Shawsey, be proud to see Phoebe out there playing and starting in this team.
Absolutely delighted to see her running and bowling really accurately as well.
Graham in, and that's just hit past backward point. They will come back for a couple of runs. I think that's Hannah Jones making a meal of that on the deep third boundary, but it will just be 2, 145 for 4.
What I would say about Hannah Jones, though, is she know how hard she works on a field, in that, you know, she's mastered the commando role there, hasn't she? Picked it up, thrown it in, 1 bounce over the stumps. Al, she's come on a bit since you played here, hasn't she?
She has. All those mornings, those 7 o'clock starts we had last year, they're paying off for her as Phoebe Graham comes in. And this one is defended into the onside. A misfield from Naomi Datani, but there will be no run.
But yeah, going back to what you said about Phoebe Graham, it's great to see her running in with some good pace, good momentum into the crease and some reasonable rhythm, and looking to hit really strong areas. And the natural bounce that she will get, she'll get the odd nick off, she'll hit the top of the bails, and she'll also bring LBW into play. So she's bowling much more consistently now, which is great to see.
Wraith on strike. Just hoiks this into the onside, a chance in the deep. It will be a couple of bounces to Katie Mack out there, and they'll get back for 2. Phoebe Graham throwing the ball to the skipper, who wasn't really paying attention there, but the score 147 for 4. And I guess this team's come on such a long way in the last 4 years. I mean, when we started 4 years ago, the starting 11 picked itself, and now they're leaving players like Tara Norris out. It must make you proud of where it's got to. As Graham in once again to Wraith, who flicks this into the onside. Katie Mack again patrolling the onside field. There will be 1 run, 148 for 4.
Yeah, really proud, Alex, to be honest, and I think you should be too, because when we both started out, what was it, 4.5 years ago now, it was pretty tough, wasn't it? You know, and very, very young side. England players weren't always available, so to build the the platform and the foundations for them to be at this level is fantastic.
Luff facing Phoebe Graham. Stumping appeal for Ellie Threlkeld, who's so quick, but it will be called a wide, and Graham will have to re-ball that one. 1 run added to the total.
Yeah, she's in good form, Ellie, isn't she? She'll be wanting to score some runs this season. I noticed she got a runner ball 20 odd, I think, the other day to win the game comfortably, but her glove work's exceptional, isn't it?
One of the best in the country, isn't it? Graham. And again, this one slightly fuller. He's just knocked around the corner for 1 run, picked up by Magic Meeks in the deep. 150 up for the Western Storm with 4 wickets down. Do you reckon she's missing her keeping coach, though? You spent a lot of time with Threlkeld out there before training, after training, working on her keeping. Who's filling that role for her now?
Well, I think they've got the best replacement possible with Chris Reed, haven't they?
Oh yeah, I forgot about him. Phoebe G in once again. This one aerial, and it's taken by Sophie Ecclestone. She takes screamers like that all the time, does Sophie Ecclestone. And Lancashire, they get the breakthrough that they needed. Phoebe Graham into the attack. She gets the breakthrough. Nat Wraith, she has to go. 150 for 5 now, the Western Storm.
Yeah, that's a great catch, isn't it, from Ecclestone. Wraith hits the ball pretty hard, tries to beat the infield. She thought she'd beat Ecclestone there, who's just made a diving catch to the right. Top corner if you're a goalkeeper in the Premier League, just over the road there at Manchester United. But look, that's a really important wicket, I think, for the Thunder here. They were looking for a breakthrough. They've strived to get that breakthrough, and they've broke a really important partnership. It'd be interesting now to see how Storm go about this period, and whether or not Lancashire Thunder look to get another couple of wickets early and finish this game.
If you're Storm in this situation, I guess they'll be thinking, in previous games they've collapsed, they've built a partnership, but always in your back of your mind as a coach, you've got that, just stick at it for a little bit. So what will be the message for Niamh Holland going in this situation with Sophie Luff?
I think they will want Luff to bat through. So I think they'll want Luff to go one a ball, keep putting the bad ball away, get your partner in to get Holland in, and they'll be encouraging Holland to be positive, I think. But luff is important and is fundamental in them getting anywhere near 220, 230, I think. So this partnership, I think, and Luff batting on is pretty important.
Speaking of important, this is Sophie Ecclestone's last over. So a huge moment here as Ecclestone comes in, Luff defends the ball. There will be no run. This has got to be the way Luff plays the last 5 balls of Ecclestone, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you make a really good point. You see Ecclestone off in this situation, then you're looking at who's going to come on at their end. Are they going to bring Hannah Jones on, or what will they do? Will they bring Mika back? Will there be a little bit more pace on the ball? But certainly, you don't want to give your wicket away at this stage of the game when it's Sophie's last over.
Ecclestone in, Luff again defends the ball, back to her, there will be no run. Interesting as well, because Ecclestone's brought Long on up to try and tempt Luff to go down the ground, almost. She's a clever bowler, Ecclestone, and she's got so much experience. Go on, hit me for 4. I want to get you out. As Luff waits for Ecclestone, defends the ball once more, there will be no run.
And it's that tactical experience, isn't it, you know, that buys a wicket sometimes. I mean, she bowled beautifully today, she really has. And on other days when she maybe not bowl as well, she adjusts the field to get the catch that she needs in the infield or the outfield. She's tactical thinker tactical thinking is really, really good.
Little change in the field as we have a catch in extra cover for Ecclestone, who's in, and Luff defends the ball once more. There will be no run. It makes such a difference having international players back in the Thunder side, though. They look so much stronger. And yes, you've got the world's #1. She's not a machine. She can have bad days. But she's bowled beautifully today, as you say, shows it. As she comes in once more, the ball defended into the offside. There will be no run.
I think having the experience and the skill set of Ecclestone and Cross is really important, isn't it, for this young side as it is maturing. But having those two in and around it, I think, is really important, yeah.
Last ball of Ecclestone's spell, slightly quicker, defended back to her. It will be a maiden. 150 for 5. Ecclestone outstanding spell today. 3 for 16 for her 10 overs, showing her experience and her expertise. A bit of a risk bowling her out now with such a long period left in this game, but she's been absolutely outstanding today, Shawsey.
Yeah, she's bowled beautifully. You know, it's a real pleasure. I remember her making a debut, thinking back, probably would have been 2016 for England, this is. And watching her that day and spending time with the England Women's Academy prior to that, seeing her growth, seeing her development, and seeing her wearing the red rose here in this great stadium and performing like that is absolutely fantastic, and a real credit to her, the coaches that work with her, and her family. She's bowled beautifully today, Alex, absolutely beautiful. And as a left-arm spinner yourself, with a track record of spinning the odd one and taking the odd wicket here and there, you must be delighted to see a ball like that.
Always, always. I'm always super proud when Soph bowls well, because she is an exceptional bowler, but she's still so young as well. As Phoebe Graham continues from the media end. And this one just knocked into the onside. There will be no run. I'm going to show you a picture here, Shawsey, of Ecclestone when she made her England debut, just to show you how young she was. I'll put it on the live stream as well, but I need to make sure I can find it. But she's got so much experience now for such a young bowler.
And that's the key, isn't it? Even though she is young, her cricket maturity is pretty good because she's played so many times around the world at so many different levels and so many different pitches.
Phoebe Graham in to Holland. This one, play and miss, taken exceptionally from Ellie Threlka. There will be no run. So this was the day Sophie Ecclestone made her debut. And
wow,
look how young she looks. She is so young. I'll hold it up to the camera before Phoebe Graham plays this ball. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it or not. Are you going to put us on? As Graham comes in once more, right arm over the wicket. Niamh Holland cuts the ball past backward point, and that's going to run away for 4 to move the score on to 154 for 5.
Yeah, Phoebe Graham's just dragged that one down a little bit there, hasn't she? Which has enabled Holland to free her arms and strike that ball through backward a point for 4 runs.
So yeah, that was the day she made her debut. She was 16 years old, I think, that day.
Absolutely incredible. And you're right, we do forget actually how young she still is, don't we?
So much experience. As Graham in to Holland, who has just got a little outside edge on that extra cover. There will be no run.
And that's the area Phoebe Graham needs to bowl consistently, as she's done so far this season. We've just seen the odd one that's been a little bit wide today, but actually if she can target that area, she brings in all dismissals. LBW ball, and caught behind, and encourage them to play that gap just in front of square leg and bring in the LB, I think.
Graham to Holland, just punches the ball to deep cover. There will just be one run. Now we've also got to keep an eye on another game today, shall we, because Daisy Mullen has gone to the Blaze on loan, and they are currently 44 for 2 after getting on late after 11 overs, and Daisy Mullen's 14 not out, which is good to see so far. She's out there on loan.
Good on Daisy. Let's hope she can get some runs and some important experience playing first team cricket.
Phoebe Graham in, and the ball is just knocked into the offside. They're going to race through for a quick single and get home safely. There will be one run, 156 for 5.
It's interesting you mentioned Daisy Mullen, because she's a player that does have potential in terms of ball striking. She hits the ball really, really hard, doesn't she? So she has got that potential. But developing her all-round game and her tactical knowledge and building on the fitness is going to be really important for Daisy. So hopefully she has a good spell down there and does pretty well.
I think good on her for actually going out on loan as well and getting away, because it's so easy to, I almost guess, to be comfortable in your environment and sit in and go, you know what, I'm just going to run the drinks. But she's actually looking to develop her game by moving elsewhere.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And sometimes going into other environments just sparks you, doesn't it? Just gives you that little lease of life that you perhaps need, or maybe that energy. And a great example, your friend Fee Morris coming here, you know, it's just a different environment, probably a different voice or a number of different voices saying the same things perhaps, but actually it's just sparked her, and she's really progressed and is becoming a real high quality all-rounder.
Yeah, she has indeed. She says moving to Manchester has changed her life, because the Western Storm weren't giving her another contract. She was almost contemplating going into full-time work, so really has changed her life. As we're going to see Mahika Gore back into the attack from the Jimmy Anderson end. On the money straight away for Magic Meeks.
Yep, they've brought Mahika Gore back into the attack here from the Jimmy Anderson end. Be interesting what lines and lengths she bowls today. I think she will be looking to attack the stumps in this second spell. But of course, Western Storm will be looking just to build this partnership and accelerate a little bit in the next 10 overs or so. And Thunder looking to break this partnership again.
Gore in to Luff, who looks to defend the ball, can't get it away. There will be no run. So, Shawsey, why will Mahika be coming around the wicket at this stage of the game?
I think at this stage of the game she'll just be looking to angle the ball into the stumps and bring the stumps into play, and try not to give Luff any width. We know that Luff's quite good on the short ball. We got the mid-wicket fairly straight here, so they'll be looking for her to work that ball down the ground and into that mid-wicket area.
So around the wicket comes Mahika Gore. This one just nudged into the onside. There will be one run down to fine leg. They think about 2, but it's not there as Phoebe Graham does the field in. 157 for 5.
It'll be interesting to see if Gore actually uses any variations. You know, she has got a good slower ball. I know she's been working on another slower ball and an off cutter as such. So it'd be interesting whether she can then work that with Sophie Luff and see if she can get the important wicket of Luff.
Well, now's the time to try it as well, surely.
Yeah, I think you're right, Alex.
Holland facing up to Gore. And this one slightly more back of a length, and it will just be guided to Hannah Jones at deep third for 1 run. Because I guess when you're on top of a team like this, you obviously don't want them to get away, because the Storm could quite easily get another 100 runs and they get, you know, 250 on the board from here, but it's going to take Luff to accelerate, but also to try your variations and be brave, because you know she's going to play international cricket again this year, you'd like to hope, and she's going to need those variations.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know this is an environment and with the really supportive coaching staff here as well to encourage that, so I'm sure that will be happening behind the scenes.
Luff faces up to Mahika Gore, just tries to guide the ball to deep third, can't get it away as Emma Lamb does the fielding. There will be no run. 158 for 5. I guess now for Thunder, with Ecclestone, Cross, Mahika Gore all playing international cricket, at stages throughout this summer they will become a lot weaker, and it's how do you fill those gaps with your other players.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, and I'll pick up on that. I've got some thoughts on that after this ball.
last ball of the over for Mahika Gore. It's driven back to her. It's going to be down the ground just for a single as Kate Cross does the fielding. End of the 39th over, 159 for 5.
Yeah, I started thinking about that about 3 years ago, because obviously Emma Lamb at the time was in really good form and was just beginning to get called up in the England squad. We didn't see Sophie Ecclestone that much, or Kate Cross. We're thinking, well, if we're not going to have those players for periods of time, then we've got to develop these youngsters and we've got to make some really good regional player signings. So
Don't let them get too good.
yeah, just be under England. But what I would say, if you look at the Thunder team, I think the Thunder team's still a strong side with the regional players that they've got and that influx of young players coming through. If you compare that to other regions, I mean, if you look at the Blaze without the Scottish players and the England players, they do look much weaker, whereas I think this Thunder side, although they will be weaker, I think are stronger than other regions now because of the work that's gone on in the background.
Is that, did you look at the Southern Vipers and think we almost need to be like you, because they've been so dominant even when they've not had their England players?
Yeah, and I think that's why you need to have a larger squad, because you lose 2 players by injury, 3 players go to England, it's half your team. Yeah. So the players coming in, if they're not a 9 out of 10, they do need to be a 7 out of 10 to be able to perform at a good level.
Hannah Jones with her left arm spin. Luff goes down the ground over mid-off. That's going to be 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 4. It's a great shot from Sophie Luff, 163 for 5.
Yeah, it's an excellent shot, that, isn't it? She's picked the length, or the trajectory actually, come down the pitch, used her feet beautifully here. We're just going to watch the replay. She gets into the ball nicely, times that ball, goes over mid-off for 4 runs.
It's how Hannah Jones responds to this. She's responded really well actually today when she has been hit for a boundary. She comes in with her left arm spin again. Sophie Luff now just knocking the ball into the covers for a quick single, and they're going to get home safely, 164 for 5.
Oh, what was this on the left-hand side?
Here we go. We've got Sophie Ecclestone, a young 16-year-old Sophie Ecclestone on the TV next to us, and this is the picture that we were talking about, and that's how young she was when she made her England debut.
She'll not thank you for that, Alex.
No, she won't. Hannah Jones comes in and this ball is defended. Back to her, there will be no run. She'll be thinking, I can't believe you've saved that photo all these years. I've actually got one of her drinking a pint of Coke as well with Hartley's, and she said, my favourite player, I'm saving that for a rainy day as well. There she is on your TV screens as Jones comes in. This one from Holland is cut past cover and it's going to race away for 4. There is no point anybody chasing that. That's a great shot from Holland to move the score to 168 for 5.
Yeah, it's a good shot, that, isn't it? Just backward a point there, but Jones has just given a little bit of width there, hasn't she? I mean, Jones is known, Hannah's known for running the ball into the stumps, and as Alex said earlier on commentary, not spinning the ball a great deal, but bringing all dismissals into play. Drop that a bit short and a little bit wide.
She's somebody that I'd love for her to turn the ball slightly more as she comes in now to Holland, who defends the ball. There will be no run. As if you only have to spin 1, and then that's it, you're in the batter's mind. And I guess it is something that you and Stephen Parry have tried to develop over the last few years for Hannah Jones. As she just waits to bowl her last ball of this over. Long on goes out. And the ball cut to deep cover, and there will just be 1 run. So a little bit of an expensive over that for the Thunder girls. 10 runs coming off it, 169 for 5 after 40 overs.
10 overs left. I wonder what would be a score that Storm would be happy at this point. As I look to my left on the screen, and I'm looking at an extremely young, smiling Sophie Ecclestone. What a head of hair she's got.
So I'll remember this vividly to this day, because I remember she was so excited that she was playing cricket for England. She almost couldn't believe it. But she was even more excited that she was at the back of the Sky Pod, because we were on the telly, and she's even more excited that she had that piece of hair. So she's like, I want to put the hat on, take a picture. I was like, you're playing international cricket as well? She's like, I know, this is just the best day of my life.
I was in the Sky Pod commentating on that game. Unbelievable, isn't it? Great memories, great memories.
Great memories. As Mahika Gore comes in, and this one is driven to deep cover. They'll possibly think about 2 and turn it down in the end as Katie Mack does the fielding. There will be no run, 1 run, sorry. So I think that was actually, she was on the bench that day, because it was the day I made my debut. So she had that little bit of free rein. She went in the sky pod. So you probably interviewed her as well on that day. But she turned up for England with a signature bat and a signature book, and she had all the England girls' signatures on it. And she was like, "Can I, Jenny Gunn, can I get your signature?" As Mika Gore comes in, and this one is looked to be guided to deep third from Luff, and there will be no run. You're signalling. You think that was a slower ball from Gore?
Yeah, I think it was just an off-cutter, just dragging fingers down the side of the seam there. I think just taking the pace off to try and overcommit Luff into that shot, but I think she read it last moment. Interestingly enough, because Luff will be targeting just to the left probably of extra cover, so if she balls a slower ball there, you could get a catch in the covers.
Gore into Luff, who comes down the pitch and slaps that into the onside. It's going to race away for 4. Not the most elegance of stroke for Luff, but she gets the reward, 174 for 5.
Yeah, she managed to work that ball away, didn't she? Just get it through wide of mid-wicket there. Not the most elegant, as you say, Alex, but certainly effective at this stage of the game. Just over 40 overs gone, and Luff is taking this Storm side to 174 for 5 currently.
As a coach, I'm going to put you in a Western Storm environment after this ball. Shawsey as Gore comes in, and this one driven nicely down the ground. They're going to have a scample through. I don't think that makes sense. They're going to run through for 1, 175 for 5. What are you thinking as a par score here for the Western Storm? Obviously in a little bit of trouble early, but they've rebuilt nicely.
Yes, I'm thinking at this stage of the game, if these can rotate the strike, put the bad ball away, keep building and building and building, get to the last 5, I'd be looking to target 240 from this position, I would think.
Gore in, Holland on strike, slaps the ball to backward point. There will be no run.
And likewise, if this partnership goes into the last 5 overs and they're both then set batters, you could be looking towards 250. It just depends on probably the next 2 or 3 overs is pretty important.
Sophie Luff, the key to that for the Western Storm.
Yeah, she's the experienced performer as well, isn't she, and been in this position a number of times.
She's annoying to bowl that in this position. She is. As Gore comes in, final ball of her over. It's driven through extra cover. They'll think about a second, but they won't get one. And that's the end of the over for Mahika Gore, and the end of my spell with you, Shawsey, I'm afraid to say. 176 for 5.
You're not leaving me again, Alex.
I
You did this about a year ago, I seem to remember.
Never came back either, did I? I'll come back in a bit.
Alex just finishes, I'm not sure whether that's a second or third spell, but if she's done 3 spells today, we've done well, because she never did that when she bowled, or rarely did that. Just looking out onto the outfield here at Emirates Old Trafford, the score is 176 for 5, with 41 overs gone. That means 9 remaining. So Western Storm had a good start to the day, then lost 2 or 3 wickets quite quickly, have rebuilt, and are in a reasonable position as this partnership develops between Holland and Luff.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it, Paul? And it's been a good recovery, actually, from the visitors. It was that partnership between Wraith and Luff of 70 runs for the 5th wicket as Hannah Jones comes into bowl here to Niamh Holland, who punches that through to the covers for no run. But it has been a decent recovery, as I said, in the position that they were at. I mean, they had such a good foundation. They were 52 for none, fell to 61 for 3 as Jones comes in again to Niamh Holland, who drives that powerfully through the covers. It beats the diving fielder, and yet another boundary to add to this ever-growing Western Storm run score. Nice batting there from Niamh Holland.
Yeah, Holland's really developed, or beginning to develop, as a good young batter, and she picked the length quite well, got a body and weight through the ball, which is really important, and beat the fielder on the boundary that was running round from deep point as it went through the extra cover boundary for a well-timed 4 runs. I think they've just actually found the ball. The ball looked like it went all the way across, almost to the indoor cricket school, but they've, I understand it looks like they've found it. But umpire's just checking that it's the right ball.
Yeah, it's a good point, actually. Could have done a cheeky change, couldn't they, in the time that passed? But yeah, umpires happy with it for the time being. But that was a lovely shot by by Niamh Holland, and again in this Western Storm batting lineup, she is one of the more inexperienced options, isn't she, in comparison to Fran Wilson, Sophie Luff. I mean, there are more experienced options, but Niamh Holland, the more that you watch her, very powerful, punchy cricketer, isn't she? And the more that she plays, the better she will get as Hannah Jones gets ready to bowl here from the Brian Statham end towards the aforementioned Holland. Nice and full, nice and straight, and driven out to Sophie Ecclestone at mid-on for a dot.
Yeah, I think the more that these young players play the game at a good standard, then they will be exposed to some degree, but both positive and developmentally, so they will develop.
Exactly, and that's what it's all about, as Holland again drives this nicely down the ground towards Kate Cross at long off for one run. It is a baptism of fire at times, isn't it? That's a good way to describe it for young cricketers, but the best rise to the occasion, and you know, we are seeing that now. I mean, in particular, actually, Mahika Gore is a great example of that, isn't she? Debuted as a 12-year-old, and now look at her.
Incredible. Yeah, with a great future ahead, it's going to be important that she's managed very, very carefully, I think, over the next few years.
And that's a great point as well, as Jones comes into bowl to Sophie Luff, who is approaching a well-deserved 50. She's moved on to 48 from 77 deliveries here, punching that one up to Sophie Ecclestone. And Paul, we will have that discussion about leadership in due course. I know that that's something we wanted to touch upon before the closing stages of this first innings, but yeah, it's an impressive innings this by Sophie Luff as Holland winds up, maybe potentially thinking of a big shot out towards mid-wickets, but it's only a dot ball on that occasion. So at the end of the 42nd over, the Western Storm 182 for 5, run rate of 4.33. It's a decent platform to build a big score here.
It is. I think it's a really good platform, having lost those 3 wickets in the probably around about the 17th, 18th over. So from that point, I think you make a really good point. They're actually well set now going into the last 8 overs or so. You've got Holland on 18 and you've got Luff on 48. So you've got experience and youth, so Luff will be helping Holland through, but both players can strike the ball, both can run between the wickets, and of course, just a few days ago, they nearly chased down 270 plus at Headingley, didn't they, against the Diamond? Only fell 10 short, so they do bat a fair way down the order, as do Thunder. So this is setting up into being a really nice game to commentating on, isn't it?
It is. It's brilliant. It really is. I mean, I'm loving my debut in the comms box here at Emirates Old Trafford, and thankfully the weather is also staying dry. I did take a look at the radar, and I'm seeing some grins around the comms box at the moment because, yeah, the forecast is looking a lot better. It's just overcast, to be honest, heading into this afternoon. Mahika Gore comes into bowl to Sophie Luff, who just tucks that off the pads out towards a wideish deep fine leg in the form of Phoebe Graham. Throws it back to the keeper, Threlkeld, and it will just be a single taken. But talking of the battle of the captains, isn't it, at this stage of the innings? Of course, Luff with the bat in hand, Threlkeld, the field general, in that wicketkeeper position. If you were the head coach right now, if you were to give any advice to your captain, we'll go from Threlkeld's perspective. How would you go about doing so and limiting the Storm with this very, very solid platform? We'll pick up on that point in just a second as Gore comes into bowl to Niamh Holland. Again, it's a nice little tuck off the pads, and it should just be one. Some good fielding, good energy in the field from the Thunder today, and it was Fee Morris doing the fielding there from deep square leg.
I would be encouraging the bowlers and Ellie for that match, and she'll do this, to remain really, really calm, focus on the job in hand, and encouraging the bowlers to stick to their lines and lengths and the variations that they want to bowl. I'll be operating with looking to take wickets but also save wickets within outfield, so on the ring catches and in the out saving runs.
It's a great point, that, as Mahika Gore comes into bowl to Sophie Luff, drops slightly short. They do scamper through for the single, Sophie Luff moving on to 49, but how do you strike that balance? Because at this moment in time, if you do get the wicket of Luff, all of a sudden that 250, 260, as we mentioned before, could become 220.
Yeah, of course. I think that the risk is you can search for the wicket of Luff. You can search and then you lose your lines and you lose your lengths. I think I'd be encouraging them to hit the lines and lengths and build pressure, and encourage Luff to go across the line and try and bring the LBW into play.
Well, let's see if that is what the Thunder go for, as Niamh Holland's an expansive, lofted shot out towards deep extra cover. That's Seren Smell doing the fielding there, and it will just be a single for the Storm as that total ticks over to 186 for 5.
The other thing I'd be encouraging is for the fielders to try and create a run out. Can we create a run out, whether we're in the outfield or the infield? Can we create that pressure on the batters and they make a mistake? Can we create something really, really special and help our ballers out? So I'll be looking at keeping all the fielders focused from that perspective too.
100% as Gore hurtles in towards Sophie Luff, just one run away from that 50. She's currently 49 from 80 deliveries, and it is a good point, isn't it? Fielding is such an underrated part of cricket, but it can change games. I mean, it could have changed the start of this game with that run-outs, and as a bowler it gives you so much more confidence, so much more motivation, doesn't it, when you know you've got that hungry pack of fielders willing to back you at every moment. As Gore turns around at the top of her mark, coming in towards Sophie Luff, who dances down the track, attempts the shot back past the bowler, but fielded comfortably by Mahika Gore. It will be a dot ball to wrap up the 43rd over, and at the end of it, the Western Storm currently 186 for 5 here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Yeah, I think you raise a really good point from a fielding perspective, because, you know, I think fielding's around attitude. Yeah, it's about athleticism and mindset and absolutely the skills as well. But I think it's about your attitude and your mindset and how you approach it. And if you've got a really good fielding unit as a bowler, then that encourages you, that you know that if you don't bowl a great ball, it's slightly back of the length and a little bit wide, that you're going to get cover and support in the field. So if you've got an athletic team that are really focused on hunting wickets, then from a fielding unit perspective, you can create the right types of angles, the right explosiveness to actually create run-outs. We used to always try and focus, I'm going back to England days now, but also with the Thunder, on getting, let's see if we can get 2 run-outs per game, because that's 2 less wickets that the bowlers need to get. You know, so, and they then feel that they're contributing, and from every ball, they're all on it, every ball, and I think that's really important, especially when we're going into the last 7 overs of this innings, because, you know, there's going to be a little bit of, let's call it, lots more running between the wickets. They're going to look to score quick, they're going to take more risks, so if we can be really on it in the field, then that's a really good thing.
It definitely is, and it'll be interesting actually to see if that comes into play in these final few overs as Fee Morris comes back into bowl. Bowls a wide first up around the pads of Niamh Holland. Don't want to be conceding too many extras either at this point in the innings. It's also something the bowlers have to be wary of. The last thing you want is a free hit in this scenario, in particular with a set batter in Sophie Luff, as Niamh Holland, again, she's winding up for that shot over towards mid-wicket. This time just flat bats it to Sophie Ecclestone at long gone. But I always look for body language in fielders as well, and I always think that's a really important point, not just for the bowlers but also for the fans to feed off of, because if you can see the fielders, they're coming in. It is almost like that pack of wolves. It's that pack mentality as Morris comes in towards Sophie Luff, who will play that out towards Sophie Ecclestone at a wide long on, and that is a well-deserved half-century for the Western Storm captain. It has been an innings of real class, real elegance, real elan from Sophie Luff. And we mentioned the term a captain's innings. This really has been a phenomenal knock from the Storm skipper.
Yeah, she's played really well. She's had to dig in, consolidate, build a number of partnerships, and then as she's got into an innings, she's run really well and struck the ball beautifully as well, hasn't she?
And that's the key thing as Morris comes into bowl towards Niamh Holland. Can only find Seren Smale there at a mid-wicket position, but it's the timing, it's the shots, it's refinement, it's splendour. It really has been a fantastic innings to watch, just from the aesthetics side of things as well, as Holland rocks onto the back foot and punches that out to deep point for a single. And it is a massive, massive innings. So we mentioned that partnership, didn't we, between her and Nat Wraith. It was worth 70. At a stage where, let's say that 80 for 4 becomes 86 for 5, 90 for 6, this game could be completely different. So it is a massive, massive innings as Luff just runs this one off the face of the bat out towards the deep third region actually. She's a right-hander, of course, so the deep third region will come back for a second. Moves on to 52 from 84.
Yeah, again, that's a good point. And I think, you know, there's still room in the game for someone to gradually build their innings, isn't there? And help the partners get in and accelerate later on.
100% as Luff winds up. It just evades the diving Seren Smale. Naomi Datani now mopping up at a deepish mid-wicket position, throws it back in, and it will just be 1 run. So an eventful over there, in fairness, from Fee Morris, who ends her 6th over. She's got figures of none for 29, and at the end of the 44th over, the Western Storm move on to a score of 193 for 5.
Just going back to the fielding side of things, it really intrigues me. It's an important area. We've always viewed it as an important area. But if you remember, the late, great Shane Warne said that if you walk into a cricket ground, whether a team is 300 for 1 or 100 for 9, whatever the situation, by the body language in the team, you should not be able to know what the score is. You've got to look at the scoreboard. So he always talked lots about the attitude, the mindset, and the body language of the teams in the field is so important.
It is, because it just galvanises you, doesn't it? As a bowler, it also sends an opposition a message, doesn't it, as well? It's a case of, we're up for this. It doesn't matter what the game situation is. Mahika Gore charging into bowl here to Sophie Luff. Goes the aerial route. Potential opportunity, just evades Sophie. No, it's not Sophie Ecclestone at all. Sorry, Sophie Ecclestone has moved there, actually, from her previous position. But, yeah, potential half chance. Just couldn't get round, unfortunately, on that occasion. But, yeah, not the best times of shots, that, from Sophie Luff.
You can just see the last 2 overs that they've just pressing the pedal a little bit harder, aren't they? And Luff were targeting the deep mid-wicket boundary, the slightly shorter deep mid-wicket boundary here.
And it'll be interesting for Gore as Gore comes in to Sophie Luff. Flat bats that one out towards Sophie Ecclestone. There is Ecclestone at deep mid-wicket or cow corner, depending on whatever terminology you want to use. But yeah, it's an interesting platform, this. 5.4 overs left, and I think this game actually is a great example of 50-over cricket and the fact that you've got so much time. Because so many players go in, and let's say their team are 80 for 4 and they think, right, okay, I'm going to go out there and smash a quick fire 50, and all of a sudden you're bowled out with 15 overs to spare. It's an important point, isn't it? You've got so much time in this game as Gore comes into bowl to Neve Holland, currently 22 off 23. Goes the aerial route, should be taken, and is out. Neve Holland departs for 22 from 24 balls. Mahika Gore getting the job done with an excellent change of pace and length, and that could be a massive wicket for the Thunder as the Storm fall to 196 for 6 in the 45th over.
And just what Alex Hartley was talking about, wasn't it? The slower ball here just sticks in the pitch, missed time then by Holland, and a comfortable catch for Emma Lamb, I think it is, that's running round in the infield. But again, it links back to what Alex Hartley said around taking the opportunity to practice variations and play the situation, which she did do really well there. So she saw that they'd put the foot down a little bit, the Western Storm batters, so with that in mind, she's bowled the slower ball, not quite timed it, and gone up a chimney, as I would say.
Great phrase that, to be honest, Paul. And yeah, it's a great piece of bowling, isn't it, from a young bowler. Mahika Gore, I mean, it is a pressure situation, this, of course. These are two sides who are desperate for victories. The Thunder are supposed to maintain the momentum from Wednesday. That was a great performance. I don't think we've actually spoken about that enough, but a 142-run demolition of the Sunrisers right here. We might touch upon that more in the run chase, to be honest. And the Storm 0 from 2, currently 7th in the table. So two sides looking to generate momentum in different ways. So yeah, just a big wicket that at a key time as Amanda Jade Wellington comes to the crease now. And I've got to say, I'm very, very excited to watch Amanda Jade in action. One of the most exciting and enterprising cricketers in world cricket right now. Also an absolute gun of a leg spin bowler as Gore comes into bowl to the Australian Wellington, taking the pace off again, and it's just guided off the bat out towards deep third for 1.
Yeah, I think she's a terrific player, Wellington, and a real danger for this Thunder unit in these last 4 overs, because actually she can play fairly unorthodox and she can play orthodox, and she often hits gaps and boundaries. So it'll be really interesting how the Thunder unit look to deal with Wellington. I was talking to Stephen Parry actually last night, the assistant coach here at the Thunder, and he was saying how much he rates her as obviously a spin bowler, but as a batter too.
Serious cricketer, and talking of serious cricketers, Gore comes in here, just strays down the leg side against Sophie Luff there. A good take from Ellie Threlkeld as well. Can always rely on Ellie Threlkeld, one of the best domestic keepers in the country right now. But it will be a wide, and actually we will have a change at the end of this over. Lily Harvey will come back into the hot seat to replace Paul Shaw. And we'll get some more insights into Amanda Jade Wellington, because I'm fascinated to learn more about her story in the game of cricket as Gore comes into Sophie Luff for the penultimate delivery of this 45th over, just guided out into the onside by Luff. And it will be another single to add to the Storm total as they approach 200 runs. And Paul, just one final thing from yourself. I mean, if you are talking with your Thunder brain on, 5 overs left, obviously only 4 wickets still in the shed, but from a Thunder perspective, what would you be hoping that your side could restrict the Storm to?
The first thought is let's go bang bang and get these two out very, very quickly because they're both dangerous players. But I think if they can keep them, 225, 230, then Thunder will be happy at this stage.
They definitely would, as Gore comes into bowl to Wellington again. It's a carbon copy actually of that first shot, just guides it off the bat face down towards Emma Lamb at points, and it will be a single. So the 200 comes up for the Western Storm. It's come from 270 balls, and in the 45th over, the visitors are 200 for 6 as Lily Harvey gets ready to join me here in the comms position. We will of course be hearing from Paul Shaw and Alex Hartley in the second innings. Very, very interested to find out their thoughts heading into the run chase as well. And just to give you some score updates from the other matches, in the game between the Sparks and the Stars currently 177 for 2 against the Central Sparks. The Vipers are 255 for 6 against the Northern Diamonds. And yet a little bit of a surprise score at the moment in Chelmsford, with the Blaze 57 for 6 against the Sunrisers. So a great start to the season from the Sunrisers, one of the most improved sides in the competition. And yeah, that would be a big result against a strong Blaze side as Fee Morris gets ready to bowl this 46th over. She's bowling to Amanda Jade Wellington, who plays that nicely down the ground towards Sophie Ecclestone at a wideish long on for 1 run. And Lily, it's good to have you back in the comms box, and yeah, great timing as well with Amanda Jade Wellington coming to the crease. What a time to bring on our Australian cricket experts. So we'll get your insight and knowledge about Amanda Jade in due course, but yeah, it's a good platform this, isn't it? It's a good foundation for Storm to build off of.
Yeah, it is. Like I said, they're, Thunder obviously looking like they were.
Morris coming into bowl here to Luff, plays it off the back foot, and some good fielding there from Seren Smale. We mentioned about the energy in the field from the Thunder. It has been top tier. Yes, there's been a few missed fields here and again, but the energy has been top tier as Luff, again dancing down the track, plays this one aerially and fielded comfortably by Sophie Ecclestone, who was fantastic with the ball as well. Absolutely marvellous.
Yeah, she was, and there's just, like we said before, there's so many different ways you can just describe how amazing Sophie Ecclestone is.
There certainly are, as Morris comes into bowl to Wellington, opens up the arms, tries to take down the expansive option, but instead finds Sophie Ecclestone yet again, who's being kept very busy in this 46th over, been involved pretty much from the get-go. But again, it's a good over so far. I hope that I don't put the commentator's curse on it.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Hopefully not.
4 runs from the first 4 balls. Morris coming in to Sophie Luff, who carves that away into the covers. And they think about a second. They've got to be quick here. And thankfully, yep, Jade Wellington does get through in the end. It will be another 2 runs for the Western Storm and move up to 205 for 6. Yeah, 25 balls of the innings remaining. It's been great cricket to watch, hasn't it, as well, Lily?
It has. It really has. It's good to see Amanda Jade Wellington out there as well with the bat. Doesn't get a whole lot of time with the bat over in Australia, so see if she can put on something special here.
Well, let's see as Morris bowls this one to Luff. A show of frustration and anger there from the Storm captain as she finds the fielder at extra cover for a dot ball. A very tidy over that from Fee Morris as the helicopter goes over our heads here at Emirates Old Trafford. So yeah, just 6 runs off of that over. Morris currently none for 34 from her 7 overs, and the Western Storm at 205 for 6 at the end of the 46th over. So 24 balls left to play. Wellington will be on strike here, and Lily, as I said, the perfect person to discuss Amanda Jade Wellington. Let's say for those who haven't seen her bat before, what can we expect in these final few overs?
Well, from what I have seen when I have seen her bat, she just likes to just have a big swing and have a big crack at the ball, to be honest. She just goes for it. So, yeah, I feel like probably towards the end, if she's, well, even closer to the end, if she's still in within the last couple of overs, I could probably expect her to just go for it.
It's clobbering time, I think,
Yeah.
is the the general gist of that, as
That's
Gore
the one.
bowling 2. Wellington does attempt an expansive shot down the leg side. Thankfully didn't time it too well, otherwise it could have gone into the hands of Fee Morris, and what we've just mentioned would have been completely obsolete. But yeah, shows intent, doesn't it? And there are plenty of gaps, actually. Obviously, Gore's got to be nice and tight here. Just looking at the field, plenty of fielders on that onside. If she does just stray down this offside, I wonder about the vacant point and vacant deep third regions, as Gore charging into bowl here to Sophie Luff. Yorker length delivery, dug out very well by Luff. Only as far as Naomi Datani in at mid-wicket, and that will be a dot ball. But this is a great battle, isn't it, to be honest, between Gore and a set batter, and also Mahika versus an international superstar.
Yeah, it's quite intense, isn't it, actually? When you think of it, it's like not really stakes yet, but you're still sort of on the edge of your seat.
Certainly are. I mean, it's just a brilliant competition as Gore comes into bowl now to Luff, opens up the arms and clobbers it out towards the vacant cow corner region for 4. Sophie Luff now looking to engineer a bit of momentum for her side. Moves the Stormers to 210 for 6 in the 47th, and that was a really good shot. It was a shot of real intent, that, wasn't it, from the Storm captain?
Yeah, it was, and like we said, the sort of field at the moment, it's a lot of it could potentially just be sort of see ball, hit ball towards the end of this innings here. So
it is, but that's why we love 50 over cricket. It's the ebbs and flows. Luff again. That is probably the shot of the day. It goes all the way for 6, through the kitchen sink at it, and almost deposits it into the fans in the old pavilion. What a shot that was from Sophie Luff.
it was, wasn't it? The connection as well. Just you could hear it. Beautiful.
And again, that's what I love about cricket. I love that about cricket, is that sweet crack of the willow. It's one of the greatest things you can hear in life.
Fielder's about to hop over the fence and retrieve that ball there.
I was going to say a bit of a fun time for the fielders over there. Well, we have got the ball back though, actually in the middle, but yeah, an interesting end to this over then. So 6 and 4, and Luff in the blink of an eye is now 70 from 95 balls. Still 2 balls of this 47th over to go for Mahika Gore. Be interesting to see which options she goes for. Whether she takes the pace off, whether she bowls the bouncer, we'll have to wait and see. It's Gore into Luff. Does drag the length back slightly. I'm not sure if Luff actually got a tickle on that, but it is racing towards the fence there at deep fine leg. It's signalled as leg byes by the umpire, but all of a sudden this is turning into quite the final flourish from the women in green.
Yeah, and at this point, sort of Sophie Luff, she's previously in the other 2 matches, she scored 7 off 24 and 25 off 37. So to see her score a big total this time it's quite nice.
Oh, it's brilliant. It really is. I spoke to Sophie in my podcast as well, and she really is a wonderful human being, in addition to being an excellent cricketer. Gore beating the outside edge on this occasion, though. Smart take by Ellie Threlkeld. And at the end of an excellent over for the Western Storm, all of a sudden, the visitors 220 for 6 with 18 balls of the innings still to spare. So hold on to your seats, folks. Honestly, these two, if they can have those clean connections, Lily Harvey, we're looking for quite the end, quite the flourish to this final innings.
Yeah, I think, well, like I said, 220, I think we can definitely get some more here for the Storm. I think, yeah, like you said, this partnership here actually can be quite dangerous.
It can be, and it's a mix of class and power, isn't it?
Yeah.
Between the two batters at the crease. Luff just timing absolutely everything to perfection so far, and Wellington, I'm interested to see the innovation from Wellington.
I feel like Sophie Luff's sort of the anchor in this position at the moment. She's sort of got it. She's, you know, got all the technique and the shots, and yeah, we'll see what Wello can add to this.
Well, let's see. And again, this is brilliant to see, isn't it, in domestic cricket? Kate Cross, an international legend for England, taking on Amanda Jade Wellington. Currently 5 from 5. Cross is none for 30 from 7. And Wellington, there's a bit of an appeal behind the stumps by Ellie Threlkeld, but nothing given at square leg. So it will be a dot ball to kick-start this 48th over. But it's these battles, it's these matchups. It's great to witness, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like these two potentially could have played against each other.
Cross coming in to bowl to Wellington, rather agricultural, just whips that out towards mid-wicket, and there is a fumble there by Naomi Datani. The two batters coming back, scampering through for a second, and just for a moment I thought that could have been a 4, so Datani has actually done very well there to just limit that to 2.
I feel like it's very interesting when you see sort of international players come up against each other. Well, Amanda Jade Wellington, I think it's a big talking point at the moment, actually. It's
well, we'll touch upon that talking point in a moment. Cross in towards Wellington, just tucks that off the hips around the corner and fielded sensibly there by Mahika Gore at fine leg.
just sort of about selection, I feel like. She's consistent. Amanda Wellington's consistent. She just takes wickets, and she can hold herself with the bat as well. So it's a big sort of thing at the moment. It's what's she doing wrong?
It's a very good question. It's the $1 million question, isn't it? As Cross now comes into bowl to Sophie Luff, and Luff again rotating the strike very nicely. Just plays that out in towards the covers and gets another single. I suppose that's a question for the selectors in Australia, isn't it, to be honest? I mean, they're not short for spin options. I think of Alana King. Again, she's been quite fantastic.
So Alana King was after Amanda Jade Wellington.
As Cross comes into the aforementioned Wellington. Wellington providing space, plays it through the legs. It was a very enterprising shot that. Out towards deep backward square leg. A little bit of a misfield there by Ellie Threlkeld behind the stumps. And that will just be a single in the end.
So I believe what the situation was it was Georgia Wareham was representing Australia, and she got injured, and then it was sort of between Amanda Jade Wellington and Alana King.
Oh, wow, that is quite the matchup, isn't it? As Luff goes aerial, chance here for Sophie Ecclestone, just falls short of the Thunder 19. And they do come back for a second. So at the end of an eventful 48th over, the Storm now moving on to a score of 227 for 6. Just 12 balls of this innings remaining. You've got to think, just looking at the rotations, Cross should be bowling that final over, I think, because she has only bowled 8 overs so far today. But yeah, it's almost a microcosm, isn't it, of Australian cricket. The amount of talent they've got, it's ridiculous, isn't it?
And they've got so many players for years to come as well. They're definitely, like I said, not short on players. But yeah, like, imagine one playing being injured, and the two that you're having to choose between is Alana King and Amanda Jade Wellington. Unfortunately for Amanda, the selection did go to Alana King. But I think she did post on her social media, Amanda did recently, about that she's very content with where she's at the moment. She's okay with not being selected for Australia. She's enjoying playing domestic and travelling the world. Why wouldn't you be?
Exactly. It's not exactly a hard life, is it, Lily?
Not at all.
As Phoebe Graham coming into bowl from the James Anderson ends, coming over the wicket, and yeah, Threlkeld standing up to the stumps, doing very nicely there, just pouching that one safely and preventing any further runs. And of course, Wellington having a wonderful year with the strikers in what's been almost the start of a dynasty in Adelaide.
It's exciting. It's really exciting, actually.
It certainly is, and we might touch upon that in the second innings as Graham comes into bowl here to Amanda Jade Wellington again. Threlkeld. If there was to be any wicketkeeper in the country, maybe Amy Jones as well, I'd put in this category, but if you wanted someone behind you, you wouldn't want it to be Threlkeld, would you, as an opposition batter?
No, and as well as sort of her always being really, really on it. I think she's quite vocal as well. Like I can hear her from here.
Oh, 100%. That comes from her football days as Graham coming into bowl yet again. Carbon copy of the first 2 deliveries. Maybe drag that one slightly shorter, but yet again Threlkeld in a flash just pockets that one, and a little bit of a discussion between the 2 batters there. Maybe Luff just having that quick little word with Wellington just to say, you know, calm it down.
Yeah.
Just take a moment, take a breath. We've still got 9 balls of this innings to spare as Graham hurtles in towards Wellington. Wellington opens up the arms and plays that beautifully straight back down the ground over the bowler's head for 4 more runs. That is vintage Amanda Jade Wellington.
Yeah, she obviously saw that little area there that was just pretty vacant, and she went for it. Everyone ducked. By the looks of it, umpire ducked out the way. But yeah, no, it's a really good shot.
Probably a wise decision as well from the umpire at the non-strikers. Had a little bit of venom. Did that one from Amanda Jade Wellington as Graham again into Wellington. Wellington opens up the arms. That's sailing over the fielder, and it does go for 6 more. Well, 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 the momentum of this innings may be just turning in the favour of the visitors here. And Amanda Jade Wellington, look how deep in the crease she was for that, making so much time, expanding the arms and playing that one quite delectably over the fielder's head for 6.
I did say she can hit the ball when she wants to. She definitely can hit a big 6. And that's one of the smaller ones. I tell you, she can hit a 6.
Oh, we've seen it in the WBBL, haven't we?
Yeah.
Goodness me, Amanda Jade Wellington has so much power. Now 19 from 14. How can Graham finish off this over? It's just chipped out towards mid-wicket, and to be honest, for the Storm, you probably want Wellington on strike. She moves on to 20 from 15 at the end of, again, a very exciting 49th over. The Storm now 238 for 6. Yeah, it's a good over that, isn't it, for the visitors?
Yeah, it is, and I feel like Storm are sort of at that point where they've got a good score on the board, you know, and they can sort of have those players like Amanda J. Wellington to just give it a crack. So I feel like they're doing pretty okay at the moment.
They certainly are, and that's the important, isn't it, of having that strong basis, that foundation, the bedrock of an innings, because I mentioned this point with Paul earlier, but if, for example, they would have lost 2 quick wickets and you're looking at 90 for 6 or 100 for 6, this innings doesn't happen, and it is a testament, isn't it, to the hard work that Sophie Luff put in with that partnership with Natasha Wraith, and the rewards are now on show. It's a fruitful partnership, and it is bearing a lot of fruit for the Western Storm. If they can get to 250 on a surface which is accepting a bit of turn, could be interesting, in particular with Amanda Jade Wellington, who now goes for the reverse. That is a brilliant shot from Amanda Jade Wellington. Goodness gracious me. Enterprise, innovation, cricketing intelligence, all rolled into one. That was absolutely immaculate from the Australian.
Yeah, you did mention that you wanted to see what she could sort of come up with, and she's got a lot of tricks up her sleeve, and I think we've just seen one of them there.
Certainly is. Instead of, you know, Magic Mahika, maybe Magic Amanda Jade. As Cross comes into bowl now, takes the pace off and slapped rather violently into the offside there. Thankfully, Deep Point does do the fielding, and it will just be limited at 2-1, but with 4 balls of this first innings remaining, the Western Storm 243 for 6. Wellington on 25 from 17. She's hit 2 4s and a 6, and Sophie Luff 73 from 99. 6 boundaries, 1 6, and the strike rotation has been absolutely spot on as Cross now hurtling in towards Luff, plays it out towards deep mid-wicket. There's 2 fielders converging here for the Thunder. Safely gathered by Fee Morris, and it will be reduced to just 2 runs. A very nice shot though from Sophie Luff. Unfortunately, won't be a century for Luff today, because by my maths, Lily, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but 3 6s would be 18, and that'll take her on to 93. But it's been a fine innings nonetheless, hasn't it, from the Storm skipper?
Yeah, it really has. I think she's just showing her experience and her class here.
Absolutely, both in full effect here, and that's a nice shot actually from Sophie Luff, again digging out that fuller delivery from Kate Cross out towards the backward point fielder for 1, and that is the 50 partnership between these two. That has come along very quickly, in fact, from just 31 balls, 21 minutes at the crease, and these two put on 50 for the 7th wicket. Could be 50 huge runs as we head in towards the run chase. Kate Cross coming into bowl now to Wellington. Makes space, backs up, chips it over the fielders on that offside. And again, they will come through for 2 runs. So 248 for 6 now. I know it is a little bit of a jump ahead, Lily, but do you think they can break that magic 250 boundary mark?
I sort of hope so. You know, I think it'd be really, really good for the Storm if they managed to do that. But let's have a look.
It would be, wouldn't it? As Kate Cross then, for the final time in this first innings, bowls to Wellington, who yet again shows enterprise, innovation. It is a genius shot from a genius cricketer. And it goes for 4, brings up the 250, and at the end of a pulsating innings for the Western Storm, the visitors get to a score of 252 for 6. Just looking at the scorecard, obviously Sophie Luff is the standout there, 76 from 100 balls. She had an outstanding partnership with Natasha Wraith, who scored 38, and then Amanda Jade Wellington, a quick fire 31, finishing off that innings with a real flourish, with a real pedigree. It was an absolutely magnificent blitz towards the end. As for the Thunder, to be honest, I think they'll be happy with that score. They would have preferred it to have been around 230, 240, but Sophie Ecclestone taking figures of 3 for 16. Also very impressed with Mahika Gore taking figures of 1 for 49, and Phoebe Graham rounding things off with 2 for 56. So just final thoughts, Lily, before we do head off for the innings break. Who do you think will be the happier of the 2 sides at this stage in the game?
Look, I think from a Western Storm perspective, it's a good score set, and I think they will be. I think they should be quite comfortable with that. But then again, Thunder they've got a good batting lineup, and from previous games, I think they might be able to chase it down. So, you know, I'm still sort of favouring either at the moment. Like, it could go either way, to be honest.
It could do, and that is the beauty of 50 over cricket. It's the ebbs and flows, and it's the fact that either of these 2 sides could win this game. So we do hope that you join us for the second innings here on Lancs TV. But for the time being, stay around here on the YouTube channel, because I believe we've got the brilliant Thunder documentary, and for those who have not seen it, it is well worth a watch. So yes, stick around here and you'll hear from myself, Lily, Paul and Alex as we head into the run chase in around about 30 minutes time.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
I wanna fly the world. I wanna fly better. Take me where the weather's good. When we are together.
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's ready to put him on. Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagan's Fairbrother. Fine chance, 2 runs, it's a winning hit, on come the crowd.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
I think the pace of the women's game and how far it's moved and how quickly it's moved is absolutely phenomenal. And I think not many people would have ever envisaged that it could have moved the way that it has done.
So you would never imagine seeing that type of crowd for a women's match when I used to go and watch Thunder play Blackpool in the KSL.
just to see the growth of the game. It's a super exciting time.
Been here at Emirates Old Trafford in the indoor school over the winter. The first time ever as a women's team we've been able to have a really good training block here.
Today there's huge misogyny in cricket. There's huge casual sexism every single day.
I guess it's pretty entrenched. Women's cricket wasn't really on the agenda.
Problems in cricket have been dominated by a very sort of small pool of white men, basically.
I think it's pretty clear there's a huge funding gap. A lot of stakeholders are going to have to really take a few brave decisions to get us where we need to get to.
As females, we don't want equal pay, we want equal opportunity, and that's what we're getting now at Lancashire.
Okay.
I'm recording.
So nice. 3, 2. The Charlotte Edwards Cup begins on Sunday, and it's going to be a very exciting competition.
It's a massive competition, you know, especially for our Thunder girls as well. After, you know, a relatively quiet showing in the 50-over competition, I think the coaches will be really pinpointing this competition to do something.
So the Charlotte Edwards Cup is our T20 domestic competition for our regional team.
Obviously named after the great Charlotte Edwards, who's strangely a coach in the tournament, so she's playing for her own name.
It's a round-robin competition, so each team plays each other once.
Then the top 3 get through to a finals day, where top of the group goes straight through to a final, and second and third play off in a semi-final.
I think, in a way, this season coming up could be quite pivotal for Thunder. I think they're at a point where they're going to try and show a little bit of something for the investment that's been put in.
The pressure's there at the end of the day. You know, we're putting in significant investment from the likes of Hilton and Sports Breaks, and the club are over-investing over and above what the ECB are putting in as a regional programme, and which to a level more than any other team. I mean, we're trying to develop a professional elite environment.
The fact that it is so much more visible, that people know they can make good careers from it now, will engage the teenagers and even younger women than that to really get involved in the sport and drive it forward, which is an exciting thing for all of us involved.
A lot of teams were looking at us going, wow, they've been on this amazing pre-season tour, what are they going to be like?
Emma Lamb on strike.
You'll need 2 or 3 individuals to step up, and you need the team to function effectively as a unit.
Deandra Dottin tries to sweep, but completely misses, and the stumps are rattled.
With that investment and with that support comes increasing expectations.
Should be a catch here, straight to extra cover.
Maybe there's an element of trying to run before you can walk a little bit with it.
A big swing here, and this time she does connect. 1 bounce, and it's gone for 4. There's a fielder underneath, put down.
Actually, that motivation going into a new season is always really exciting and can set you up as a group to really start performing.
Prendergast will go for the single, shot at the stumps, and miss. And Western Storm are home.
And a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford. Thunder team against the Blaze here in the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
Kirsty Godden balls down the pitch comes lead and chipped right up towards mid-off, and Emma Lamb's gone.
What do we think is going wrong? Why aren't we winning these early games, you know? And there wasn't any one thing that we could put our finger on.
Ball, and she's looking to ramp that. It could be LBW. It is LBW. Throw has gone. She's gone for 22.
Returns for her 4th and final over. And Ecclestone chips the ball back over her head, and Kelly takes the catch.
But ultimately, when you're playing at an elite level, then that pressure exists, you know, whether the additional funding is there or not. The reality dawns that is what professional sport is.
Overcrossing and balls. That's chipped up towards mid-on. But not Thunder's day in the second match. Listen with the winning runs.
So I think there's an element of you put that support in, you put that investment in, right, start winning games. It just doesn't work like that, does it?
The better team, the stronger team across the piece won the match.
Good for you, Scott.
Okay. Well, Paul, what's your thoughts on today?
Yeah, it's we're disappointed, obviously, to lose the game.
Paul Holton with me on commentary for a bit today, and he said that it looked like a team that's not won all season against a team that's actually played quite well this season. Would that be a fair summary?
I think that's fair. Yeah, I mean, we probably lacking a little bit of confidence at this point in time.
You're winless, obviously, so far this season in the Rachael and in obviously 2 matches in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. How disappointing is that? There was kind of a lot of optimism coming into this season, I think.
Yeah, look, we're disappointed. There's no doubt about that. That's the game, isn't it? And what we've got to do is we've got to keep building belief in the players and be ready, work hard and work smart and be ready come Saturday.
We always joke about Crosby having its own climate as well. Like every time we come, the weather's nice. First thing on a Sunday morning, it's like so quiet. Like it's early, but there's like nobody here. The first time we brought Maisie here, she thought the statues were real people, and then I was like, yeah, so did Charlie. Don't live far from here and grew up playing at Rainford Cricket Club in Liverpool Comp, which is all because of my brother, really. So my brother played both cricket and football, and I did the same because of him, really. So opportunities-wise, I always just played boys and men's stuff, really. Yeah, it was brilliant, and Rainford they give me all the opportunities that they could, and played a little bit at school as well. And then obviously got picked up in the Lanc setup from sort of nine onwards. So yeah, played for many years, coming through the age groups, which was all women's stuff. I'm Ellie Threlkeld, wicketkeeper, batter and Thunder captain.
Oh, Ellie Threlkeld, an amazing skipper. Fastest hands in the Northwest and in the whole country, I'd say. So I think behind the sticks as a wicket-keeper, she's a phenomenal talent.
You can't look past the skipper, Ellie Threlkeld. I think she's been brilliant over the last few years. You know, taking on the reins as skipper is never an easy job, especially with a young group like we've got.
She's, a formidable individual. She's still so young and she's got such incredible leadership skills.
Ellie's great. Ellie is what we're about at Thunder. And it's challenging for her in terms of the pressure of keeping, captaining, batting in top middle order as well. So she's got a lot of pressure on her shoulders as well.
Played for Lancashire since the age of 9, I think, so a very long time. I've been part of the Thunder setup for 3 years now when it first was created. One of the first to receive a professional contract in 2020. And yeah, I've been part of the setup ever since, and became captain 2 years ago. So yeah, this would be my 2nd season in charge. It's something I've always wanted to do. I think I've done it a lot at age group cricket. When we found out Alex Hartley was stepping down, it was not really talked about a lot for a long period of time, and it was sort of myself, Georgie Boyce, a couple of other players were getting opportunities to do the leadership roles on the pitch, and it was mentioned to me that it might be possible, and I sort of gave it everything from my end and said I really want to do it. But yeah, I remember the moment Shawsey told me, and I just couldn't really believe it, to be honest. I think obviously I was only 23, and yeah, it's pretty young to be able to do it, and I think since then I've done everything I can to sort of get better and to try and impact the group as much as I can.
I think a captain in cricket does have a lot of responsibilities. There's decision making, obviously there's a lot of input from a coaching team beforehand, but on-field decision making of if the game plan's not going quite how you wanted it, who's coming on to bowl next. You've got a foot in both camps in a way that you're working with the coaches around selection, and then you're also part of the team like everyone else.
All the support we're getting from Lancashire's absolutely brilliant. Hilton have been amazing, and yeah, likewise other sponsors have as well, and I don't think we'd be able to be going on pre-season tours and funding extra professional players without their help, but there becomes a point where, yeah, we've got to give back as a team, and all the support we're getting, it's got to translate to results on the pitch.
Hello. Hello.
How are you?
Very well, how are you? I know.
The women's game, growth has been magnificent, really. I think it's been a rapid pace of change, but it's also on a journey where you kind of just know it's still got so much further to go.
The game will only get better in quality if women can be given the opportunity to have 12-month contracts, to train in the way that the men do, to completely focus on cricket, and that it's the money, sadly.
We needed to do more, we wanted to do more. I think one of the things that we've always been guilty of is wanting to run before everybody else wanted to walk. You know, we can go and drive additional commercial sponsorship, but we need some more from the governing body. The governing body can achieve that if it actually recognises that by going and doing a broadcast deal or getting a big title domestic sponsor for the Charlotte Edwards Cup trophy, that would be game-changing, because that would fill that gap that would enable the women's pro structure to pay what it needs to pay and do what it needs to do to really compete and grow.
I think in terms of where the women's game is right now, I think we're only scratching the surface of the potential, actually, and I think it's going to take a real collaborative effort across the whole of the professional game network. So that's all of our partners, so that's whether it's the first class counties, the national counties, commercial partners. It really does have to work together in a cohesive way to sort of rise the whole tide.
We are, as the ECB, over-investing in the women's game at the moment relative to the direct commercial returns that we create from it. That's partly because we believe it's just the right thing to do, because ultimately where we're trying to get to is a self-sustaining economy where we build the audience, we create the value, we're able to pay players what we'd like to be paying them.
Stop treating the domestic game as a performance sport. It is a commercial elite sport. There will be a way of doing that if there's a will.
In terms of women's domestic cricket, we are very much in our infancy, I guess, in terms of establishing that as a broadcast product. I think it's something that I am optimistic about in the future as to where that will sit.
I genuinely have always just wanted what's best for our women's professional squad and what's right for our women's professional squad. You know, it isn't our job to make the life easy for the ECB and others. It's our job to be on a journey and do what's right by our women's professional squad.
I think for me, the most important thing about cricket and my love for it came from the friendships that I developed. You know, started playing cricket with Kate Cross at an incredibly young age, at 12 years old, and she's been my ride or die ever since. And, you know, friends that I've made throughout the game have obviously been my rock through my darkest times, but cricket for me is just the most incredible sport. For me, nothing in my life will ever beat the 2017 World Cup final at Lords, and we won it. And then you almost think, how does it get better than that? That's the high. Your dreams have come true. And then you lose your England contract and you go, who am I? Who have I become?
Right, so Alex, we'll start with the intro questions, so they're some nice and easy ones for you. So first is your name and your role.
I'm Alex Hartley, former Thunder.
Straight into the hands of deep mid wicket. Kate Cross with the catch.
Ragadoosh, baby. Time for a batting clinic now. Oh, I don't like that one.
Alex Hartley, World Cup winner, just an absolute firecracker of a player, really good fun.
Oh, they're having sex. Oh no, it's not, it's dead.
The moment she came back to training again, it was fantastic. She just brought an energy, a keenness, a directness about her as well.
Brilliant start from Alex Hartley.
Alex, left arm spinner, enthusiastic player, absolute cricket nut, loves getting involved in everything cricket.
Alex Hartley, one of my oldest and longest friends, the heartbeat of many teams and one of the reasons that I fell back in love with the game.
I was pulling my hair out, my eyelashes out. I had a breakdown on my mum. Couldn't remember the last time I laughed, couldn't remember the last time I smiled. And I was coming back from cricket training, I was miserable, I cried every single day. And had to start therapy because I didn't know what else to do, and I really had hit rock bottom of just going back to that dark place that I was in 2019. Therapy for me got me through the summer of my last summer of playing cricket, and I'm really glad I did that, really glad that I got through that, because if I'd have retired at the lowest of lows that I was at and in a really dark place, I think I would have hated cricket forever. But through therapy, I got to play another season with the Thunder girls, I got to play in the 100, and I retired quite proud of what I've achieved in my life.
Beautiful day here at Emirates Old Trafford, and we are starting, of course, with the Thunder against the Sunrisers. Delighted to say that I'm joined by Lancashire's Sophie Ecclestone. Great to have you with us. As you say, it's not quite gone according to plan so far. Have you been able to really sort of put your finger on where things are going wrong for you?
I think we just need to be a bit clearer on bowling plans, man. I think we should bowl a bit straighter. I think we've been a bit wayward with our lines recently. Get a few, have someone like Lammy to go big today and get some runs on the board.
Ellie, thanks very much for speaking to us. You've just had the toss. What's the verdict?
We're going to have a bowl today. Yeah, lost the toss, so we're in the field.
Right, girls, all I ask is we sit here after this innings, we've given everything, okay? Energy for 20 overs, do the basics really well, all straight. Come on.
After the tough start, I had concern, definitely. You know, I've kind of staked my team's name. I'm really supporting and getting behind this group.
The consequence of people not performing is, you know, those opportunities aren't there anymore.
I think there was pressure, maybe that played a part.
Kate Cross to bowl the first. Cross strikes, wicket with the second ball of the match.
But I know we are good enough, but we're just not showing it on the pitch.
Here's Cross bowls. As she cleared extra cover, Lamb running backwards. Norris coming into the attack.
Villiers sliced away and caught. Second wicket to fall, 28 for 2.
That's gone high, more height than distance, I reckon. Should be gone, is gone. Straight to Deandra Dottin. Gardner, the new batter. There's Lamb in and balls. That's driven for 4. 2 balls left. On bowls. And she's excellent by Datani. Really good couple of overs at the death here for Thunder. And that will be, I think, a really, really happy Thunder dressing room. It's all about the batters now. Job done.
That game really felt like it was the first time that everything was coming together. We bowled really well, and you could see the confidence of the girls was through the roof as well. And it felt like if we could nail the second innings, then we were really onto something.
There's pressure there, but the team went in believing. You really backed us. You know, the team walked out and you thought, yeah, we can do this.
So here we go. Liberty Heap and Emma Lamb heading out to bat. A lot of pressure on Emma Lamb if she can get off to a good start.
Kopak to open up the bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end. It's flashed away to mid-wicket. Nicely played by Emma Lamb. Well, it's a ferocious looking shot. Appears to me to be a marked improvement in running between the wickets. Oh, that's a skyer. Could be caught, probably should be caught. Oh no, put down. 49 without loss. A run away from a 50 partnership for the first wicket between Emma Lamb and Liberty Heap.
And drives down the ground, and that's going to bring up a half-century partnership.
Kelly Castle coming into the attack.
Lamb looks to sweep, and she's gone. LBW, big blow. First wicket to fall. That's the first breakthrough for the Sunrisers. Emma Lamb out.
Side in the air, caught, out, and that is the end of Morris. She's gone for 7.
out for 46. Frustration for Liberty Heat. Fine effort with the bat. Dottin comes down the pitch. It's another monster hit for 6 for Deandra Dottin. Just need 2 more to win. Yeah, here she comes down the pitch. Heaved away into the onside. They're up and running, their first victory of the season. They've beaten the Sunrisers here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Happy captain.
Happy captain. Girls, I just want to say I'm really proud of us. I think we talked about creating our own energy, and I thought that's the best I've seen us out there. I thought the bowlers were outstanding, and I think to turn around what we've done to that today, it's a great effort. And sitting in now, it feels good, doesn't it? So I think hang on to that, and we go again for the next game.
The defeat the other day, that we've got to stick together, and that's what you did. It was absolutely brilliant. I would have thought you'd won every game you played so far. So, fucking well done. You deserve this. You deserve it.
It means so much. It means so much. It means so much to me, the staff, and everyone in here. So, cheers to you all. Thanks. Let's have many, many more beers that taste like this. Well done.
I think still when people think of cricket in this country, they think of the men's game. We're still working to get the women's game up to that level in the public consciousness.
The men's game has too much cricket at the moment. We all know the schedule is congested and it impacts performance. The women's game is entirely different. The women's game is in a different phase and it's hungry. It needs as much cricket as possible.
Women have been put on small club grounds with not great facilities. We're obviously a long way off gender pay parity, and that has to be the ambition, that women's cricket can bring in enough revenue and stand on its own 2 feet that women can get paid what they're worth.
And I will always fight for the cricket girls. You know, I want them to be paid more. I think they should be paid more. You shouldn't have people having to live.
To the action here at Emirates Old Trafford as we have a look at the run chase, with the Thunder requiring a target of 253 runs. It was an excellent innings by the Western Storm, in particular Sophie Luff, that's 76 not outs. Amanda Jade Wellington at the end, an enterprising blitz of 31 not outs. Ecclestone, probably the pick of the Thunder bowlers, taking figures of 3 for 16, and Phoebe Graham as well, also chipping in with a couple of wickets. So as long as the weather stays at bay, as long as it stays dry here in Manchester, we should be in for a very, very intriguing 50 overs. As on my right hand side, I'm delighted to say that I'm joined by Lancashire legend Alex Hartley.
Lancashire legend. I'm not sure I'm a Lancashire legend, but I'll roll with it. I'll roll with it. But no, it should be a good run chase. You just want Thunder to get off, or I want Thunder to get off to a good start. Sarah Smale and Emma Lamb out there in the middle. Emma Lamb's due some runs. She's not been in the best of form recently, but you always know with a player like Lamb, there's runs around the corner.
Oh, 100%. I mean, she's an England's international, isn't she? One of the standout talents in this Thunder batting lineup. And in terms of the two sides, 253 is, as I mentioned, a very interesting prospect, isn't it? I mean, I know it's early days, there's still 50 overs of this innings remaining, but who do you think will be the happier of the two sides?
Yeah, look, I think Western Storm will be really happy getting 252 on the board, especially after the start that they got. Sophie Luff was outstanding, steadying that ship.
She really was, as Danny Gibson gets us underway for the Storm. Massive shouts of LBW right from the bat. Nothing given by the umpire, though. A little bit of a nervy start there for Emma Lamb and the Thunder.
Yeah, just looked to be going slightly down the leg side there for Gibson. A nervous start for Emma Lamb indeed, but a great start for the Western Storm, who you can tell that they're up and about. You can hear them on the effects mic, so they'll be confident going into this second innings.
They certainly will, and it's all about that momentum, isn't it? From those final 10 overs, it's something they can carry into the field. Gibson very full, just outside the off stump of the right-handed Emma Lamb, guided into the covers for a dot ball. And myself and Paul were talking about this, Alex, and I'd love to know your thoughts as a bowler, actually, but just how important is body language for a bowler? You know, from your fielding pack, just how important, how vital is it for them to show that passion, that desire, that energy in the field?
Body language for everyone's so important. I guess because, you know, your fielders can look to the bowler and you can see that the bowler's feeling confident, and to the skipper, the wicket keeper.
100% says Gibson again. There's a little shout of LBW just tucked around the pads on the onside. They do scamper through for 1, given as a leg by the umpire.
But also, you don't have to be the most vocal team, but you can still show, I guess, that encouragement in different ways by all hunting and running in all together and creating noise in different ways, rather than being vocal of, come on girls, keep going girls. You have that extra energy in the field and that buzz around, running between overs. A couple of you going to pick the ball up and, you know, having a bit of a laugh as well out there in the middle just shows that, I guess, you're confident as a team, and also that you're confident in the position that you're in.
Definitely, and we'll touch upon that point in just a moment's time as Gibson comes into bowl to Smale for the first time in this innings, confidently defended back to the bowler for no run. And again, it's stuff like chasing down the angles as well, isn't it? Not allowing those quick 1s and 2s, to quote a commentator's cliche, but it does play a massive psychological impact, doesn't it, on both your teammates and, of course, the opposition.
Yeah, of course. If you can, you know, I guess cut off the angles and turn those 2s into 1s in the outfield as well.
As Gibson comes in here to Smale, just tucks that one off the pads. And they do actually think about a second. They will come back. That's good running from the Thunder openers. And they talk, we just spoke there about talking 1s into 2s. That's exactly what Seren Smale and Emma Lamb have done there.
Yeah, it was took beautifully off the hip for Seren Smale, who's come a long way in the last couple of years. Done a lot of work with her batting, on her batting, sorry. And now in the starting 11, and I guess seeing the rewards of that hard work she's put in.
Absolutely, and we can talk about Seren at the end of this over as Gibson in towards Smale, edged just short of first slip. Thankfully for the Thunder, no damage done, and at the end of, again, a very intriguing first over, the home side move on to a score of 3 for none. So in terms of Seren, just for those who maybe haven't seen much of a play cricket or indeed at this regional level, what can we expect to see over the course of this innings? What kind of cricketer is Seren?
An aggressive cricketer, which is what you want at the top of the order. I think she likes to take the game on. She's got all of the shots. She just needs to, I guess, pick the right times to play them. But she's somebody that I think will complement Emma Lamb in the long run really nicely. You know, they both play in different ways, but also they're good friends as well, so they'll calm each other down in the middle. They'll be great at communicating. But for me, Seren is still so young. She came, you know, she in and around Thunder for a couple of years, but she really came on the scene and became well known in that Under-19s World Cup for her reverse sweep and her reverse paddle. And she almost came back wanting to play it every ball, and it's picking the right ball to play that. But she's got a good head on her young shoulders.
Just to concur with that point, an innovative cricketer, isn't she? Which is always a good sign at a young age. It is just a case of almost working out that naivety at this stage of the career, but goodness me, if she can put together a good innings here, it will definitely put the Thunder in an excellent position, as Lauren Filer, bowling her first ball of the day in towards Emma Lamb, just fended out into the covers for no run. And Lauren Filer, again, just touching upon her rise, it has been a remarkable rise, hasn't it, for the Western Storm seam bowler, a product of Gloucestershire, has the extra element of pace and bounce about her bowling, will definitely be a bit of a handful for the Thunder here as Lamb again goes a little bit defensive, prods it out into the cover, potential run-out chance, but no damage done there for the hosts.
Yeah, she's a good bowler, is Lauren Filer. Extra pace, extra bounce, like you say, but can bowl a mean bouncer as well and a mean Yorker. So also a cricketer that has really worked on her consistency. You know, she played Test match cricket in the Ashes and got Perry out twice in both innings, and I think you're getting players like that out, you're really showing the talent that you have. So she's improved so much in the last 18 months as well.
She certainly has, and here she is in towards Seren Smale, who guides onto the back foot and just fences that one out to Sophie Luff. And Sophie Luff, she was absolutely outstanding in that first innings, definitely the standout from a Storm perspective. A captain's innings of 76 not outs just galvanised her side. It was that partnership, wasn't it, with Nat Wraith? I think that was probably the momentum changer in that first innings. If one of those two would have fell early, could have been a very, very different run chase for the Thunder. Filer in again, puts this one slightly back of a length, and Smale is forced to defend out onto the offside for no run. And a slightly watchful start this from the Thunder, isn't it, so far? We haven't seen too many expansive shots as of yet, but it's also a testament to the discipline, line and length, isn't it, from the likes of Danny Gibson and, of course, Lauren Filer.
Yeah, so far so good. And I think it shows when you build partnerships.
As Filer comes into bowl now, this one tucked nicely off the pads out towards that deep backward square leg region for a single.
The first innings has shown when you build partnerships, so you can get those big scores on the board. They still managed to get 250, having had a really slow start in the first 10 because Thunder did bowl so well. So I think you have to build a partnership. You also have to get used to the pace of the pitch, and you can have a quiet few overs and then catch up later on in the innings.
Definitely, and talking of partnerships, for the Thunder you'd want Threlkeld and Datani to have one similar to the one we saw last year, as Lamb just guides this out towards Sophie Love, yet again involved, and a very good start to Lauren Filer's 10 overs. Her first one goes for just 2 runs, and at the end of the second, the Thunder move on to a score of 5 for none.
Yeah, Shawsey keeps talking to me about this game that we played last year, and I wasn't watching cricket at that time, so I've got absolutely no idea what happened in the game. But it sounds like we won. We chased down 250, so, I'm feeling positive.
Well, you should do, and yeah, maybe a repeat on the scorecard. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it, for the Thunder fans? But Ellie Threlkeld, absolutely outstanding. 107 not out. Again, we talk about captain's knocks with Sophie Luff. That really was an innings of great command from the Thunder wicketkeeper, as Gibson in towards Smale just bats that into the ground out towards Sophie Luff for no run. So 5 runs coming from the first 13 balls of this innings, and of course for the Thunder they will be galvanised, won't they, in the batting department from that demolition of the Sunrisers on Wednesday. 142 run victory. Great to see Fee Morris in the runs as well. That was a really accomplished 89, and Katie Mack, class, splendour, elegance, whatever you want to call it. That was a masterful century as Gibson comes in again to Smale. This one on a good length but slightly wider, and in fact too wide for the umpire, as we see the arms spread out like Christ the Redeemer. But yeah, an extra run for the Thunder total there.
Yeah, what impressed me against the Sunrisers was just Morris and Mack just absorbing that pressure and building that partnership that I keep talking about, and then they were able to capitalise on that. And that will be the key, won't it, as Gibson in towards Smale, rocks onto the back foot and just carves that one out to the point field at 4 no run. Again in 50 overs, Alex, and I suppose you could come at this from a bowler's or a batter's perspective, but do you ever realise how much time you actually have? Because it is something in the modern game, isn't it, with the advent of even T10 cricket, you've got plenty of T20 cricket, but these partnerships which maybe do last for 10-15 overs, they're absolutely pivotal, aren't they, in matches like this, as Gibson again in towards Smale, thinks about going for the shots, retreats the bats, and safely pouched by the wicketkeeper for no run. Yeah, especially when you get used to playing so much T20 cricket in the 100. It's the games at the back end of the summer where you almost have to reset and realise how much time you've got when you go back to 50 over cricket, when you've just been boshing it round for 100 balls in the 100, and you almost forget how much time you've got. And it's one of those where you often see teams get bowled out after the 100.
It's an interesting point, isn't it, as Smale, I wouldn't say almost chops it onto her stumps, but just smacks that one into the ground. And again, some decent fielding from the wicketkeeper for no run. But, I mean, did you ever find it quite difficult to adapt, even as a bowler? I know for the batters, obviously, you've just mentioned there about going out there. It's almost that smash and grab cricket, isn't it, in the 100 or indeed in T20. Did you find it difficult going from 4 overs to 10 overs?
I didn't last year. Racked it off.
Well, there you go. As Danny Gibson in towards Smale. Goes for the flashy drive there, doesn't connect any bat on ball. And that will be a dot ball for the Thunder opener.
I think it's time on feet. The difference is time on feet, and also the fact that you can settle into your spell. But for me, I loved playing 50 over cricket. That was like what the format I was best at. So any opportunity that I got to play 50 over cricket, I loved, and that almost gave me that extra energy to bowl 10 overs. But also as a spinner, it's so different.
Smale driving that crisply through the covers for the first boundary of the Thunder innings. Well, Alex Hartley, you mentioned about Smale's class and control at the top of the innings. That really was a delightful shot, wasn't it?
Yeah,
from the Thunder 47.
Beautiful from Smale, just slightly too full, wide outside the off stump from Gibson. And Smale onto it in a flash, drives the ball through the covers for 4.
Really nice shot, wasn't it? It's one of those where in the crowd you just hear the ooh like that, isn't it? A great deal of appreciation shown for that shot, and at the end of the 3rd over, Thunder now moving on to a score of 10 for none. It's just fascinating though, isn't it? And it's one of the reasons why I love one-day cricket. It's for the constant ebbs and flows, and whether that's for the batters or the bowlers, so much can change over the course of those 100 innings in the match, as this shot is very nicely played on the hook out towards deep backward square leg for 1 run. But it is almost like this narrative, it's this story, it's this tale which just unwinds over the course of the day. You get a result at the end of it as well. I think it's the best of both worlds, isn't it, for the players and for the fans. It really is a wonderful format.
Yeah, unfortunately from the men's side we're seeing it played less and less as well, which you can understand.
Well, of course, they are new times, aren't they, in domestic cricket, as Filer pushes this one slightly short of a length and punched into the offside by Smale for no run. It is a shame, isn't it, that we see less 50-over cricket, because it is such a delightful format.
Yeah, it just doesn't bring in, I guess, the money that is needed for cricket boards. And now we see in the men's game, the only time you actually play 50-over cricket is during World Cups.
As Filer comes into bowl here to Smale, short of a length. Smale picks up on this nice and quickly, pulls it out towards the fielder there at that deep backward square leg region, and they do come through for 2. Not just a single, actually, it was only 1. So it'll be Emma Lamb on strike for this next ball.
I think the bouncer to Emma Lamb's a good option. Not only because it's one of the shots she doesn't play as well, but she's also just had back surgery, and you could see with the previous ball, once she'd played it, she was at the non-strikers end having a stretch because she didn't quite feel comfortable with it. So if I was Lauren Filer, I'd definitely be trying to hit her on the badge of the helmet.
Well, it's interesting you just mentioned that, because that was my next question. Because we all know that Emma Lamb is tremendously dangerous, isn't she? As soon as she gets into that rhythm, that confidence in her innings, at this stage then you would be thinking the sensible option would be the bouncer. Well, let's see if Filer can do exactly that. She comes charging in here towards Lamb, goes a lot fuller, played out towards Sophie Luff. Out at a catching mid-wicket position for no run, but yeah, if Emma Lamb can get going again, we talk about the power, we talk about the pedigree in this Thunder batting lineup. Emma Lamb certainly up there. A tremendously smooth operator with the bat in hand, as Filer looks to just close out this 4th over with no issue. Draws the edge of the right-hander, and some smart fielding prevents that from going for any runs. A good start to this spell from Lauren Filer. She's gone for just 4 runs from her opening 11 deliveries. And so far, we mentioned this, didn't we, with the Storm, Alex, but it has been a pretty quiet start with the bat in hand in this opening power play.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Calm. A bit of calm to start the second innings.
100% as Filer goes a lot fuller now, driven crisply out towards extra cover, but no runs there on that occasion. So at the end of the 4th over, a tidy over from Lauren Filer, goes for just 2 runs, and the Thunder move on to a score of 12 for none. So let's say that we're breaking this down, right, maybe into 10 over spells, and you're looking at this from a run chase perspective. What would you want the Thunder to be breaking this down into?
I think just tick them off 10 runs at a time, build those partnerships. Each batter, pick a bowler that they'll look to target, because everybody's strengths are different. You know, Emma Lamb will face left arm spin differently to Seren Smale, who will face pace differently. So I think everyone will know their strengths and weaknesses, but make sure you're picking the right option at the right times. But also, I want them to be aggressive and show some intent out there in the middle.
Absolutely, as Danny Gibson comes on to bowl yet again to Seren Smale, drives that firmly back into the bowler's hands for no run. It's, to quote Shane Warne, it's tee off but not recklessly, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's this showing intent in different ways, and I think Thunder have shown intent in the first 4 overs. They just haven't got the ball away. They've hit the fielder a few times, and intent doesn't mean your strike rate. You know, just because your strike rate isn't 100 doesn't mean that you're not showing the right intent.
As Gibson charges in towards Smale here, played out nicely on to the offside for no run.
So quite often batters can come off and you know, their strike rate, if they get out in their first 20 balls, their strike rate could be 50, 60, and they'll feel like they've not done a good job. But if you've gone out there and you've just hammered the fielders a couple of times, you've played some nice shots, you just haven't had the reward, and then you've got frustrated and given your wicket away, which is all part of the game. And I guess that cat and mouse of 50 over cricket, of building partnerships, not letting the bowlers get on top of you.
Gibson into Smale. Not the most convincing of shots there from the Thunder opener, but no damage done, fielded at backward points for a dot ball. It is interesting, isn't it, intent in cricket, because you can show intent in different ways, and you're right, you don't need to go out there every single ball trying to launch the leather off of it, do you? And also another part of intent with the batting department is quick singles. You know, going out there, rotating the strike, preventing those dot balls from piling up. Gibson again turns at the top of her mark in towards Seren Smale. This one guided nicely out towards deep backward square leg for 1 run. And Smale now moving on to 9 from 18 deliveries. Been slightly watchful from Seren so far. She played that lovely shot though, didn't she? The nice crisp drive through the covers for 4. But yeah, at this stage it's just about, almost like the Storm did in that first innings, it's about laying that foundation and making it easier for that middle order engine room.
Yeah, she's getting behind the ball nicely as well when she is defending the ball, so she's getting into some good positions.
She most certainly is, as Emma Lamb cracks that through the covers. Might as well save your legs if you're in the field for the Western Storm. That is a lovely shot from Emma Lamb. Races to defence for 4. And the Thunder move on to 17 for none. That was a delectable drive, wasn't it, from Emma Lamb?
So good from Lamb, just leaning on the ball, pushing the ball through the covers, using that fuller length delivery from Gibson. A bit like Smale did in the previous over.
Yeah, really nice shot as a helicopter goes over Emirates Old Trafford. Blue and white one, to be specific, just to give you a little bit of ambience. Here in the northwest, Danny Gibson waits for the helicopter to pass and starts leaping into her action. Now this one glanced down the leg side, will be signalled as a wide by the umpire, and in 1 delivery's time I shall head off. Alex, you shall take over ball by ball commentary, so you'll hear the tones of Alex Hartley with the ball by ball in just a moment's time, and also she'll be joined by Paul Shaw. So I'll take you through this last delivery of the 5th over. And already a 10th of the way through this run chase. Goodness me, doesn't cricket go quickly, as Gibson in towards Lamb, very wide. Lamb thinks about going for the booming drive, gets no connection on it at all, pouched by the keeper, and that will be a dot ball. So I will depart, but at the end of the 5th over, the Thunder move on to a score of 18 for none here in Manchester.
Yeah, you can see Emma Lamb and Seren Smale just having a chat out there in the middle, talking about how the pitch is playing and the fact that Lauren Filer will be getting that extra bounce, and the bouncer will be in the back of both of these batters' minds. I think both of them will look to take it on and not necessarily be frightened of it, but it's the bouncer is one of those, especially with that extra pace, that you are always wary of, especially when there is a deep backward square. Hello, Shawsy.
Good afternoon, Al. How are you?
I'm alright. Feeling refreshed after a feed?
I'm feeling a little full. I think I may have eaten too much.
I'm tired, I am. So Lauren Filer comes in, and it is back of a length, and it's caught at cover. Seren Smale slapping a back of a length ball, a short ball from Filer, straight to cover. And she has to go for 9. Thunder 18 for 1.
That's a blow, isn't it? I mean, it's the right ball to strike. It's a short, wide one outside the off stump. She's not quite got on top of that ball, and it's just slightly ahead. Slightly ahead of the ball and then caught at cover. That's a blow for Seren, a blow for Thunder, but a great breakthrough for the Storm. 18 for 1.
So frustrating when that happens, and it's even more frustrating when the bowler knows it wasn't a great delivery. She almost looked up there, did Lauren Filer. I can't believe that got a wicket, and as a batter you have to take it on, don't you? And it's just one of those where she just slapped it straight to a fielder.
Yeah, it is. It's one of those deliveries that you dream about, really, but unfortunately the execution there for Seren Smale just wasn't quite right on this occasion, as Emma Lamb is just about to be met by Katie Mack, who I'm sure Alex will be looking to build on the wonderful score the other day.
You always think as a batter, surely, I mean, I wouldn't know, a high score of about 12. but you think, oh, I've got to go again. You know, finally got used to the pace of the wicket. It's a fresh wicket. I think Katie Mack facing up to Lauren Filer will actually suit her a lot better with that extra pace, that extra bounce that you don't necessarily get here in England.
Yeah, I think you're right. And some of the better players around, you know, they rate themselves and measure themselves on, you know, consecutive knocks, don't they? And keeping that run of form going and going and going and maximising that. Because we all know from time to time batting can be a tough game. So when you're in a rich vein of form, it's really important to push on.
Well, here comes Filer to Katie Mack. Fuller deliveries left outside the off stump.
Yeah, I think she's going to be, my sense is she'll be watchful early on. She'll pick up the pace of the pitch and see if she can get a good understanding of what Filer does. She'll have watched a fair bit of footage of her, but she's bowled at a decent pace today.
Filer, right arm over the wicket, short ball to Mack, again left alone, there will be no run. That's one for the over for Lauren Filer as well. So, as a coach, you were always a nervous watcher. You still a nervous watcher, or have you calmed down a little bit?
A little apprehensive, I think I was, Alex, to say the least.
Well, I often tell people that we've banned you from the dugout at stages. So here comes Filer. And that's into the onside, and Katie Mack will get off the mark with a single to mid-wicket, 19 for 1.
Yeah, a little bit of a nervous watcher. It's not quite as nerve-wracking up here. But I think you just want the batters to do well, don't you, really? And I've just seen a little picture of a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. And
I remember that man.
Back in 2013, Alex, I think.
Lauren Filer in. And Emma Lamb just watchfully defending the ball to backward point. There will be no run. It's a good one, that, Shawsey.
I look a bit apprehensive there, don't I?
You don't look happy. I don't know where you were. Can you remember where you were in that picture?
I can. Yes, it was the build-up to the Test match down at Wormsley against Australia in 2013, and the Australians are just getting off the coach, and I was watching the men talking to Capes at the time, saying, "Gosh, it's a good side, these Capes."
I remember that Test match very well. Filer comes in, and this is driven down the ground beautifully by Emma Lamb. It's being chased to the boundary, but it won't be stopped for captain Sophie Luff, and Emma Lamb will get another boundary. 23 for 1.
That's a beautifully timed shot, isn't it, from Lamb? She just leant onto that ball, just timed it away, got a weight through the ball, momentum into the ball, and down the ground for a beautifully timed 4 runs. What a shot that is.
She's looking at home out there again in the middle, Emma Lamb. One of those players where I guess her confidence comes from scoring runs. With somebody like Emma Lamb, how do you keep her confidence up when she isn't scoring runs?
Yeah, Lamb is certainly a confidence player, isn't she? And you'd be, you know, just trying to keep her confident, chatting around the innings that she's had, how well she plays when she gets into the ball, when she gets her feet apart, getting forward, getting back, and just encouraging her to make the right movements and have the right mindset, and really building that belief and confidence with her, really. Because when she is in form, and she started well today, but when she is in form, she's a heck of a player, isn't she?
Yeah, we saw that when she made a debut against South Africa as well. As here comes Gibson to Katie Mack, and this one is hit straight to backward point, no run. Nearly a crowd catch there for me. I thought that had been driven straight to backward point.
Certainly looked that way, didn't it? I didn't see the ball bounce, but my eyes are getting a little old now, I should say. A bit older than yours, Alex, for that matter.
I'm catching you up though, shall we? It's all downhill from here, I hear, at 30.
Well, we get to 50.
Gibson from the Jimmy Anderson end, and this is thick outside edge from Katie Mack. Is going to go down to deep third, and Katie Mack wants 2. She's quick between the wickets, and she'll get there comfortably. 25 for 3. Gee, she's quick between the wickets.
And that's exactly as what you want as a coach, isn't it? When you're watching on, you talk a lot about being positive and playing with intent, gaining good positions and running really hard between the wickets. And someone like Katie Mack, as athletic and as quick as she is, can just set the tone for the rest of that batting unit. So really important to see.
Mack facing Gibson. And this one is flicked into the onside. Should just be one. You never know with Katie Mack. It will just be one. 36 for one after 6.3.
I think when you look at someone like Katie Mack, you know, she's up and down, up and down, up and down. Good player, relative experience now in the game. Played a fair bit of cricket. Someone as fit as her with a really good attitude is so important to bring into a squad, isn't it? You know, for those younger players and role model behaviours as such.
Gibson to Lamb. This one driven aerially to extra cover, but there will be no run. I think I've already seen the difference, and not to, I guess, badmouth previous overseas that we've had, but the way she goes about her batting innings, the way she helps Ellie out in the middle, you can just tell that she wants to contribute to this team.
Yeah, I think that's important for any overseas player that you sign, and certainly her mannerisms and the way she goes about her business is, I want to do really well for this team. I want to do well for me, but I want to do well for the team. Gibson
to Lamb. This one flicked in front of square leg. Katie Mack will want to. Emma Lamb wants to. And there's a misfield out there for Skelton, and they'll get there comfortably. 28 for one.
And the run in there between the wickets, you can see straight away Katie Mack's impetus and input in terms of how she's pushing Lammy to run as well. Puts pressure on the fielders, don't they? All of a sudden, what looks like a long one becomes an easy two. And that has an impact on the mindset of the fielders and also whether they can execute their skills when they're put under pressure.
Final ball of the over for Gibson. And this one, again, off the hip for Lamb, just down to fine leg for one. End of the 7th over, 29 for one. And also, I guess when you're turning those ones into twos, the 6 off the over, so that run rate will then be coming, will get lower and lower, and the busier you can be, the almost easier it becomes later on in the game.
Yeah, for sure, you can get ahead of the game by playing low risk, high reward cricket. So you're playing with the full back face, you're getting into the ball, front foot, back foot, you're letting the ball come to you, you rotate strike, and you put your pressure on, you get your twos, and all of a sudden, as you know, Alex, as a bowler, you're bowling pretty well and they're just picking up singles and twos. All of a sudden you might just drag one down or you throw one a bit too full, and that's your 4 ball. So 5 or 6 and over becomes 10 and over without taking a risk.
Here comes Lauren Filer from the media end. A fuller ball just driven back to her. They're going to grab a quick single after a misfield from Filer in her follow through. Get there easily, 30 for one. I'm surprised Filer hasn't bounced Emma Lamb yet.
Yeah, I would expect that delivery to be certainly coming soon. She's bowled one back of the length, hasn't she? But not the bouncer yet. So it'll be interesting when Lamb faces up whether she does that this over.
She's just had a little telling off for running straight down the middle of the wicket as Filer comes in. Short ball to Mack. Doesn't play it all that well, but fends it away okay. There will be no run.
Yeah, I mean, if Matt can just get inside that ball, go right back on the ball and drop it just to the left there, there's no square leg. It could be a 1 or a 2 in there. So I think that's probably, if she bowls a short ball again, that might be where she goes.
Lauren Filer with her extra pace and extra bounce to Katie Mack. Fuller delivery. It's just guided to gully for no run. It must make a difference when you have someone like Lauren Filer with her pace from one end, and then I guess what we would call a regular bowler from the other end. Which one is then harder to face, the quicker one or the slower bowler?
Well, you tend to take the bigger risk often than against the slower bowler that might not be as penetrative as such. So you take the higher risk with the other bowler often.
Filer wide down the leg side, will be signalled wide. So the score 30 for one. She'll have to re-bowl that one.
But having said that, I know that Gibson is a yard or 2 slower than Filer, but she is pretty accurate and she hits the seams, isn't she? So if there is anything left in this pitch at all, then if she hits the seam, she just might just get a bit of a movement.
Mack waiting to face Filer. This time she does get inside the ball. Flicks it to deep square leg just for the single. 32 for one after 7.4.
See, I like that from Mack, because if that ball's slightly straight, I know it's leg stumpish, if that's round about middle stump, she's in front of square there and it's potentially 2 runs. And what it tells me about her mindset is the way that she's run that first one hard, that's what's on her mind. She's thinking there's a gap there. If I can get inside, I can pick up 2 low-risk runs there.
Right arm over for Filer to Emma Lamb, who guides the ball. It just bounces in front of Gully. It's a dangerous shot to be playing that for Emma Lamb.
Yeah, it is. I mean, she's playing really, really well, and the ball's a little bit wider. She gets on top of the ball and plays the ball in front of point, but when it's slightly closer and she leans back, she brings Gully and backward point into play, doesn't she?
Filer, final ball of the over. This time it's Fuller. Lamb leans on it and grabs a quick single up to mid-off. Katie Mack gets there safe. End of the over. Thunder 33 for 1.
I'm really liking the way these 2 batters are going about building this partnership. You know, a wicket went down not too long ago. Seren Smale unfortunately caught it cover. But when you look at the way that they're showing real intent in terms of running between the wickets, they're keeping the risk really, really low. And I think that's important. And I think to do that for the next 5 or 6 overs, just put the bad ball away, run hard, all of a sudden that partnership can quite quickly get to 50 and 60.
So you'd be a happy coach in this situation?
I'd be pretty happy at this point, yeah. I'm just saying, when the bad ball comes, just make sure you put it away.
Don't slap it straight to cover. Which can happen. So I think we're going to see a little bit of spin here for the Western Storm, which is early to bring spin into the attack, especially in the power play. But they've got a great spinner at their dispensing, Amanda Jade Wellington, who is going to come into the attack with her leg spin. What's the threat that she has for Lancs now?
Well, she'll be looking for any spin, obviously, in the pitch if there is any. She does rip the ball hard. She spins the ball away, but she's got a useful googly as well, hasn't she? So the Lancashire players, the Thunder players, will have to watch quite closely the release point. But also there's not much pace on the ball on a relatively slow pitch.
Amanda Jade Wellington gets the ball to turn straight away outside the off stump. It's the first time we've seen a little bit of grip in this surface, Shawsey.
Yeah, so we've seen that a spin ball or a leg spin bowler that really rips it hard, and that's a beautiful delivery to start.
Wellington to Lamb, who just chops on the ball, doesn't get anything on it, there will be no run.
Just wondering whether you'd have a slip in here and a gully with the turn that you've just seen, and maybe someone in close catch in there. Bit of cover out on the offside boundary.
Almost go for that in-out field as Wellington comes in once more, this time outside the off stump, and it's cut from Lambert for no run to backward point. 33 for 1.
I think with that little bit of spin that we've seen, short extra, I think I might just pull just a couple of yards this way with the spin.
Wellington to Lamb, and this time Lamb on the back foot punches the ball to cover and gets up the other end for a quick single. 34 for 1.
Well, we've certainly seen enough in Wellington's first few deliveries to sense that there's a fair bit of spin on here, and the batters in the dressing room, the Thunder dressing room, will have seen the same. So they'll be very watchful at this point, but also looking to pounce on the ball that's back of a length or two full.
Wellington to Mack for the first time, and is punched to extra cover for no run. She's not actually turned another one since the first ball either, but you only have to spin one, and then that's it. You've seen spin in the surface as Wellington comes in. Mack comes down the ground, punches the ball back to her. It's a great start. And there's going to be overthrows there for Wellington, who throws the ball back, and it misses Nat Wraith. So they do get back for a single, 35 for 2. So 2 runs coming off that Wellington over at the end of the 9th.
Run rate of 3.85, 5.32 required, chasing down a target of 253 here at Emirates Old Trafford. The wind's blowing across the ground. We can see the flags across there on the whole traditional pavilion, blowing from right to left as we look at the pavilion from here. Can't see much sun at the moment, Alex. It looks a little cooler out there, doesn't it?
Typical Manchester day, that is. I'm used to it. The Thunder players will be used to it. The Western Storm maybe not. A bit warmer down in Taunton. But no, the blue sky has unfortunately disappeared as we can see that flag blowing in the wind. We're going to see a double bowling change for the Western Storm as Smale comes into the attack with her left arm spin. a decent bowler, Smale, one that we've seen, I guess, burst onto the scene because of the 100 as well.
Yeah, I think she's a good young bowler, isn't she? I know, as you said earlier on commentary, that she struggled a little bit last year with the run-up, so it'll be interesting to see how run-up is today. But yeah, good high potential bowler.
Smale into the attack, and first ball down the leg side, it will be signalled a wide. But straight away you can see she's bowling from the middle of the crease, which is good signs.
Yeah, and certainly that first ball, she looked to get up and over her front knee, didn't she? So that's good signs for her as well.
Smale to Mac. This time Mac watchfully defends this, thinks about going forward, ends up going back, defends the ball for no run.
It's a really good length, that, isn't it? You know, if she's dialed into that type of length and she can hold a line, then I'll put a little bit of pressure on the batters.
Smale once more, Mac on the back foot, just prods the ball back to her for another dot ball. There will be no run. Smale in slightly fuller, and Mac turns it around the corner. She'll think about 2, but Sophie Luff is also quick to the ball, and it'll just be 1. 37 for 1. Yeah, what are you saying to Smale in this situation? The areas you want her to bowl?
Yeah, I'm looking at her, probably look to hit the knee roll, and I'm looking at her to bowl middle and off here.
Smale to Emma Lamb for the first time today, slightly fuller, and is driven to extra cover for no run.
The reason being, if there's any turn at all, or she can hold one off the straight, there's the vacant gap there, if you like, where square leg would be, which would encourage the Thunder batters to play slightly against the spin. So that would be my plan of action.
Smale to Lamb. Lamb with the lap. It's a clever shot from Emma Lamb. Should pick up a couple of runs as she turns and gets back to the striker's end. And the score 39 for 1. It's a clever shot from Lamb.
Yeah, it's certainly a shot that Lamb plays well. It's certainly been in her locker for a number of years now. And it's about percentage-wise working out when's the best time to play that, what's the pace of the pitch, what's the pace of the bowler. And obviously the vacant area at 45 there means that she can. So premeditated shot, but well done on that occasion.
Last ball of the over for Smale. Lamb defends the ball, there will be no run. At the end of the 10th over, end of the power play, I'm going to make way. The Thunder score 39 for 1. A few thoughts from you, Shawsey.
Thank you, Alex. Yep, 39 for 1 for the Thunder batters of the first 10 overs. And they'll be relatively happy with that. They wanted to have lost a wicket, the wicket of Seren Smale, caught at cover. But the way that these two, Lamb and Mac, are building a partnership, Lamb now has 18 off 27 deliveries, and Mac 7 of 14. Both are running pretty well, looking to show intent, and really interesting how they're going to play this phase of play against the two spin bowlers. They're both good bowlers for Western Storm.
They certainly are, Paul. Oh, that's not a great delivery at all. First up, though, from Amanda Jade Wellington. It's a no ball, and it's gone all the way for 6. That is a dismissive shot from Katie Mack, and she really has just pulled that one out of the screws. It was a loose delivery from the leg spinner, but dispatched with complete and utter delight, wasn't it, by Katie Mack?
It certainly was. That's just the type of delivery you need just to get you going, isn't it? And well dispatched for sure.
Certainly was. Not an ideal start to the over for Wellington, and again Katie Mack advancing down the track and sending it all the way for yet another 6. That ball is just sailing over the fence, isn't it, with some velocity at the moment, and we saw the Mack attack in full action on Wednesday against the Sunrisers. That glorious century, already scoring 13 runs from the first 2 deliveries of this over.
Yeah, that's certainly a strong shot, isn't it? And she'd advanced down the pitch, took a couple of strides down the pitch, and then went on to one knee and worked that ball through there to the boundary. It's a good shot. The length here for Wellington is really important, because if the length's right, we've already seen in her first delivery today, there's some spin in this pitch. And Max got to the pitch there. If she doesn't quite get there and that ball spins, then there's a stumping opportunity potentially too. So Wellington, her thoughts, I'm sure, will be going to her accuracy and the length that she wants to bowl to Mac.
Most definitely, as Wellington looking to respond to Katie Mack Bowls a leg spinner just outside the off stump of the right-hander, who guides it out towards Danny Gibson in at short cover for no run. And Wellington already at the top of a mark, showing real intent here with the ball. Goes more of a googly with that one, and again driven crisply to Danny Gibson in at that cover point. But yeah, needs to just tighten up here, does Amanda Jade Wellington. Obviously a lot of pressure from those first 2 balls. She responded quite well for the next 2. Mack now goes onto the back foot, attempts the cut shots, but instead cannot connect, and is deflected off the gloves of Nat Wraith behind the stumps for the Storm. But Wellington really going through her over very quickly here, yet again going for another one wide outside the off stump of the right-handed Mack, who just guides that one down towards Niamh Holland out in that deep point region. And at one final ball of this 11th over, Paul, we will be swapping you with Lily in just a moment, but you will be back shortly because we've got plenty discussed from a coaching perspective, haven't we, in terms of this run chase. Really, really intriguing run chase, to say the least, as this final ball of the 11th over is again carved out towards Niamh Holland, out of that deep point region, and it will just be a single. So at the end of the 11th over, the Thunder moving on to a score of 54 for 1. They need 199 more runs to win off the final 234 balls of this run chase. Just looking at DLS as well, we are of course hoping that the Duckworth-Lewis Stern is not going to come into account today, but it would be 45, so actually at the moment the Thunder are ahead. But fingers crossed that the rain does stay away. We have to look at the radar. There's potentially some coming up from the south and the southwest. We're hoping that it doesn't impact this game, but it is just something for the home side to be careful of, as I'm joined on my left by Lily Harvey.
Hello.
Well, what did you make of that, Lily? Because 2 Australian superstars going hammer and tongs at it. I mean, it was a great start to the over, wasn't it, from Katie Mack, but again, Amanda Jade Wellington showing her class and coming back very strong as Smale now comes into the attack. An attempted pull shot from Emma Lamb crashes off the pad of the right-hander and goes out towards backward points for no run.
Well, it was actually 2 teammates going up against each other, so I feel like if anyone knows how to play Amanda Jade Wellington, it'll be Katie Mack.
It's a great point, isn't it? Strikers teammates and Emma Lamb. That is a glorious drive back over the bowler's head for 4. Takes 1 bounce, hops over the boundary fence. And yet again, a very, very delicious looking shot there from the Thunder opener. That's a shot of real class, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, looking in great touch so far is Emma Lamb. 23 from 30. Katie Mack as well, providing a bit of momentum in this innings. A run of ball 20 so far. How can Smale respond? Drops this just in front of the middle pad of the right-hander from over the wickets. But yeah, Smale, it's a decent start. 8 runs from her first 9 deliveries. She is, of course, a young spin bowler, isn't she? One of the standouts from the Under-19 Cricket World Cup. And here she is into Emma Lamb again, dragging the length back slightly. Lamb thinks about going for the cross-bat shot, but yeah, couldn't get any connection on it that time. Dribbles harmlessly out into the offside for no run. But we will discuss Smale at the end of this over, because again, it's been a remarkable rise and great to see her in the regional stuff as well. Puts this one very wide, carved away by Emma Lamb. There's a little bit of hesitation between the 2 Thunder batters in the middle of the pitch, but thankfully they have come to an agreement, decided rather wisely not to run on that occasion. But Smale is a good over this so far, just the 1 boundary, and you can't really moan about that boundary as the bowler either. It's a really nice shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
By Emma Lamb.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you can't really fault this partnership.
You can't. It's been a very good partnership so far. Smale drops this one slightly short, and it is pulled out towards deep backward square leg. They hurry through for a second. Good running there from Emma Lamb and Katie Mack. It was a nice shot from Emma Lamb. Timed that one very crisply. And at the end of the 12th over, the Thunder going exactly 5 per over. They're on 60 for 1 with 38 overs of the innings remaining. So in terms of Sophia Smale, from what you've seen so far, Lily, what do you make of her as a spin bowler? Because she's shown a little bit of turn there. There is an element of flight and drift in her bowling, but there's a massive ceiling there, isn't there, with Sophia Smale?
Yeah, and she's one that's sort of come through the ranks recently, and she's just been really impressive in every single format that she's played.
Yeah, she certainly was in the Under-19 World Cup as well, wasn't she? One of England's standout bowlers as Amanda Jade Wellington in towards Katie Mack. Mack taking a step outside of her crease, playing that confidently up towards Chloe Skelton for no run. And again, you imagine this will be a rather quick over from Amanda Jade Wellington. Does get through them quickly, flights up the leg spinner, and Katie Mack plays that confidently out towards deep point, who's Niamh Holland for just a single. And this will be an interesting battle, won't it? Of course, if you're in the Storm camp, you'll be hoping that Wellington can get the big wickets of one of these two. Goes this time for more of a wrong-un against Emma Lamb. And again, Niamh Holland, she's been very active, hasn't she, so far in that deep point region. Plenty of shots finding her so far, but yeah, this is just good from the Thunder, isn't it? Just patient accumulation from the home side.
Yeah, and they don't need to rush it at this point.
They certainly don't. Wellington again goes for the leg break this time. Guess who it's gone to as well? It goes straight back to Niamh Holland, who must be feeling like it's Groundhog Day out there at the moment. But
yeah, they're testing her, aren't they?
They certainly are. Goodness me, it is pretty much two carbon copy shots. But again, it's good strike rotation this from the two Thunder batters. Wellington in towards Emma Lamb. Slashes that one straight to backward point for no run.
Yeah, they've just got so much depth as well, do the Thunder. So, yeah, they're...
Next ball in towards Emma Lamb. Textbook cut shot out towards that backward point region. They hurry through for a quick single, but yeah, it is. It's a ridiculously deep batting lineup as another over is completed. Thunder now 64 for 1. I call it the engine room, to be honest. I always think that's a nice term in cricket, but there's so many runs to be scored in that middle order with the likes of Katie Mack, Fee Morris, Ellie Threlkeld, Naomi Ditani as well. Those two last year completely put the Storm to the sword. It was a remarkable partnership. So I know it's the cliche, but if you are of a Storm persuasion, you're wanting one of, if not both of these two, out very quickly.
Yeah, and we've seen it time and time again that if you can't give them too long, because it is dangerous.
It certainly is, and Smale will be the option to try and break this partnership as Lamb goes for the little lap scoop over the head of the wicketkeeper Natasha Wraith. And good running yet again from this Thunder duo gets them a couple more runs. The score now moving on to 66 for 1.
Yeah, there's just a big gap behind the keeper, wasn't there? So she obviously saw that opportunity and just took it.
She most certainly did. She did with a lot of glee as well. It was a really nice shot, and actually now you can see with the change in field they have put in a fine leg as a result of that. So it's making Sophie Luff think as the captain. Smale in towards Lamb. This one on a good length. Angled back in towards the middle stump of the right-hander, who dances down the track and just pushes it out to the aforementioned Sophie Luff for no run. But yeah, Storm going through their overs very, very quickly here. Smale in yet again towards Emma Lamb. Attempts the cut shot, can't beat backward points for the time being though.
Yeah, I feel like that's sort of their way at the moment of putting on that pressure, isn't it? Just getting through it quick, not really giving them much time to think. They're just trying to, put that pressure on by just pushing them.
It's a great point, Lily. We'll touch upon that in due course as Smale, this one rather short. And Emma Lamb attempted to just bludgeon that behind fine leg for 4. But thankfully for the Storm, it is fielded by the fielder in that position, and that is exactly why they plugged it. 4 deliveries like that, and of course for the lap scoop that Emma Lamb possesses. Smale back into Lamb here on a good length, hanging it outside the off stump of the right-hander coming over the wickets. Played out into the covers for no run. As we approach the final ball of this 14th over. It's been measured so far from the Thunder, that's how I'd describe it. We have seen some aggression from Katie Mack against her fellow strikers teammate Amanda Jade Wellington, but other than that, it's been very controlled as Smale again goes a lot fuller this time. They call through for a quick single. And safely home in the end. Maybe a little heart-in-mouth moment there for the Thunder. Lamb did put in the dive, and thankfully the throw from Fran Wilson was not on target on that occasion. So the end of the 14th over. The Thunder moving on to 67 for 1, requiring a further 186 runs to win from the remaining 36 overs. And in terms of this start, Lily, how impressed have you been with the home side so far?
Yeah, very, and I think it's all just about discipline, isn't it? Like they're taking it steady, but when there is a ball that they can put away, they will put it away. And I think that's what we've just seen with Katie Mack and her sixes. It's when the opportunity's there, she will. But other than that, they take it relatively easy, except for that really close call then in that near run out.
Absolutely, we will see Wellington in yet again here, going in towards Lamb. Drops it slightly short, goes for an extra bit of flight on that one. Wasn't the most convincing of shots from the Thunder opener, but in the end just goes out for a dot ball. Wellington sauntering in yet again, this time goes for the leg break, dropped in towards that point region, and they do run through very quickly. It's the intent, isn't it, between these two? That's what's been so impressive so far.
Yeah, it is.
Wellington again at the top of her mark then. This one goes for the top spinner. There's a little bit of a shout for LBW. Far too far down the crease for any shouts to be of real substance. But again, I like that from Katie Mack. As we've just seen on the screen here at Emirates Old Trafford, the 50-run partnership between these two. And now Katie Mack goes aerial. Potential chance here over the shoulders. Just beats the fielder, Fran Wilson. He was in rather almost like a short mid-on. She had a lot of ground to cover. Unfortunately, in the end, cannot make up that distance.
She wanted another run there, didn't she?
I just picked up on that as well, definitely. She wanted to turn that into a 2 and stay on strike. Wellington then in towards Emma Lamb. Again, it's that drop and go. Has been the calling card of this Thunder innings so far. These two have done it expertly to date, and it just keeps that score ticking, doesn't it? Instead of, let's say, that run rate being 6 or 7 runs and over, it's only 5.2 at the moment. That is very, very achievable. Wellington then, final ball of this over. Just guarded away that from Katie Mack. And that will be a dot ball to end the 15th over. Thunder move on to 70 for 1. The requirement now 183 from the final 210 balls. So at this stage of the innings, we spoke, didn't we, with the Storm, Lily, about having a foundation, about having that bedrock, that basis to build a run chase off of. I mean, if you're Ellie Threlkeld and that middle order at the moment, you must be absolutely delighted with this start.
Yeah, and like we said at the end of the first innings, it's like it's achievable, and they've just got to keep on doing this, and I think it's playing into their hands at the moment.
It definitely is, and it's just smart cricket, isn't it? Mm-hmm. It's measured aggression is what it is, as Smale saunters in now towards Emma Lamb, who pulls that away on the onside. And that's a really nice stop out there by Chloe Skelton. That deep square leg. Had to absolutely race across then. She's done very, very well. Easily could have been 4, and instead just limits that to 2. Lamb now moving on to 34 from 47. Just one of those cricketers you kind of blink and you miss with Emma Lamb, as Smale again drags the length back slightly, tucked away out towards fine leg for yet another single. And this is exactly what the doctor ordered, isn't it, for the Thunder? Just run accumulation, setting up the rest of this run chase for the likes of Morris, Threlkeld, Datani, Ecclestone as well. No slouch with the bat whatsoever. Yeah, it must be a very happy camp at the moment. But again, cricket can change as Smale guides this one down the pads of Katie Mack. Just deflects that off her bat to fine leg for no run. It's been a good start to this over from Sophia Smale. Just 3 runs coming off of it so far. This one pitched up a lot more. Misfield by Sophie Luff. But Fran Wilson doing the mopping up at mid-on to prevent that from going for any extra runs.
So, during the Big Bash, you can pick your walkout song. when you go to bat.
I like the sound of that as Smale comes in towards Mack, who just dabs that down to the vacant deep third region. This should be going for 4. It isn't. Instead, it's Jones. That's really good fielding, actually, from Katie Jones. So a lot of hustle there. But they do get back for 3. Really nice running. I'm intrigued, to be honest, Lily. Walkout song.
Yeah, so basically, the players can pick their walkout song when they go out to bat. Now, would you have any guesses as to what Katie Mack would choose?
Return of the Mack.
Yeah, that's the one.
Surely.
Yeah, that's the one.
Great song. Maybe that's what we need to start doing here at Emirates Old Trafford. I mean, she was in fantastic form, wasn't she, in both the Big Bash and, of course, the WNCL. As this final delivery of the 16th over is cut to backward point by Emma Lamb for no run. I suppose the big question, though, Lily, I mean, this is a big one, just on that similar vein of questioning, but if you were to have a walkout song in cricket, and this goes out to our listeners and our viewers as well, what would that song be?
That is such a hard question to answer on the spot. Because I'd have to think about it and come back to you. Do you have one?
I don't know, to be honest. That's exactly why I asked it. It depends on the vibe, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because I'm a drum and bass man myself.
Okay.
Maybe a bit of chase and status.
Okay.
Just set the tone, but I'm a terrible batter. So you'd get the crowd motivated and all hyped, and then someone comes out and scores 1 from 3. Amanda Jade Wellington cuts this one out towards, you guessed it, Niamh Holland at deep points for just 1 run. But yeah, I've always thought that with walkout songs in cricket, it's a fine line, isn't it? Because if you G up the crowd and all of a sudden you think, wow, okay, this person's going to win us the game, and then they get bowled out for a duck, it's a little bit of an anti-climax as Lamb now climbs into this one and goes aerially out towards deep square leg for 1 run.
Yeah, if you're walking out there with Return of the Mack, you sort of feel like you've got to put on a bit of a show, haven't you?
And in fairness, she backs it, doesn't she?
She's
a very, very accomplished batter. Wellington in towards Mack then. Leading edge. Does go out towards that point region yet again. There were calls of a 2 potentially there, but Emma Lamb, I think it was, with the deciding call in the end, wisely turning that down because there were storm fielders just circling like sharks then. As Wellington comes in to bowl the 4th ball of this over. Lamb again rocks onto the back foot. Good stop there. Or half stop, I should say, by Skelton. But they do scamper through for that quick single. And this really is a superb start for the Thunder. Really, really smart, intelligent batting. Wellington. Oh, and just as I say that is the commentator's curse in full effect. Katie Mack has just walked past one from Amanda Jade Wellington, and Thunder do lose their 2nd wicket here in the 17th over. We'll have to see a replay of that one. Oh, it's a lovely delivery from Amanda Jade Wellington. It just skids on off the surface. Mack dancing down the track, completely misreading the flight of that. And a very fruitful 2nd wicket pairing comes to an end. Katie Mack dismissed for 28. Thunder now 80 for 2. Lily, the big question, was there a need for that shot?
Probably not at this stage. But then again, it's Amanda Wellington, and she just sometimes produces some pretty incredible balls. But yeah, I don't think that was entirely needed there by Katie Mack.
No, it wasn't, because so far with someone of Amanda Jade Wellington's calibre, if you've already taken 28 runs from her first 5 overs, right, just from my maths, that's around about 5.6 runs an over, you should be pretty happy with that. You can just nudge and nurdle into those gaps, and you've taken her out of consideration for the time being. Don't get me wrong, I like the use of footwork against spin, but I just feel that ultra-aggressive shot there from Katie Mack, maybe just let a rush of blood go to the head there as Fee Morris enters the crease. And I know I said this earlier on in the broadcast, but that supporting knock of 89 against the Sunrisers. Again, we talk about high-quality innings. That really was a tremendous knock on Wednesday as the Thunder absolutely demolished their southern opponents. But she's got a bit of a challenge here against Amanda Jade Wellington. She's She's already taken her first over. What can she do here to round out the 17th, driven crisply by Fee Morris? And some good fielding in at short extra cover from Danny Gibson prevents that from going for any more runs. So the end of a very, very good over for the Western Storm goes for just 4 runs. The big wickets of Katie Mack also falling. And at the end of the 17th over, the Thunder move on to a score of 80 for 2 here in Manchester. As we will see Sophia Smale coming back into the attack here. Impressed me so far as Smale in terms of the changes in line and length in particular, the variations. It's always an important thing, isn't it, for young spin bowlers?
Yeah, and I think with the sort of amount of time she's played recently, I think that's definitely given her more of an opportunity to test out different things. And with her batting as well, we saw her opening the batting, so I think, yeah, she's
had a good game so far as Smale. Just drops this into the offside and played nicely by Emma Lamb, who I suppose for the time being just needs to play that accumulator role, doesn't she? She is the set batter. She's 38 from 52 balls here. Morris, on the other hand, having only faced 1 delivery, this will just be her second in the match, but she's a very, very talented operator, is Fee Morris, so if someone is to play that foil, as she did with Katie Mack the other day, it would be the Thunder's 31. Smale now drops it in short, potential opportunity in the deep, and instead it goes for 4. Excellent shots from Fee Morris. Rocked onto the back foot, slams it into that deep square leg region, and again 4 valuable runs for the home side.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Fee can produce today after her last outing. It's exciting.
It really is. Smale then into Morris. This one slightly fuller from the young left arm finger spinner. And just deflected into the ground there from Fee Morris, out for a dot ball on the onside. But yeah, just looking at the equation, required run rate of 5.17 for the time being. Still very achievable for the Thunder. Smale now just drifts in a phantom-like off-spinner around the off-stump of the right-handed Fee Morris, who just defends that back for no run. Smale then back into Morris, attempts that more expansive drive, instead drills it back to the bowler. And that will be yet another dot ball. So 3 consecutive dot balls. We mentioned about dot ball pressure. I'm not sure at the stage of the innings where that's necessarily coming into too much of a factor as Smale now. Big shouts of LBW. I think it's going down though, to be honest. From our vantage point in the commentary box, it was very full. Hit Morris flush on the pad, but just looking at the angle on the replay. Lily, would you be in agreement? I think that's sliding down.
Yeah. I think it's a close call, isn't it? But I think it'd be pretty safe to say.
Well, I think the deciding factor in that is the angle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Of the left-handed Sophia Smale. If that was a right-hander, a little bit different maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, with that angle, you're probably looking like a parabolic curve and going past the leg stump. So I'm guessing we'll have probably another over of Wellington here, another one of Smale. In the 20th over, we'll be rejoined by Paul Shaw, who looks as ready as ever on our right-hand side. Looks ready to drop some dimes of wisdom here on Lancs TV. Wellington coming into bowl to Fee Morris, attempts the sweep shot, and she is bowled. Goodness gracious me. Well, well, well. Yet another twist in the tail. And who else but Amanda Jade Wellington? That's a really nice delivery. It's a top quality spinner's dismissal, that, isn't it? And Emma Lamb, she was the set batter, is out for 38 from 53 balls. And just like that, the momentum, the tides are turning. And from 80 for 1, the Thunder now 85 for 3. Emma Lamb departing just before she could have reached that 50. But out into the middle now, to the rich applause of the Thunder fans here at Emirates Old Trafford, is the captain, Ellie Threlkeld. Lily, what can we expect from the Thunder 21? She is a very, very talented cricketer. Had that 107 not out against this opposition last season. She will be a crucial operator, won't she? Heading in to these middle overs.
She will, and I think she'll be looking for some more runs as well, because obviously getting off to a little bit of a slower start this season. I mean, we're only 2 games in, so yeah, I don't think that should define her batting yet. But yeah, excited to see what she can work today.
Absolutely, and this has been a great spell, hasn't it? You know, I said this as soon as I got to the ground this morning. I was excited to witness the spin battle between Sophie Ecclestone and Amanda Jade Wellington. Ecclestone taking that 3-for in the first innings. And now Wellington taking 2 for 28, and she's still got almost 5 overs left. This one very full, driven very confidently as well by Ellie Threlkeld. Beats the diving fielder at mid-on. And that will go through for a single. Nice confident drive that, wasn't it, from Ellie Threlkeld?
It was. Just wanted to also do a quick shout out to Stephanie, who has tweeted us live, tuning in from Adelaide to see her probably some of her favourites in Wello and Katie Mack.
Oh, brilliant. That's what we like to hear, as Fee Morris rocks onto the back foot, punches this through the cover region, and they should come back for a second. It's Niamh Holland yet again. She's been very active out in that part of the field today. Does the mopping up and does just reduce that to 2. That's great to hear that we've got international viewers here at Lancs TV.
I wouldn't even want to know what hour it is at home at the moment. It's got to be, what, at least 2 in the morning?
That's dedication, isn't it? Really is, as Wellington drops this very full over the wicket in towards the right-handed Morris, who can only guide that out onto the onside for a dot ball. I'll tell you what, for Stephanie, right, if you are still tuning in to the broadcast, what is the time out in Adelaide at the moment? Would love to know. That really is dedication, as Morris now attempts the sweep. That ball from Wellington just going slightly down the leg side. And the Thunder batters do come through for a quick single.
Well, I do know it started at 7 PM Adelaide time, so more or less I think it should be those very early hours of the morning. But we appreciate the support.
Oh, absolutely. But then again, why wouldn't you want to watch this? It's gripping cricket as Wellington comes in for the final ball of her 6th over. Defended out by Ellie Threlkeld into the offside, just drops it in short. And at the end of the 19th, a fruitful one yet again for the Western Storm with that massive wicket of Emma Lamb. And the home side now moving on to a score of 89 for 3 here at Emirates Old Trafford. I imagine the weather must be a lot nicer in Adelaide as well, Lily, as our resident Australian.
Yeah, I get a bit confused with seasons, but it's not summer anymore. Summer's ended, but...
Is it autumn?
It must be, I think so, yeah. Still quite warm though, I'd assume, from experience. Doesn't get too cold, to be honest.
It is probably still warmer than England in spring, isn't it? Let's face it. As Smale now comes into bowl to Fee Morris, who again just shifts her momentum onto the back foot. Attempts to play that out towards mid-wicket, but can only find Sophie Luff for another dot ball. Always makes me envious when Australians come on and talk about their weather. Goodness me, it's a lot better than here in the UK, I can tell you that much. As again, Morris rocking onto the back foot, this time playing out onto the offside. And that is yet another dot ball for Sophia Smale.
Yeah, well, I came over here and I only had sort of like jumpers, like hoodies, and people were like, why have you not got jackets?
Nice ball this from Sophia Smale, drops it slightly shorter. Attempted sweep shot there from Fee Morris. Safely gathered by Nat Wraith for the dot ball. Yeah, I would not recommend coming to England in shorts and a t-shirt. Probably ever, to be honest, other than aside from maybe July. As Smale again goes a lot fuller and sweetly swept there from Fee Morris. Well, the call straight away was 2, and again, they have done very well there, the Thunder duo. Obviously, these two experienced campaigners, Threlkeld as well, it does play into the psyche of not just yourself as the batter, but also the opposition. When you've got a big score against the team, it really can galvanise a batting side in a run chase. As Smale dances in towards Fee Morris here. who loves playing those shots off the back foot, just guides that off the hips out towards deep backward square leg. And it will be yet another run to add to the total. But in terms of the weather today, to be honest, Lily, it's not been too bad, has it?
Hasn't. Obviously, there's been a little bit of sort of concerns, but I haven't seen anything. So, yeah, it's been pretty okay, actually.
And I'm pleasantly surprised, to be honest, because further south there has been a lot of rain. So in my neck of the woods in Warwickshire, there's been an awful lot of rain, to be honest, all winter long. And, yeah, it's just continued into the spring. But, yeah, thankfully for the time being, there are some rather gloomy clouds overhead here in Manchester, but no rain as of yet. Smale again dropping this one in short, played back to the bowler by Ellie Threlkeld. Lily, we shall say our goodbyes for the time being, but we'll hear from you yet again later on in the piece. Always nice to hear your insight and knowledge about Australian cricket, and yeah, seen a great battle there, didn't we, between the two Aussies.
Thank you very much.
And shortly we will be joined by Paul Shaw as we enter a very interesting passage of play here. The Thunder 92 for 3 in the 20th over. They require a further 161 to win off 180. And the DLS, I mentioned beforehand that they were ahead in the chance that there was some rain here in Manchester. And now that DLS moving up to 102, so just something to be careful of. But we are, of course, hoping that the rain stays away as Wellington saunters into bowl here towards Fee Morris, deflects off the bat of the non-striker, out towards mid-off, and that will be no run. Welcome back, Paul.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think, as you rightly said, this is gone into an interesting phase of play, isn't it, in the game?
Certainly is. Wellington goes for the leg break, and Morris yet again, she's been very strong off that back foot, just punches that out towards the covers. It was a bit of a half stop from Danny Gibson, and it will be another single. I've got to ask, from your coaching perspective, in terms of how, in particular, that shot from Katie Mack went. I mean, do you think that was the right option in that passage of play? I'll get your answer to that after this ball, as Wellington comes in towards Threlkeld, goes for the top spinner, and Threlkeld rather smartly just deflects that out towards Sophie Luff at mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? She was playing well. She's a positive player, so we're looking to come down the pitch and clip it past mid-on, probably.
Wellington in towards Threlkeld. Nice, strong forward defensive. We've not seen many of those today, actually, have we? In terms of the front foot defensive shots. That's a really, really nice shot from Threlkeld. I know it's obviously a dot ball, but as an enjoyer of the art of batting, I quite like that one, to be honest. Wellington in towards Threlkeld again. This one, a nice loopy leg break, and fielded smartly by Alex Griffiths in at that wide first slip position. Wellington in yet again then. This one again is another top spinner from Wellington, guided out yet again on that onside. Sophie Luff doing the fielding, and an excellent over from the Australian does come to an end. Just one run from that over. The Thunder moving on to a score of 93 for 3 here in the 21st. So going back to our point, Paul, what did you make of that dismissal and the intent behind it?
I think the intent's good. I think it was just the execution. She was looking probably to go slightly to the left shoulder of mid-on, spinning the ball away slightly. So I'm not too worried. I think the higher risk shot when she came down, hit across the spin and hit the ball for 6. You know, that's more of a higher risk shot. At least she's looking to play straight. And when a player's really positive in the mind and positive in the foot movements, you tend to go with that. You just want them to go through with a full bat face. So I wouldn't be too harsh there on Katie. I'd chat to her about different options potentially, but actually I'd be saying back your strengths. You're quick on your feet, you get down the pitch well, just get to the pitch if you can. And have an option too. If you don't quite get there, then can you block the ball? But I think she's played really, really well today and got the impetus back for Thunder in terms of strike rate, running between the wickets, and intent, which these two will look to play hopefully the same way.
They certainly will, as we have a bowling change here from the Brian Statham end. It'll be Chloe Skelton, right arm finger spinner, coming in place of Sophia Smale. So a little bit of a change in tactics there from Sophie Luff, the Storm captain. This first ball from Morris driven very crisply to Fran Wilson at mid-on for no run. Second ball of the over. Morris yet again, such a strong player off the back foot.
Yeah, she's picking length really well, and that's the key. She's picking length, being able to rock back, give herself time and space to play the ball there, as we saw on the offside, but also on the leg side. The challenge for Threlkeld and Morris here is there's not much pace on the ball, so can they keep rotating the strike with not much pace on?
And that is the million-dollar question. Skelton floats up a very, very full ball here, just outside the off stump of the right-handed Threlkeld, who just pushes that out into the offside for no run. It's a great point about the pitch as well, not too much in terms of pace, so it is all about those 1s and 2s and strike rotation. This one should be called a wide, and it will be by the umpire. Skelton just floating that a little bit too far to the right-hand side of Ellie Threlkeld. Yeah, this will be an interesting passage of play, Skelton, the finger spinner. Threlkeld advancing down the track. Can only drive it as far as Amanda Jade Wellington in at that wide-ish mid-off position. Skelton again coming in, very quick ball. That's put a bit of extra pace on, just putting it inside the tram line of that right-hand side of Ellie Threlkeld, so it will be another dot ball, and it's a good start this to a spell, isn't it? Just 2 runs coming off of this over so far. Skelton giving it plenty of flight, and Threlkeld just almost manipulating the bat face to send that ball out to Sophie Luff at short mid-wicket for no runs. So at the end of that over, 95 for 3 the Thunder now, with 28 overs of their innings remaining, a further 158 to win off of 168 balls.
You know, from a batting perspective, the messages that will be have been passed on to both Morris and Threlkeld is to look to score, because if your mindset is looking to score, then you get into really positive positions to be able to hit the ball hard or rotate the ball on contact. If your mindset is I'm being more watchful, then we don't quite get into those positions where we can play a proper cricket shot. So, you know, my message is, from a coaching perspective, will be keep looking to score, look to be positive, and that enable them to get into good positions, both front foot and also back foot, like we've seen Fee Morris get into those good positions, because that enables you to rotate the strike, it enables you to keep the good ball out, but it also enables you to hit the ball quite hard too.
It's a very interesting point you make there, to be honest, Paul, because again, I suppose the run rate isn't a massive factor, is it, at this moment in time? It's 5.6 and over, as we have got another change of bowling here from the James Anderson end. It's Alex Griffiths, a product of the Welsh system. I know that she's played some cricket for Britain Ferry Steel in South Wales in the Neathport Talbot region. So shout out to BFSCC, Britain Ferry Steel, a wonderful club down there in the South Wales Prem, as Griffiths comes into bowl here to Fee Morris. Slightly shortish of a length and just guided out towards Sophia Smale there at backward point. But what do you make of the field actually here, Paul? Just look in here just to describe it for those who can't see for the time being, but plenty of fielders on that onside. So we've got a deep fine leg, I'd say, slightly squarish. We've got a deep square leg, and also a deep mid-wicket as well. So just watch out for the short ball maybe from Griffiths, as Morris carves that away very nicely onto the offside out towards Neve Holland at deep point for just a single. What do you make of the field placement?
Yeah, it tells me from a batting perspective that the bowler's coming in, going to use the angle, ball back of a length, and probably target into top and middle, maybe into the hip region, and isn't too keen to keep the ball too far outside the off stump. So it will mean the bowler will have to use that angle, so we'll have to be consistent. And the other thing, of course, is to try to protect that shorter boundary.
It's a very good point you make there, as this ball a lot straighter from Alex Griffiths into the body of Threlkeld, who just defends that one out towards Sophie Luff for no run. It's a good start this though from Alex Griffiths, just 1 run from these opening 3 balls, and it has been a good fight back as well, hasn't it, from the Western Storm after a very strong start for the Thunder.
It has. The took 2 quick wickets of 2 batters that were in.
Absolutely, and again Threlkeld just scoops this one off the back foot out towards that fielder in the mid-wicket region. That's Katie Jones, the young 18-year-old wicketkeeper batter from Gloucestershire, doing the fielding there.
And that delivery alone is a really good example of what we've just been talking about, isn't it, in terms of the field placing, etc. Just into the hip, thigh area, which brings in that leg side field.
It's smart bowling that from Griffiths. This time does hang it outside the offside and raced off the bat face of Fee Morris's blade. And they will come back for 2. That's smart batting, isn't it, from Fee Morris? Just utilising the pace of Griffiths almost against her there and playing a very safe shot down towards that vacant region.
Yeah, it shows really good awareness of the field position. You know, fielders there is almost backward point, not really third. So pick the line, pick the length, good awareness of the field and let it run off the bat face for a very low risk 2 runs.
Most definitely. It's a shot of a batter in a rich vein of form and confidence, isn't it? As Morris yet again punching it off the back foot. Really has been the calling card of this innings. And even though it has been a slightly watchful innings at times, 16 from 22, she's played some delectable shots, and that will be the 100 up for the Thunder. Comes up in the 23rd over. It's come off 138 balls, 27 overs of this encounter still to go. And it could go either way, and that is why one-day cricket is so appetising, isn't it, as the viewer, because this really could swing either way.
Absolutely. You add 2 wickets to that score, or add another 50 runs to that score, and that's the difference, isn't it? But you know, the current run rate is 4.35, and they need to require 5.67. So they'll look to build a partnership, low risk, high reward, with good intent.
Most definitely. As that is a lovely delivery from Chloe Skelton. And that is not what the Thunder wanted at all. It has drawn the outside edge of Fee Morris, who has to depart for 16 from 23 deliveries. It's a really smart piece of bowling that from Chloe Skelton. Just puts it in that good area, floats it outside the outside edge of the right-handed Morris. And an excellent take from Nat Wraith brings an end to the all-rounder's stint at the crease. Just like that, as myself and Paul were mentioning about the home side aggregating that partnership, accumulating and building that foundation for the rest of the innings, Fee Morris departs. What did you make of that, Paul Shaw?
Look, I mean, Alex Hartley and I was chatting earlier about the length and the line to ball on this pitch from a spinner's perspective, and she's, with that type of delivery, she's brought in the caught behind, the stump, the LBW and the ball, all in the same delivery. So she's targeting just outside the off stump. I thought the line, the length was really, really good, and just drew Fee Morris into the shot, which is a real shame for Thunder, because they were just building a partnership where Morris and Threlkeld. And this is important. The other significant point to make here, perhaps, is that Sophie Ecclestone's not come out to bat at this stage, so they're just holding, making sure they hold Sophie back. They don't need to accelerate the run rate massively, so they'll be giving Datani the opportunity to build a partnership with the skipper.
They certainly are, and yeah, Datani is the incoming batter, the number 11 for the Thunder, wearing 11. That is not the number 11 in the batting lineup. She is, of course, a very capable all-rounder, and not to bring up past wounds for Western Storm fans, but this, of course, was the partnership last year between Threlkeld and Datani. Threlkeld with that masterful 107 not out. Datani also chipping in with a supporting 70, and up until this year, actually, up until that partnership between Katie Mack and Fee Morris, which you saw on Wednesday, that was the record partnership for the Thunder with the bat in hand. So even though you look at that scorecard, 100 for 4, there's still so much time left. If these two can stay at the crease, still plenty in it for the home side.
100%, and that's what it's about. It's about these two building a partnership now.
Well, of course, Chloe Skelton will be hoping not. And just like that, yet another wicket falls for the Thunder. Chloe Skelton is on fire here in Manchester. Yet again, just dropping it in on that good length. Datani thinks about playing the forward shot, plays down completely the wrong line, and it clips into middle and leg. Chloe Skelton is on a hat-trick.
Wow, what a blow. 2 wickets in 2 balls. The dangerous Fee Morris departs, and then followed by Datani with a really, really good delivery on the angle. Nice bit of drift there. It's a beautiful delivery. And gone through it at bail height. Tough ball to get first ball for Datani. But how quickly a game changes. We were only saying just 2 balls ago, weren't we? You know, 2 more wickets, add 2 wickets to the total. And now the England player, the all-rounder, developing all-rounder, Sophie Ecclestone, walks to the wicket to be greeted by her skipper, that I'm sure, with 27 overs left almost, will be wanting to build a partnership and see if they can bat for a period of time here to give Thunder the best chance of being in the game when it gets into the last 5-10 overs of the match.
Absolutely, Paul, but so I suppose for Ecclestone now, the big point at hand, of course, is just seeing out this hat-trick delivery. And to be honest, 2 lovely balls as well from Chloe Skelton. It is the textbook finger spinner's dismissal, isn't it? In terms of that first one, just putting it in that corridor of uncertainty. Morris wasn't sure whether to play it on the front foot or back foot, ultimately ends up playing the outside edge, and then that ball to Ditani. To be honest, I don't think the batter did too much wrong there. It was just an absolute beauty. You mentioned the drift, the flight. It was almost like this spectre, wasn't it? Just sauntering into the middle. And now Chloe Skelton is on a hat-trick. The young right-arm finger spinner. And there are catchers around the bat. We've got a first slip-in. Sophie Luff just brought herself into catching mid-wicket. We've got Danny Gibson also in there at catching position in the cover. Here's Skelton then on a hat-trick. Goodness gracious me, Sophie Ecclestone thought about playing that. And you can just imagine the scenes here in Manchester if that would have tickled the edge. Goodness me, this has been some over. 3 quality deliveries. How can Skelton respond on this one? And Sophie Ecclestone drives her immaculately through the covers. It's racing towards the boundary, and some excellent fielding out there in the covers prevents that from going all the way for 4. That's the energy, isn't it? Those 2 wickets create that side, that almost galvanising effect, don't they, in the field? And that's exactly what we've seen from the Western Storm there.
Absolutely it does, and it creates that ripple effect, doesn't it, across the team, where all of a sudden their mindset becomes very, very positive and very attacking.
Certainly does, and you can just see it. There's an extra air of optimism and enthusiasm. There's an extra air of joie de vivre, isn't there, in the Storm legs at the moment, as Skelton again tosses that one up, and it's just another dot ball. This has been a superb over so far. Skelton then floats this one wide. Ecclestone attempts the cut shots, misses on this occasion, and that brings an end to what could be a pivotal over in this run chase. Of course, Skelton warmly applauded and high-fived by her teammates there as we watched back the dismissals. Thunder now 102 for 5 at the end of the 24th over. I mean, as a spin badger myself, Paul, I just look at that and I think, my goodness, that is top quality bowling, isn't it? That second one in particular, you just watch that hour after hour after hour. That's why you go into spin bowling. It's to make batters look like that. You almost make them look a bit foolish at times, but Ditani can't do anything about that. It's just brilliant bowling.
Yeah, it's a great delivery, isn't it? 2 good deliveries there. Alex Hartley and I were chatting, actually, earlier on about how much Chloe Skelton has come on as a spin bowler over the last 12 months, and Trevor Griffin, the Storm coach, has worked really hard with her.
You can tell they're doing a great job, as this first one, a rather erratic delivery that from Alex Griffiths, does go behind 4 wide. And of course you will be joined by Alex very, very shortly, because I'll be departing at the end of this over. But goodness me, how quickly things can change in the game of cricket. That's why we all love cricket, though. Obviously you want to be on the better side of that, don't you, as a fan of the game? You want it to be your team getting the wickets and getting the runs, but often isn't the case, as Griffiths comes in again, puts it in on a good length in towards Ellie Threlkeld, and just punched out into the covers for no run.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's why we all love the game. We keep getting pulled back into the game and doing what we do with a great love for this wonderful game that we all take part in. And depending which side you're on, you know, the game ebbs and flows one side to the other. One coach is happy, one's a bit disappointed now. So.
Absolutely, as Griffiths again, this one trying to tail the ball back into the right-handed Threlkeld, who plays that down to Amanda Jade Wellington at mid-off for no run. I suppose it's a bit like life, isn't it? Without sounding too profound, we all have our ups and downs, don't we? We have our own ebbs and flows, and I've always thought of the comparison from Harsha Bhogle in Death of a Gentleman. It's a great documentary by Jared Kimber, but he said that cricket almost is like the game of life because of that exact point, as Griffiths comes in towards Threlkeld, attempts the back foot punch, and taken cleanly by Nat Raith. She's kept very well so far, hasn't she?
Yeah, I think she's a good keeper. Has developed a lot as a batter too. I'm just looking again at this field. Griffiths has got no cover out on the on the offside, so has to bowl tight lines. Otherwise, anything wide of the off stump's going to go through the covers or backward a point.
It's a very astute observation, that, and that one is slightly wider from Griffiths, maybe just straying the line ever so slightly, but no damage done for the time being. Sophia Smale doing the fielding there. It is a very intriguing field, and again, it's another nuance of cricket, isn't it? Because if someone is just watching cricket for the first time, as now the field change has taken place, Niamh Holland back out in that incumbent deep point position. But it is just this game of chess just taken out, or taking place in front of us, and that's a very firm drive from Rachael. Potential shy at the stumps. Wellington missing on this occasion, but that will be the first run off the bat from this over, actually. Aside from that wide, it's been very disciplined, this, from Alex Griffiths, and this is it's exactly what the doctor ordered, isn't it, from the Storm perspective. Sophie Luff will be absolutely delighted so far, because the bowlers backing up that tremendous spell from Wellington in fine fashion. As Griffiths then gets ready to bowl this final ball of the 25th over, hurling in with momentum, and there's a massive appeal behind the stumps and given. Alex Griffiths dismisses Sophie Ecclestone for 2 runs from 5 deliveries. And to be honest, we have been mentioning about that pressure building. The tide of this innings is changing. Alex Griffiths getting the massive wicket of Sophie Ecclestone. Just remained planted in the crease. Big appeal behind the stump from Natasha Wraith. And again, we mentioned about her keeping. That is a phenomenal take. It's never easy to keep against pace. Just like that, at the end of the 25th over, the Thunder move on to a score of 104 for 6. I'll be replaced, probably to the delight of the Thunder fans. Fingers crossed Alex Hartley can bring you some more luck. So Paul Shaw, I'll take you for the rest of this break, I suppose. But yeah, what did you make of that over from Alex Griffiths?
Yeah, look, it's certainly a big blow for the Storm unit, for sure. They've built some pressure there, and Griffiths bowled the ball just outside the off stump, a little wide, and Sophie Ecclestone's edged that ball through to the keeper. It was a great catch, but it just shows how quickly the tide can turn in this great game that we all love. And you know, from just being 2 down to 3 down to 6 down in just a couple of overs, really. It's an intriguing game, Alex, isn't it?
Shawsey, I only left you for 10 minutes. What's happened? Come back and we're 6 down.
It was same when I was coach, wasn't it?
Yeah, not much changed. It's frustrating, isn't it? Thunder set a brilliant platform, but again, what we found for the last few years really is just those collapses and not being able to absorb, I guess, pressure in certain passages of play, which actually they did so well in the previous game against the Sunrisers, but things have just got a little bit tougher for Thunder out there at 104 for 6, the halfway stage, still requiring, well, target of 253.
And as we can see, that run rate's just beginning to creep up now, isn't it, as we know. So yeah, there's some batting to do here for the skipper Threlkeld and Kate Cross, that's just joining the skipper out in the middle. But actually they're going to have to build a partnership, still be positive in their intent, because actually, as we were saying before, if you're a bit watchful, then actually you don't get into really good positions, do you? So it's really important they're still looking to score, run hard, put the bad ball away, and see if they can build a partnership.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed the worm there, but we're actually ahead of where Storm were, and we have been for the majority of this run chase. It's just the wickets down and the wickets column that are letting Thunder down at the very moment. But Kate Cross has been saying for years she's not a tail ender, and now she's got the opportunity to prove that, I guess, out there in the middle.
What a wonderful opportunity for Crossy to become that all-rounder, isn't it? You know, bat for the next 20 overs and win the game.
As Skelton gets ready to take over from the media end, who's bowling so nicely with her off spin. Balls to Threlkeld, who leaves the ball as one stays low outside the off stump. It's never what you want to see, a ball staying that low as a batter. It is as a bowler, though. Skelton once more into Threlkeld. Threlkeld sweeping the ball. It wasn't far away from leg stump. Won't be called a wide. How will
the skipper be feeling in this situation?
I think she'll just be feeling it a little bit, but we're just looking to get bat on ball.
She just defends this ball, there will be no run.
And you can see it, can't you, in those movements, not quite sure on picking the length and the pace of the pitch, but I think if she can get forward and get back and get her feet apart as much as she can, give her the best chance.
Skelton in once more. Threlkeld looking to cut the ball. Does get past extra cover. It should only be 1 run. And they will come back for a second with a misfield there from Alex Griffiths. So 106 for 6 for Thunder. 2 more to Threlkeld. Moves on to 5 off 22.
All of a sudden, 253 seems a long way away, Alex, doesn't it?
Skelton in again, defended by Threlkeld for no run. It feels a long way away.
And I guess the challenge is when you've got Skelton bowling as well as she is, you've got, you know, close catches, a couple of close catches anyway, and people in the outfield. It's difficult to generate any force on the ball, isn't it?
Skelton in. Threlkeld looking to go down the ground. Doesn't quite get hold of it. Gibson with the fielding. Another wonderful over from Skelton comes to an end. Just 2 runs off it. She's got figures of 2 for 6 off her 3. And the Thunder 106 for 6.
Alex, you said something I think really important earlier on about being able to absorb that pressure, as they did in the last game. I think Katie Mack just had was it 1 run off the first 20 balls or so against Sunrisers, and learning how to absorb that pressure and then shift that pressure back onto the opposition and maintaining control of yourself, I think is really important from a batting perspective. So this phase of play here, as I said, the run rate is climbing, 6.13 now. Just got to keep rotating the strike, getting into the ball as hard as they possibly can and as much as they can, and playing low risk, high reward cricket, and see if they can get into that last 10 overs in a reasonable position to mount an attack. Very similar to what Storm did, actually. It was the last 10 overs they really accelerated, wasn't it?
Yeah, they found themselves in a similar position as Griffiths comes into the attack. And this one defended by Cross for no run. I think the difference was that Luff stayed in, and you know, she was there throughout. Her strike rate was 50 for a lot of her innings, but she stayed in till the very end. And then you had Wellington that came in and obviously had an exceptional quick fire 30, which sort of started to take the game away from Thunder. As Griffiths comes in to Cross, and this one is attempted to be driven through the covers, but no connection there for Cross. There will be no run. But you just feel like now with Threlkeld and Cross in the middle, this is almost like the last partnership for Thunder.
Yeah, it does feel that way, and I think it's really important. These two need to bat for the next 10 overs, don't they? That takes us into probably the 37th over, and let's have a look where we're at. But it's much stiffer task if they're both out.
Driven nicely through the covers from Cross to get off the mark. The ball should get over the boundary, and it won't. It's a brilliant effort from Amanda Jade Wellington to pull the ball back in and save the boundary. So just 2 runs to Cross, 108 for 6. It's always the case, isn't it? When you're behind the game, you hit a nice shot like that, it doesn't run away for 4.
Yeah, all of a sudden you wonder where all the slow outfields come from, doesn't it? Because the first innings it seems like it was flying, but that's the game, isn't it? But nice to see Cross get onto the front foot and show some intent.
Griffiths to Cross. This one outside the off stump. And Cross somehow managing to get that behind her. Little inside edge there, looking to drive the ball again through the covers. So she'll get 109 for 6. I'm almost looking down to that fine leg region for Cross to see if she can pull out the paddle. It is her go-to, almost like her cover drive. But there is a fine leg out there, and it's not a shot that Threlkeld will be playing in this situation. Griffiths from the Jimmy Anderson end. Threlkeld driven down the ground nicely, but there will be no run.
Yeah, mid-on is quite tight there, isn't she? Fairly straight. So I wonder if Threlkeld can get into the ball, but also potentially working it past mid-wicket, provided she plays with the full bat face.
Final ball of the over for Alex Griffiths into Threlkeld. And this one, again, just tries to drive down the ground, doesn't quite get hold of it. Another exceptional over for the Western Storm, who are on top of this game. 3 runs coming off that over, 109 for 6.
What are the conversations going to be in the middle between the Thunder batters here?
Let's just bat. Let's get bat on ball. Let's support each other. Let's be backing up. Those types of things. Bad ball come. Let's put it away. But let's not do anything too high risk. You know, we've only 4 wickets left. Let's play a good cricket shots. The people that's been successful, or the batters that's been successful, play good cricket shots throughout this game. We can take the risk as we get later on into the game, providing we've got a platform, and that platform from here has got to, you know, they've got to create the foundations to get into the last 10 overs, haven't they?
Yeah, they have indeed, and they've also got to get through Skelton, who is bowling nicely today. Her little office, she's improved so much over the last couple of years. She's got lovely bowling action. She comes back into the attack to cross. This one driven to extra cover. There is no run. 109 for 6.
I know through talking to Trevor Griffin, the Storm coach, there's been about 18 months, maybe 2 years work on the bowler.
Skelton to cross is just defended into the offside, no run.
She was just crossing over quite a lot in her action with her feet, and he's just aligned that and got a little bit more over her front leg, and you can already see some huge improvements.
Skelton in again outside the off stump to cross. You can't beat extra cover. There is no run. Another dot ball for Skelton.
And the run rate just keeps climbing, 6.40. Wish my bank account did that.
Goes the other way, doesn't it? Skelton to cross on the back foot, punches the ball to mid-off. There is no run. What's made Skelton bowl so well today? As she just comes into bowl once more to cross, who comes down the wicket, slaps the ball down the ground, 1 bounce, 4 runs. I think we might have to actually double check that, as it might have been signal 6. And it will be signal 6. And Kate Cross comes down the ground, hits Skelton back over her head, 6 runs, 115 for 6.
Nicely down the pitch and into the ball there. Good contact with a well-timed 6 runs over the top.
Skelton cross again, slapping the ball to extra cover. There will be no run. End of the over. Just the 6 runs coming off it with that maximum from Cross, 115 for 6 after 28. Yeah, so why has Skelton bowled so well?
Well, I think going back to Skelton, I know there's been, as I said, lots of work by Trevor Griffin with her, and what he's done is broke her action right down, and you'll know this from working with Stephen Parry. When you make any adjustments or refinements to your action, often it's off 1 step, 2 step, 3 step, and gradually build it up. And he's done that for a period of time and throughout the winter. And also I think she's had a lot more exposure to playing, a lot more playing. I know it's early part of the season, but they went on pre-season tour. She played most of last season. So I think with that time on task and her confidence growing and coming here in a situation bowling in the middle phase, she's just bowled beautifully, hasn't she?
Yeah, she really has. Threlkeld on strike to Griffiths. Outside the off stump, punches the ball through the covers. What a lovely shot from Ellie Threlkeld. Should get a couple of runs, and they'll stick at 2. 2 more to Threlkeld. She moves on to 7, 117 for 6.
Nice to see Ellie getting into the ball, isn't it? And rotating strike as she grows in confidence, and she gets a slightly fuller ball and a little bit more into it. That ball will be going for 4. But good to see her rotating.
Threlkeld poised, waiting for Griffiths. This time hits the ball down the ground into the mid-wicket region for another 2 runs. It's good batting this from Ellie Threlkeld, who's just starting to get used to the situation out in the middle. 119 for 6.
Yeah, and we know last year from a form at the back end of last year, scoring the 107 not out, I think, against the same team, same venue. Ellie certainly does like playing against this team, but you know she will need to bat for long periods, the majority of this innings, to give Thunder a good opportunity winning this game from this position.
Griffiths to Threlkeld, who plays across her front pad to mid-wicket for no run. So was that the very last game of the season? I think I was actually here watching. I just forgot. I don't remember that. No, I remember. I'd enjoyed myself in the hospitality at the other end of the ground.
Yeah, I heard you were enjoying the refreshments over there.
I could have been there today. What am I doing commentating? Griffiths to Threlkeld, Again, just looking to go down the ground. Doesn't quite get hold of it. Fran Wilson with the fielding. There will be no run. 119 for 6.
It is strong coffee, though, over there in the hospitality, isn't it?
Maybe next game we should go sample the coffee. Ellie Threlkeld, 9 off 30 deliveries so far in this second innings. She faces up to Griffiths. And this one outside the off stump, slapped straight to extra cover again. Danny Gibson with the fielding, there will be no run.
You just need a couple of those to get through, don't you? And you know, it just gets you going, it gets the team going, it gets the scoreboard ticking over a little bit. But the couple of shots that Ellie's tried, just not quite got through yet at this stage.
It seems like just keep nailing the fielder time and time again as Griffiths comes in for the last ball of her over. Threlkeld guiding the ball down to the deep third region. She wants to, but she decides against it. Just gets the one. Threlkeld onto 10. End of the 29th over. Thunder 120 for 6. They're starting to build a partnership here.
They are. Ellie's Threlkeld's on 10 off 32, Cross 9 off 10, so that partnership is building. And as I say, for the next 8, maybe 10 overs, and let's see where the team's at then. If they need 7 or 8 off each of the last 10 overs, then they're in the game, but they'll need probably 4 wickets left to attack that last 10, I think.
So do you think 7 and 8s would be chaseable, but 9's probably a little bit too much going into the back end of the game?
I think it depends how these two are set. If these two are still in there and playing well, and one's got 40 odd, one's got 30 odd, all of a sudden I think you're well set even to chase down maybe 8 or 9. But if it doesn't get above 7, then 7, maybe 8, then you're in with a shout, aren't you?
Skelton to Threlkeld. Doesn't quite get hold of that one. Again, there'll be no run. Yeah, it's always trying to build that partnership but not let the run rate get out of control, and in this situation it's quite tough to do. Skelton comes in with her off spin. Threlkeld on the back foot. Lovely shot through the covers, but it will just be one to deep cover. 121 for 6.
I'm thinking here as a coach, to see if you can get one a ball, front foot, back foot, one a ball.
Cross on strike off the back foot. And there's your one off that ball, Shawsey. 122 for 6.
Because as you know, like we said before, you get one a ball, and all of a sudden you get one 6 and over, then turns into 10 and over, doesn't it? By a bad ball coming because the bowler gets frustrated. So that's the way I'd be looking at it.
Skelton to Threlkeld, who knocks the ball down the ground, and they will scamper through for a quick one. And Threlkeld will get there safely. There's a wayward throw from Wilson. 123 for 6. Now, you can see a bit of rain on the radar, Shawsey.
Do you know what? A little bit of rain. Interesting.
Skelton to Cross. He's beaten her on the outside edge, but there will be no run. That looks like a lot of rain.
It does, but I think you're right. I think we're just on the peripheries of that. Might be a 5-minute shower, or the winds around here might just blow it away.
Skelton, final ball of her over. Cross looking to cut the ball. She cuts it past backward point, and it will race away for 4. Cross will move on to 14. End of the over. Thunder 127 for 6 after 30.
And that's exactly what we're talking about, isn't it? The last 3 or 4 balls have got one off each ball, then one's outside the off stump. Cross has been able to put it away, which turns the over into around about 8 off the over. So, no, really positive. Let's keep this going and give ourselves a chance in the last 10.
I'm going to give you a little break. Shawsey and Lily's going to come back in. So I'll let you put your feet up and try and enjoy the cricket.
Thinking about one of those strong coffees.
You and me both. There's only about an hour and a half until I can have one. Go see the girls, hopefully after a win, but you never know. Another challenge here for Thunder. Amanda Jade Wellington is going to come back into the attack with her leg breaks. So Threlkeld, 12 off 35, has been there for a while as Wellington comes in. Threlkeld looking to punch the ball through the covers, doesn't quite get hold of it. There will be no run. Lily, what do you make of this situation?
I mean, I think they're they were in that sort of tricky spot when they lost those wickets quite quickly, but
Wellington is swept by Threlkeld. Behind, backwards square. Threlkeld looking for the second, will get the second. Easy 2 there for Ellie Threlkeld, who moves on to 14. Thunder 129 for 6.
I think they're doing really well to rebuild, and it was really needed, to be completely honest, and I think Threlkeld and Cross are doing really well to just build that partnership back up.
Wellington to Threlkeld, back of a length, is punched through the covers. It should only be the single, and it will only be the single. Threlkeld to 15, 130 for 6. You're happy as a Storm fan in this situation, though?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, especially when you've got Amanda Jade Wellington coming into bowl. She's 2 for 36, currently off her 7. It's not too bad, is it?
Yeah, wicket taker, a consistent wicket taker in any team that she plays, and she comes into bowl to Cross, who just knocks the ball off her pads around the corner for an easy single, 131 for 6. What makes Wellington so special? Because obviously she takes wickets in every team, but she's not quite made it into the Australia team. She's played for Australia, but hasn't played consistently as she bowls to Threlkeld now, just defends the ball into the offside. There will be no run.
I think it's a combination of as well as her skill. I think she's just a really great person.
She bowls a final ball of the over to Threlkeld, who's looking to cut the ball, play and miss, but it misses the off stump. Threlkeld survives. At end of the 31st, Thunder 131 for 6.
But yeah, I think she's got really great sort of enthusiasm off the field as well as on it. She's very bubbly, very chatty, always up to like from a social media perspective. She's always very keen to do lots of social media side of it as well, which sort of just shows the person she is. But yeah, look, I think, like I've mentioned earlier on, the Australian selection thing is it's a bit of a question mark, because it's like what isn't she doing? But she's fully okay with where she is at the moment.
Skelton to Cross down the wicket, who looks to slap the ball down the ground, and it does. 1 bounce. 4 runs for Kate Cross, who moves on to 19 off just 15 deliveries, 135 for 6. I hear she's got an English passport.
Yeah, I think it's some grandfather or something, isn't it? Yeah. I don't think she wants to play for England, though, to be honest.
Skelton to Cross again, stays in her crease this time, looking to hit the ball down the ground, and does. She gets a quick single. Another 1 to the total, 136 for 6.
I can't remember where she announced it. Was it just some social media post where she was like, I'm okay, we're not playing for Australia, but by the way,
I've got an English passport. She very
so
much
watch out.
She did do that. She did.
It's funny.
5 off the first 2 balls of this Skelton over. She bowls to Threlkeld, who's off the back foot, looking to hit the ball through the covers, and does. Just for a quick single, 137 for 6. You see a lot of players playing for, double countries. Mahika Kaur, UAE, then England. It's happened in the men's game. South Africa. Skelton to Cross, who's stuck in the crease and somehow manages to keep that out. There is no run. Somebody will play for South Africa, then Netherlands. But have we ever had an Australia to England?
I think Amanda's just too Aussie. She just would not be able to do it.
Skelton to Cross, who's driving the ball firmly to deep cover for a single. 138 for 6, with 1 ball remaining of this over. It would be weird with a strong Australian accent.
It would be really bizarre. I feel like, Australia and England is just not.
Skelton to Threlkeld on the back foot, also punches the ball to deep cover for a single. And it's a good over for the Thunder, with 4, 5, 6, 7 runs coming off it. I think 8 runs coming off it. 8 runs, my maths isn't my strongest point. 139 for 6. So these two out there in the middle, well, you've just started to build a pretty decent partnership, but surely the Storm are the happier of the two sides at the minute.
Yeah, you would think so. But then again, well, just before all these sort of wickets fell, you would have thought it was the other way around. So you really don't know. But yeah, I think Storm fans can sort of calm down a little bit at the moment. I think they're okay.
Yeah, Skelton 2 for 27 from her 6. She's bowled fantastically today. Amanda Jade Wellington, 8 overs, 2 for 37 into her 9th here to bowls to Threlkeld. Bit of drift there for Wellington, as there will be no run. Wellington turns the ball from one hand to the other, gets ready to bowl. Threlkeld waiting, this one tossed up, punches down the ground. There will be no run as Fran Wilson does an easy bit of fielding, 139 for 6.
Now, Amanda Wellington has got the best WBBL figures of 5 for 8. She holds them. You know, she's got that twice.
Wellington to Threlkeld, sweeps the ball firmly, and it will race away for 4. That's a fantastic shot from Ellie Threlkeld, 143 for 6.
Yeah, I just find that so funny. She sort of like she equalled her own record. It was a bit of a moment, to be honest. But 5 for 8, that's 5 wickets for 8 runs is pretty special, isn't it?
That is pretty special, as was that shot from Ellie Threlkeld, sweeping the ball behind backwards square for 4 to get her tally to 21 not out. The worst part about when you hit a boundary that way and towards the ground, towards the car park, someone's actually got to go and get it. They've got to go out of the ground into the car park to get the ball themselves. So Skelton there doing the fielding for Wellington.
Not as easy as going into the stand, is it?
Wellington to Threlkeld. Slightly fuller this time around. Threlkeld just defends the ball to Wilson at mid-on. There will be no run. Storm's dot ball percentage has been pretty good today. They've built pressure. Threlkeld looking to hit the ball into the offside and does just for a single. 144 for 6. 1 ball left of the over. Yeah, they've managed to bowl a lot of dots at Thunder, and I guess taking wickets also helps because you do naturally bowl more dots at new batters. As Wellington looking to finish her over, bowls to Cross, who just tickles the ball around the corner for a quick single. End of the 33rd over, Thunder 144 for 6.
Yeah, it just seems to make sense that when a new batter comes in, it takes them, you know, maybe it depends on who it is, but it might take them a little bit of time just to sort of get their eye in. The standard.
Oh yeah, well, Threlkeld 22 off 47, Cross 21 off 19. Cross is flying out there in the middle, almost like she's been there forever. Just as we give you a little update from scores around the grounds, the Central Sparks, they're chasing 269 there, 58 for 4. The Vipers game, that's delayed. Unfortunately for them, they're playing the Northern Diamonds, and the other one that was on the bottom of my screen, that's just disappeared, so I'll give you that update in a minute. But we've got Abby Freeborn and Katie George out in the middle for the Central Sparks. Their Wasp has them at a 3% chance of a win here. We've got plenty of runs to chase and 4 wickets down already. But here at Thunder 145 for 6 after 33, needing 253 to win. We're going to see a bowling change. We're going to see Holland into the attack. It's a big partnership to break this, as Holland with a right arm seam comes into Cross and just defended off the back foot. There will be no run.
So you're in Sophie Loft's boots at the moment. What are you talking your fielders and your bowlers through at the moment?
I think just keep things simple, to be completely honest. Just look to hit the stumps, you know, create pressure by dot balls and ones. Every over that doesn't go for over 6 is a win for the Storm, as Holland comes in to Cross, who defends the ball yet again. There will be no run. So even if Thunder gets 6 off the over, that's still a win for the Western Storm. So For me, it's just keeping things really simple. 108 runs off 100 balls with just 4 wickets in hand. So you're almost thinking as well, when do we bring our international bowlers back on to try and break this partnership? Sophie Love should know that, or will know that this is Thunder's last chance, really, as Holland comes in. And this one's hit her on the pad. There's a big shout for LBW, but it's given not out. Going down the leg side. There also will be no run, 145 for 6. So I think Sophie Love will just be saying stay patient in this situation. Holland 3 dots to start her spell for the Western Storm. Cross facing up. Fuller delivery from Holland is driven down the ground, straight to Fran Wilson. There will be no run, 145 for 6. It's been a good start this from Holland.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, just like you mentioned before about the dot balls, it's yeah, it's sort of key at the moment, isn't it? If they're not taking those wickets, can't ask for much more.
Holland to cross. This one defended on the front foot for cross. There will be no run. 4 balls in, 4 dot balls for Niamh Holland. 145 for 6. 5 dot balls, sorry. This is what you want if you're Sophie Love. A bowler to come on at this stage of the game and also to build that dot ball percentage and create a little bit more pressure around those 2 out in the middle. Holland, final ball of her over to Cross, who defends the ball onto her front pad. There will be no run, so a maiden for Holland to start her spell. End of the 34th over. Thunder still 145 for 6.
Yeah, it's a nice point in the game to bowl one over like that, isn't it? Just to sort of keep things tracking over for the Storm. It's nice to just have that over with yeah, complete maiden.
It's a bit of a roll of the dice, do you reckon, here for Sophie Love bowling Amanda Jade Wellington out at this stage of the game?
Yeah, well, obviously when you mentioned about sort of when you put them on, it's like, yeah, sort of using her. Do you save it for later? But Sophie Love has other plans, it seems.
A bit like Ellie Threlkeld did with Thunder and Ecclestone. Bowled her out pretty early. She had fantastic figures. But probably needed her at the death as Wellington comes in for her final over to Threlkeld, who cuts the ball to deep cover. It should only be 1. It will only be 1. Threlkeld moves to 23, 146 for 6, the Thunder.
Maybe Sophie Love sees it as a point where if Amanda Wellington just breaks up this partnership here, it's looking probably quite good for the Storm. So I think that's probably where her mind was going.
Wellington to Threlkeld to cross, sorry. Just nudges the ball off her pads around the corner for a quick single. 147 for 6. And also in the batter's mind, they'll know that she doesn't have many balls remained in here, Wellington. As she bowls the ball to Threlkeld, clips the ball to mid-wicket. They won't scramble through for a single there, a dot ball.
So would you have saved her over for a bit later on, or would you have just gone for it like?
I think because she only had a couple of left, I'd have bowled her as well.
Yeah.
To Threlkeld, who sweeps the ball around the corner, and this might go away for 4, and it's not. It's stopped brilliantly in the deep from Niamh Holland, and it will only be 2 runs. 149 for 6. Threlkeld to 25. Yeah, what would you have done? Are you happy to bowl her out?
Like I said, it probably for this reason of breaking up this partnership.
Wellington to Threlkeld, who tries to cut the ball past backward point, doesn't quite connect with it. It is another dot ball.
But yeah, I would not say that I'm on any sort of cricket level of you and Sophie Love, so I don't know whether my point is as valid as...
Of course it is, of course it is. Wellington with her final ball of her spell. It's on the pads of Threlkeld, who can't quite get it away. And 10 overs bowled for Wellington. She's bowled fantastically well today. 2 for 46. Thunder after 35 overs, 149 for 6.
She's just made quite an impression on this Western Storm team, hasn't she? She's come in and she's shown what she can do. Sometimes it takes like these international players to, it takes some time for them to adjust and to the weather, the conditions, and Amanda Wellington right off the bat has just shown what she can do, really.
I'm guessing she's a player that you've followed for a number of years now.
Yeah, so, well, I've watched the WBBL since the very beginning, so 2015, and she played in that, and I used to play cricket against her, actually, back in the day. I was very young.
Was she as good as... I was guessing she would just tore club cricket apart, did she?
Yeah, she did, yeah.
Holland from the media end to Kate Cross, who just knocks the ball into square leg for a single. So Holland going for her first run of her spell so far. Thunder 150 for 6. And that brings up the 150 for Thunder, and a great partnership between these two. Threlkeld is 25 off 52, Cross 23 off 27. A well-needed partnership from these two. Holland to Threlkeld, who's looking to sweep the ball, strikes her on the pad. It won't be out, the ball going down the leg side, and they'll get through for 2 leg byes, 152 for 6. Bit of a strange LBW shout, that one.
Yeah. I mean, look, when it's only the bowler and the keeper going up, it's you can usually tell where that one's going to go. Were you one for appealing?
If you don't ask, you don't get. That was my motto.
Very true.
Holland to Threlkeld. Driven nicely down the ground by Threlkeld, but no real timing. Fran Wilson with the fielding, another dot ball, 152 for 6. Yeah, I always thought you have to appeal.
Yeah.
Because umpires can make mistakes, as we saw in the first innings. So you've got to ask, otherwise you've got no chance of getting a wicket.
Yeah. Was it Katie George the other day who appealed so hard she just fell over?
I didn't see that. Didn't
she just
see
toppled
that.
backwards. I've got a thumbs up of approval from behind here.
Threlkeld flicked nicely into the onside, but straight to Skelton at deep mid wicket. So it'll only be a single. She moves on to 26, 153 for 6. So what happened with that one?
I'm pretty sure she was just appealing while running backwards and just got a bit too carried away with her mind on different things and just toppled over. It happens.
I'm not sure it does, actually. I don't think I've ever seen that. Holland to Cross. It's a poor ball. It's flicked into the leg side. Should only be one. Couple of bounces to Smale out at deep square leg. 154 for 6, and that brings up the 50 partnership between Threlkeld and Cross. Well needed partnership, Lily.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can hear the appreciation around the ground from the home fans and teammates.
Yeah, they were in a little bit of trouble when Cross got to the crease, sorry. And she stuck around with Threlkeld really nicely. I'll get your thoughts on that in a minute. Just after this ball from Holland. Threlkeld with the paddle sweep. That's well played from Threlkeld. She'll get 4 runs for that. She moves on to 30. Thunder 158 for 6.
She saw that little gap there, and she really capitalised on making the most out of that one. It was innovative stuff. Love to see it.
Hypercourse has just tagged me in the appeal from Katie
they're
George.
so quick.
Hypercourse is so quick. So quick. End of the over. 36 gone. Thunder 158 for 6. So yeah, just talk me through how important this partnership has been for Thunder.
Well, yeah, like you mentioned, actually, Kate Cross did come in at quite a troubling time, didn't she? But then this has definitely steadied the ship, and it's really what they needed. But yeah, they're working really well together, aren't they? They're just running all those singles that they need to run, just keep on rotating it, building that score back up when, well, it was a much needed little anchor, wasn't it?
It was indeed. There's now 95 runs to win off 84 balls. Smale's going to come back into the attack from the Jimmy Anderson end with her left arm spin. Number 16 on her back is going to bowl to number 16, Kate Cross at the striker's end. We've got a deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, a long on, and a deep cover. Smale to Cross, and punches the ball off the back foot to backward point. There will be no run.
So 95 off 84 6 wickets down. Do you think it's going to be quite close, or do you think it's still too early to make a bold prediction like that?
Smale to Cross, who sweeps the ball for 4. Poor ball from Smale down the leg side. Cross gets hold of it. Past backwards square leg, and it races for 4 runs. 162 for 6. Wonderful shot from Cross.
Yeah, it definitely was. She's doing quite well here, isn't she?
In answer to your question, I think it's probably a little bit early to tell. I think these two need to stick around for a little bit longer. There's still so much time left in this game.
Yeah.
As Cross faces up once more outside the off stump, he's slapped through the covers, but there is a deep cover out on the boundary. And they still get back for 2. Cross hits it so hard. Skelton with a misfield. 164 for 6 now, Lancashire Thunder.
Well, yeah, coming in sort of this partnership here halfway through the innings, it's like not leaving it. They didn't leave it too late either. So yeah, they've definitely got that time.
Cross on the back foot, just punches the ball in front of point to Alex Griffiths. There will be no run. Sophia Smale from the Jimmy Anderson end. Cross off the back foot. This one gets past backward point again. Skelton with the fielding, doesn't manage to stay on her feet, so Thunder get back for 2 more. 166 for 6 now. Cross moves on to 32, sorry. Good bit of fielding from Skelton, but question, could she have stayed on her feet a little bit?
Yes, I think so.
Final ball of Smales over to Cross, again off the back foot, and again goes to Skelton at deep cover. And there will just be the single. A good over that for the Lancashire Thunder. They are 167 for 6. Yeah, so things just looking slightly easier for Thunder out there now in the middle.
Yeah, I think so. Like we said, they've still got time. But I do like it when they've sort of had that time to regroup and rebuild. It's quite nice, isn't it, just to watch them sort of potentially in a little bit of trouble, but have managed to fight that back.
Yeah, and I think the longer these two can stay out there, the more in the game the Thunder are. But when you look at who's next to bat, and it's not saying that the tail end can't, but you want your batters doing the hard work.
Yeah.
And if you've got number 11 at the crease, and you know there's 10 runs to get off last two overs, anything can happen when it comes to the tail enders. I can say that because I was one myself, and the tail ender, you think you can win the game from anywhere, but in reality you're batting at number 11 for a reason. So there is pressure on Threlkeld and Cross to stay out there for a while. As we have a little drinks break now. What do you think Sophie Luff will be saying to the Western Storm here?
Well, I mean, they definitely will sort of want to break this up, because it could really work some wonders for Thunder here. So I think, well, to be honest, she'll probably, I mean, they are sort of, they're attacking a bit more, aren't they? So just keep on attacking. And I mean, yeah, they'll definitely be looking for that wicket one way or another.
Bring back your international bowlers.
Yeah.
Still got Gibson and Filer.
Yeah.
Still overs left. Maybe worth potentially bowling Filer an over or 2 and seeing if she can get the breakthrough with her extra pace and bounce.
She had a bit of a tricky New Zealand series, didn't she, Lauren Filer? Pretty sure she went wicketless. Could be wrong.
Well, you do your research. I've just turned up without anything.
My research, she went wicketless, but I may have missed it. Pretty sure I didn't. But yeah, just obviously she's come back and playing some domestic stuff. So we'll see. Yeah, see how it goes for Lauren Filer. But yeah, tricky series with England.
Yeah, I don't think she bowled badly, but it's frustrating as a bowler when you go into a series and you don't get the wickets that you necessarily want. It's not that you expect, you never expect to take wickets, but as a bowler, as an out-and-out bowler as well, you're there to take wickets, especially someone with her pace. So she didn't bowl badly by any means, she just didn't get the rewards that she necessarily has in the past. It's been a long drinks break, as we now see the physio come out to attend to Kate Cross. She needs a new plaster on her hand.
All the people who have run all the drinks out just all look extremely cold.
They look freezing, don't they? The woolly hats are
Yeah,
out. The
long jackets.
The long Arsene Wenger jackets are out. Football jackets. I mean, it was the coldest 24th of April on record on Wednesday.
Okay.
And I can't imagine it's warmed up all that much between Wednesday and Saturday.
Probably not. Yeah, I'm still really trying to get used to the weather, to be honest. Like I said, I've come with. In Australia, you don't need anything more than a jacket. You don't need coats. You don't need any of that. So I've come over and I've had to have shops just dedicated to buying warm clothes, because everyone's like, why are you walking around in that? I've got nothing else.
And you've not learnt yet?
No. I've been here a year and I still haven't figured it out.
Have you done an English winter yet?
Not really.
Not really. I
kind of disappeared. So I was here for well, when exactly is winter?
December, January, February, the coldest
Disappeared
months.
to Australia for that.
Yeah, you've done well there, because they are horrific. They are freezing cold.
Left in October and returned in Feb.
You've done the right thing there, Lily. As Holland, after the break, bowls to Kate Cross. A little inside edge onto her pad. There will be no run. Sometimes a stoppage of play can actually help the ball inside here. So almost Thunder having to, I guess, start again. They was just starting to pick up a bit of momentum. But almost after that drinks break, restarting after that.
Yeah, I feel like in matches where they have sort of like strategic timeout as well, like the 100.
Holland to Cross, who flicks the ball off her pad. They'll think about 2, but they won't get to. It's well fielded from Skelton out in the deep, 168 for 6.
I feel like after those little timeouts and little breaks in bowling innings, wickets do come relatively quick after as well, and I think that says a lot about whose side the break goes on, with obviously the bowlers being able to regroup and the batters losing that momentum.
Well, interesting here. Holland's just been told by the umpire that she's running into the danger zone, so she's going to have to just readjust her run up ever so slightly as the umpire talks to the skipper Sophie Luff about it. So Niamh Holland just running into that danger zone. We'll have to change things up. Just change the angle of her approach ever so slightly, or the angle of her follow through. As Threlkeld's waiting for the next delivery. Flicks the ball off her pad into the square leg region. She wants 2, but Cross sends her back. There was never 2 there. Good send back there from Cross as they move to 169 for 6. I'd take 196 for 6. 169 for 6.
Yeah, Niamh Holland's another product of that Under-19 World Cup, isn't she? Along with Sophia Smale as well. Seren Smale too.
Cross tries to drive Holland down the ground, doesn't quite get hold of it. There will be no run.
I think so. What was your sort of opinion on the Under-19 World Cup? Do you think it helped this sort of structure for the girls?
I think it's needed. I think if there's a men's Under-19s World Cup, there should be a women's Under-19s World Cup. That only makes sense to me, as Niamh Holland into Cross wide down the leg side. A good stop behind the stumps there from the wicketkeeper, but it will be a wide, 170 for 6. And I only think it's going to make not only English cricket stronger because they're playing against other teams around the world, but it's also going to make world cricket stronger. So for me, there isn't an argument not to have it.
No, yeah. And we do know you do love a World Cup, don't you?
I love me a World Cup. Holland to Cross, and defends the ball into the offside. There will be no run. I'm off, well, hopefully off to America for the World Cup, men's T20 World Cup out there, just to experience cricket in the States will be amazing.
Yeah, I'd love to get over there as well, just to, because it's the USA and West Indies. That's very strange, isn't it?
Final ball of Holland over, and it's flicked into the onside. Beautiful timing from Cross, and it's Skelton who does the fielding, but it will be 2 for Kate Cross, who moves on to 36. End of the over. Thunder 172 for 6. We'll come back onto that because I'm going to get out of the way. So after a few more thoughts from you,
no problem.
I'm going to get off it.
we'll just let Aaron set up and get sorted, and then he is back to chat with me for a bit.
I am indeed. Unfortunately for the Thunder fans, after the streak of luck we had earlier, I mean, all those wickets fall in quick succession. I'm hoping to have a brighter effect on the home fans this time around. As I said, it was like 4 or 5 wickets just falling in quick succession, but...
Well, so you were like the bit of the bad luck, and then Alex came on, and then they've been soaring. So we'll see what happens now.
Exactly, it's like the harbinger of doom, unfortunately. But I'm hoping that the Thunder can take this quite deep, to be honest, because it is still a more than achievable target, isn't it? Just 81 off the final 72 balls of this match, 6.8 runs per over. It's not out of the equation as Threlkeld sweeps this one sweetly to fine leg for just the 1 run there.
Yeah, the runs have stayed pretty in line with the remaining balls, haven't they? So it's been pretty even since this rebuild here with Threlkeld and Cross.
It has. It's been a really good partnership, hasn't it, between the pair of them. It's been measured aggression. It's nothing too outside of the box, but they've just played nice cricket shots, haven't they?
Yeah, they have, yeah.
Yeah, it's been very nice to watch as again Threlkeld going for the sweep against Smale, gets this one slightly finer, and it does go through this time for the single. So that equation now 80 from the final 74 wickets in hand, and you have to say this probably is the partnership, isn't it, for the Thunder. Don't get me wrong, the likes of Phoebe Graham and of course Mahika Gore can bat as Smale comes in to bowl here to Kate Cross, playing across the line of that one. Not getting too much connection that time around, goes safely back to the bowler Sophia Smale for a dot ball. But yeah, it's been a really good innings this from Kate Cross, 36 from 40. It's been a nice patient innings. This time goes for a more expansive drive back down the ground, safely fielded by Amanda Jade Wellington, and yeah, it's been a really good game, hasn't it? It's just been end-to-end stuff. It's had all the ebbs and flows of 50 over cricket. Smale comes in now to bowl, and that is that. Kate Cross is dismissed for 36 from 42 deliveries. Sophia Smale gets her first wicket on the board, and unfortunately my streak of bad luck continues.
We need Alex back in the room.
Yeah, we're desperately searching for Alex Hartley. Goodness gracious me. I mean, it's a great piece of bowling, don't get me wrong, from Sophia Smale. And Cross just playing that on the back foot, missing it unfortunately on that time. But that is a huge wicket, and the 7th wicket falls with 173 on the board. Still an excellent partnership nonetheless.
Yeah,
I mean, it was a 69 run stand for the 7th wicket.
Yeah, it was what they needed really. Like, they were looking in a bit of trouble, weren't they? Like, we can admit that it wasn't looking too great, but yeah, they made a really good fight back actually with that partnership there.
Yeah, they did, and it is a lovely piece of bowling, in fairness. I'm conflicted, I'm torn to be honest, because I love spin bowling. I'm not sure if I've made that quite apparent enough on today's broadcast. I'm not sure if I mentioned that I'm a spin badger, maybe once or twice, but I'm torn because that partnership, if they would have put on another 30-40 runs, again, this could have been a really, really interesting run chase. Still has the potential to be, of course, as Mahika Gore, with her towering 6'3" figure, comes to the crease. And Threlkeld as well. I mean, this is the interesting question now, Lily. If you were Ellie Threlkeld and you're in her position, you are the set batter, you're the captain of this side, how do you go about this run chase?
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because is it going to get to the point where Ellie's still staying out there and they're all sort of just fooling around her, you know? So it's hard, because it's like, do you just, I guess you just keep on doing what you're doing, right? Keep on playing them safe, keep on running them where you can, or do you just give it a crack and do what Amanda Wellington did in the first innings?
Well, it's a great question, isn't it? Because I suppose the equation is still achievable numerically. It's just 7.2 runs per over. It's not as though it's 10, 12, 15s or anything too ridiculous. So nudging and nurdling and just playing control cricket probably is the right way to go until around about the 45th or 46th over. But we'll have to wait and see, because the Storm are bowling very nicely, and it's Smale, a low flat ball this one, just hanging outside the off stump of Mahika Gore. And that is safely pouched by Nat Wraith, the wicketkeeper, for a dot ball. So at the end of that over, a very good one from Sophia Smale, and the Western Storm goes for just 1 run, gets the huge wicket of Kate Cross as well. and the Thunder now 173 for 7, requiring a further 80 runs to win from the remaining 66 balls here in Manchester. I mean, the narrative of this game, it just continues to chop and change, doesn't it? I mean, we saw that partnership in the first innings between Wraith and Sophie Luff. I mean, that completely changed the complexion of that one. This partnership between Cross and Threlkeld as well just threatened to take this game probably to the wire, to be honest. There's still obviously scope for that to happen, but it's been a great game. It really has been.
It's been a complete roller coaster.
It has. And I just know I'm going to sleep well tonight because I'm going to be buzzing with adrenaline. As Skelton now comes in towards Threlkeld. Massive appeal. And in fairness, she was plumb in front. Chloe Skelton gets the huge wicket of the Thunder captain. It was an excellent innings from Threlkeld. She really did hold down the fort, but unfortunately for the home fans in attendance here at Emirates Old Trafford, Threlkeld's stay at the crease ends with the skipper on 32. And yeah, to be honest, Lily, just watching the replay of that, can't really complain about that. It was plumb in front, wasn't it? Crashing into middle and leg.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot you can do about those ones, is there? And like we mentioned before, Sophia Smale, just really quality.
She certainly is, and I've been back on this stint for 7 balls, and there's been 2 wickets. I feel absolutely awful, but it's really good bowling from Chloe Skelton.
Sorry, yeah, I got that wrong.
It was the premeditated sweep shot, wasn't it, from Threlkeld? I mean, she's played it very nicely all day long, but it's brave bowling, and it just shows the confidence, the rhythm with which the Storm finger spinner has been bowling with today.
Yeah, no, I think it's their bowling that's really helped them with this one, isn't it? Well, I mean, they set a good score initially, but then again, like, it was looking like Thunder could chase that down. I mean, who's saying they still can't? But yeah, the Storm's bowling, they've been really on it today.
They have been, and also the captaincy from Sophie Luff, I think, has been absolutely spot on in terms of the bowling rotations. Yourself and Alex mentioned about the bold call to bowl out Amanda Jade Wellington, but the supporting cast have certainly done their job as Skelton now bowls a loopy off spinner here towards Phoebe Graham, the Thunder number 10. That score, just for those of you who maybe have just tuned into the broadcast, now 173 for 8. How quickly a game of cricket can change as Graham goes for an expansive drive on the offside and crashes it through the covers with complete and utter authority. A lovely stroke there from Phoebe Graham.
I think it also comes down to the fact that everyone's played a role as well for the Storm. Nat Wraith's done really well behind the stumps. All the bowlers have played their role really well, and the fielding's been pretty on point as well.
It has. It really has been. There's been good energy in the field as Skelton now again just almost baiting the trap outside the off stump of Phoebe Graham, putting plenty of flight, getting plenty of drift outside of the right-hander's eye line. It's lovely bowling. It's really smart bowling from Chloe Skelton, the number 20 for the Storm. Bowls this one a bit flatter, a little bit wider. An attempted crunch through the covers by Phoebe Graham is stopped by Danny Gibson at extra cover, but 3 for 31 as we approach the end of her 7th over. Really has been a match-defining spell, this, from Chloe Skelton. She comes in now, bowls another loopy, flighted off-spinner, and just played out into the onside, goes towards Sophie Luff. So at the end of the 40th over, the Thunder move on to a score of 177 for 8, and they require a further 76 runs from the final 60 balls to emerge victorious here at Emirates Old Trafford.
I feel like you can just, I don't know about you, but I can definitely sense like the lift in the mood for the Storm players as well. You know, when they were getting, especially during that partnership, it was, you know, we couldn't hear them as much, but after that wicket, after those 2 wickets in fact, I can hear them through my headset really loud right now, and you can see on the screen they're all looking quite happy. And
well, it's a very good point as Smale now caught and bowled.
What a catch.
As simple as that. Really good reflexes, lightning quick from Sophia Smale, who gets her 2nd wicket of the day, and it is the wicket of Mahika Gore for a 2-ball duck. Again, it's wonderful bowling, just putting it in the right areas. We have to watch this back because, as you mentioned, Lily, sharp take that by Sophia Smale.
So good.
It really was. They're never easy caught and bowled. They really aren't. They're very, very difficult. And that is the 9th wicket to depart for the Thunder, who now find themselves 177 for 9. Hannah Jones, the number 11, coming in to, well, potentially what could be the final over of this run chase, given how Sophia Smale has bowled so far. But goodness me, it's been some response, hasn't it, from the Storm. That partnership between Cross and Threlkeld, as soon as that was broken, it's almost as though they've gone on to wrap this up comprehensively. Of course, cricket's funny. Now that I've said that, the commentator's curse might work completely differently.
Who knows? I feel like just with the Storm, it's sort of like feel-good cricket at the moment, isn't it? It's, you can't help it. Like, it just puts a smile on your face. Just watching them sort of fight back like this, it's yeah.
It is. It's good cricket, isn't it?
Yeah.
Obviously for Thunder fans and of course the Thunder players, it is disappointing, and there will be conversations afterwards in terms of how we could have done things differently. Could we have improved in this area? Could we have done this slightly better? It always happens in cricket. That's just sport and wider life in general. We always have the benefit of hindsight after the event takes place. But yeah, this has been some fight back from the Storm bowlers. Really, really impressive. And now Sophia Smale has a chance to wrap up this game. She fires in a dart in towards Hannah Jones, who plays this out off of her pads to Sophie Luff, who's been ever so involved, hasn't she, in that short mid-wicket region.
Yeah, she has.
She's marshalled very nicely, hasn't it? And again, it's a nice flat dart there from Sophia Smale, driven a bit more crisply that time from Hannah Jones, but can only find the fielder at mid-on. Smale again coming into Jones. How can Jones respond this time with a very nice cut shot? Actually, it's racing down towards us here at the media centre, and some decent fielding there from Alex Griffiths, the fielder at points, ultimately restricting that to just a single. But it has been some spell this from Sophia Smale, such a young bowler, a young spinner with such a high ceiling, so much potential in this wonderful sport. It really is great to see as a cricket fan, and here she is coming into bowl to Phoebe Graham. Almost ducks and plays that off the back foot, carves it straight to point, and again it's Alex Griffiths doing the fielding on that occasion. Final ball then of Smale's 9th, the 41st over of this run chase. And Graham lofts that very handsomely out towards deep mid-wicket. They think about potentially scampering back through for 2. In the end, Graham wants the strike, which, to be honest, I'm not surprised about, as the more experienced of the 2. But the end of yet another fantastic over for the Western Storm. The Thunder now 179 for 9, requiring 74 runs to win off the final 54 balls. That's required run rates, now 8.2 runs and over, and this is a great microcosm into the game of cricket, and one-day cricket in particular. It really can change very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we mentioned, it's been a complete roller coaster of ups and downs, and favouring one team and now favouring another. Yeah, earlier on it was probably looking completely Thunder's way, but like you said, you literally just never know.
No, you don't, and unfortunately it has coincided with my stint in the comms box. I do apologise for any Thunder fans out there. I've not meant it today. Of course we don't hear in the commentary position, but that's just how life works out sometimes. As Skelton, again, a lovely flighty delivery. As I'm being chastised by the fellow commentators here. Alex Hartley giving me evils, Paul Shaw looking at me as though I've just committed a crime or something. And that is a lovely shot out towards deep mid-wicket. Should go for 4. Oh, some wonderful fielding. Excellent fielding there out in the deep. They think about coming back yet again. Graham does scarper home. Wonderful, wonderful fielding there. We've got to watch that again. Oh, sublime, sublime. Absolutely superb.
That was such a good save, wasn't it? It was, looked like it was right on the rope. Just got a hand in there.
It wasn't. Again, it's a testament to that energy and desire that we mentioned from the Storm fielders, as Skelton offers this one slightly wider to Hannah Jones. Almost like putting the worm on the hook to bait the metaphorical fish, which in this instance is Hannah Jones, who just plays this next one out towards Sophie Luff yet again. She must be delighted today, from both an individual perspective and, of course, with her bowlers.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Most definitely will be. A Skelton again driving firmly, this time out towards Fran Wilson. The score now 182 for 9, 71 runs to win, 50 balls remaining, just 1 wicket in hand. It would be a first victory for the Western Storm in this year's Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. And dropped. We all held our collective breath there here in the commentary position. And of all the people to drop that, it's Amanda Jade Wellington.
Yeah, that's not usually the person who would put those ones down. She's usually got pretty safe hands, but it happens to the best of us, doesn't it?
It does, and in fairness, you'd want it to happen at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
Compared to, let's say, earlier when Katie Mack and the likes of Ellie Threlkeld and Kate Cross were churning up the runs of fun in the middle. But again, an excellent over for the Western Storm, just 4 runs coming off of it. And now the Thunder 183 for 9 at the end of the 42nd over. Smale then coming into bowl towards Hannah Jones, the left arm finger spin of Smale. Just cuts it out towards points. And that's a really nice run, isn't it? Good communication there between the two batters.
Yeah, you could tell that Phoebe Graham really wanted that one, didn't she? She wanted the strike there.
Absolutely. Again, shows good intent though, doesn't it? And of course, in a one-day trophy, you've got to think about net run rate. It does come into consideration. It's not like 4-day cricket. You've got to think that every single run matters at this stage. We saw it on Wednesday, didn't we, with that 142-run victory for the Thunder. This one from Smale, a nice full Yorker, just underneath the eye line of Phoebe Graham, who's currently 8 from 10, Jones 3 from 8. The partnership currently 9, or should say 11 runs actually. At the moment, that's a lovely cut shot, and it is racing down towards us here in the media centre. Should be cut off though by Alex Griffiths, who's been very, very busy in this run chase. Yeah, great energy in the field all day long from the Western Storm. A side which you can tell are really hungry for this first success in 2024. And there it is. That is the first win on the board for the Western Storm in the 2024 Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. They have beaten the Thunder by 66 runs here at Emirates Old Trafford. And let's face it, Lily Harvey, that has been a comprehensive and clinical performance from the visitors here in Manchester today.
Yeah, it really has. They've, like we said, they've completely put in a team performance. Sophie Luff, obviously, with the bat, sort of really anchored that Western Storm batting innings, set the tone there. But yeah, their bowling has just been really great.
It has. It's been absolutely sensational. And you look at the fall of wickets. At one point, the Thunder were 80 for 1. So they've taken 9 wickets in the span of 106 runs. It really has been a great comeback effort from the women in green today. And Sophia Smale take about 3 for 42. I thought Chloe Skelton as well. Really, really impressive. And that is a huge win for the Storm, because up next they've got the South East Stars on home soil in Taunton. All it takes in a tournament like this is 1 victory. 1 victory becomes 2, 2 becomes 3. You get on a roll. We saw it with the Blaze last season. So a great performance for the Storm. As for the Thunder, Lily, how will they reflect on this match today?
I think it was I got to say it was like sort of that lack of that partnerships. Obviously they had the initial one with Emma Lamb and Katie Mack, which was really good, and then the one with Kate Cross and Ellie Threlkeld. But other than that, it was sort of like not really too consistent with matching up people. I think with their bowling, it was they sort of did what they could there. So I think that's pretty, should stay pretty the same. But yeah, I think their batting is. I think they could probably work on those keeping those partnerships a little bit more.
Yeah, to be honest, I would concur with that. And you look at the partnerships, there were two big ones, of course, the 62-run partnership between Lamb and Katie Mack, and of course that partnership between Cross and Threlkel towards the end, that 69-run 7th wicket stand. But it's just been a dominant performance in the latter stages of that run chase from the Storm bowlers. I've been so impressed with the likes of Skelton. I've mentioned Smale, Wellington as well. It was those wickets that almost changed the complexion of this game. She finished with figures of 2 for 46, and it's a masterful performance from Sophie Luff's side. As for the Thunder, disappointing, of course. You never like to lose in this game. But next up, they've got a very stern test against the Southern Vipers at Wormsley on Wednesday. That should be a fantastic game of cricket. Looking forward to witnessing that. And then, of course, the next home game here at Emirates Old Trafford is against the Sparks a week on Wednesday, the 8th of May. So, of course, for anyone out there looking to buy tickets, you can, of course, find those on the Thunder website. Get yourself down and support this team, because there is a lot to be very, very excited about. And yes, it's a disappointing performance, but we've seen some great bowling, Lily, as you mentioned, and yeah, it should be a very, very interesting season. So just to wrap up today's broadcast, of course, the final result here from Emirates Old Trafford, the Western Storm victorious by 66 runs after bowling the Thunder out for 186. My name is Aaron Viles, alongside me Lily Harvey, and that is it from us here at Lancs TV for this match.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you.
Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues. Internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rolls together.
I think the pace of the women's game and how far it's moved and how quickly it's moved is absolutely phenomenal. And I think not many people would have ever envisaged that it could have moved the way that it has done.
So you would never imagine seeing that type of crowd for a women's match when I used to go and watch Thunder play Blackpool in the KSL.
Just to see the growth of the game, it's a super exciting time.
Been here at Emirates Old Trafford in the indoor school over the winter. The first time ever as a women's team we've been able to have a really good training block here.
Today there's huge misogyny in cricket. There's huge casual sexism every single day.
I guess it's pretty entrenched. Women's cricket wasn't really on the agenda.
Problems in cricket have been dominated by a very such a small pool of white men, basically.
I think it's pretty clear there's a huge funding gap. A lot of stakeholders are going to have to really take a few brave decisions to get us where we need to get to.
As females, we don't want equal pay, we want equal opportunity, and that's what we're getting now at Lancashire.
Okay. I'm recording, so...
Nice. 3, 2. The Charlotte Edwards Cup begins on Sunday, and it's going to be a very exciting competition.
It's a massive competition, you know, especially for our Thunder girls as well. After, you know, a relatively quiet showing in the 50-over competition, I think the coaches will be really pinpointing this competition to do something.
So the Charlotte Edwards Cup is our T20 domestic competition for our regional team.
Obviously named after the great Charlotte Edwards, who's strangely a coach in the tournament, so she's playing for her own name.
It's a round-robin competition, so each team plays each other once.
Then the top 3 get through to a finals day where top of the group go straight through to a final, and second and third play off in a semi-final.
I think, in a way, this season coming up could be quite pivotal for Thunder. I think they're at a point where they're going to try and show a little bit of something for the investment that's been put in.
The pressure's there at the end of the day. You know, we're putting in significant investment from the likes of Hilton and Sports Breaks, and the club are over-investing over and above what the ECB are putting in as a regional programme, and which to a level more than any other team. I mean, we're trying to develop a professional elite environment.
The fact that it is so much more visible, that people know they can make good careers from it now, will engage the teenagers and even younger women than that to really get involved in the sport and drive it forward, which is an exciting thing for all of us involved.
A lot of teams were looking at us going, wow, they've been on this amazing pre-season tour, what are they going to be like?
Emma Lamb on strike.
You'll need 2 or 3 individuals to step up, and you need the team to function effectively as a unit.
Deandra Dottin tries to sweep, but completely misses, and the stumps are rattled. With that investment and with that support comes increasing expectations. Should be a catch here, straight to extra cover. Maybe there's an element of trying to run before you can walk a little bit with it. A big swing here, and this time she does connect. 1 bounce, and it's gone for 4. There's a fielder underneath, put down.
Actually, that motivation going into a new season is always really exciting and can set you up as a group to really start performing.
Prendergast will go for the single, shot at the stumps, and miss. And Western Storm are home.
And a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford. Thunder team against the Blaze here in the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
as Kirsty Godden balls down the pitch comes Lee, and chipped right up towards mid-off, and Emma Lamb's got.
What do we think is going wrong? Why aren't we winning these early games, you know? And there wasn't any one thing that we could put our finger on.
Ball, and she's looking to ramp that. It could be LBW. It is LBW. Rachael has gone. She's gone for 22.
Returns for her fourth and final over. And Ecclestone chips the ball back over her head, and Kelly takes the catch.
Because ultimately, when you're playing at an elite level, then that pressure exists, you know, whether the additional funding is there or not. The reality dawns that that is what professional sport is.
Overcrossing and bowls. That's chipped up towards mid-on. But not Thunder's day in the second match. This will be the winning runs. So
I think there's an element of you put that support in, you put that investment in, right, start winning games. It just doesn't work like that, does it?
The better team, the stronger team across the piece won the match.
Good for you, Scott.
Okay. Well, Paul, what's your thoughts on today?
Yeah, it's we're disappointed, obviously, to lose the game.
Paul Holton with me on commentary for a bit today, and he said that it looked like a team that's not won all season against a team that's actually played quite well this season. Would that be a fair summary?
I think that's fair, yeah. I mean, we probably lacking a little bit of confidence at this point in time.
Yeah, you're winless, obviously, so far this season in the Rachael, and in obviously 2 matches in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. How disappointing is that? There was kind of a lot of optimism coming into this season, I think.
Yeah, look, we're disappointed. There's no doubt about that. That's the game, isn't it? And what we've got to do is we've got to keep building belief in the players and be ready to work hard and work smart and be ready come Saturday.
We always joke about Crosby having its own climate as well. Like every time we come, the weather's nice. First thing on a Sunday morning, it's like so quiet. Like it's early, but there's like nobody here. The first time we brought Maisie here, she thought the statues were real people, and then I was like, yeah, so did Charlie. Don't live far from here and grew up playing at Rainford Cricket Club in Liverpool comp, which is all because of my brother really. So brother played both cricket and football, and I did the same because of him really. So opportunities wise, I always just played boys and men's stuff really. Yeah, it was brilliant, and Rainford gave me all the opportunities that they could, and played a little bit at school as well. And then obviously got picked up in the Lanc setup from sort of nine onwards. So yeah, played for many years, coming through the age groups, which was all women's stuff. I'm Ellie Threlkeld, wicketkeeper, batter and Thunder captain.
Oh, Ellie Threlkeld, an amazing skipper, fastest hands in the Northwest and in the whole country, I'd say. So I think behind the sticks as a wicketkeeper, she's a phenomenal talent.
You can't look past the skipper, Ellie Threlkeld. I think she's been brilliant over the last few years, you know, taking on the reins as skipper. It's never an easy job, especially with a young group like we've got.
She's, you know, a formidable individual. She's still so young and she's got such incredible leadership skills.
Ellie's great. Ellie is what we're about at Thunder. And it's challenging for her in terms of the pressure of keeping, captaining, batting in top middle order as well. So she's got a lot of pressure on her shoulders as well.
Played for Lancashire since the age of 9, I think, so a very long time. I've been part of the Thunder setup for 3 years now when it first was created. One of the first to receive a professional contract in 2020. And yeah, I've been part of the setup ever since, and became captain 2 years ago. So yeah, would be my second season in charge. It's something I've always wanted to do. I think I've done it a lot at age group cricket. When we found out Alex Hartley was stepping down, it was not really talked about a lot for a long period of time, and it was sort of myself, Georgie Boyce, a couple of other players were getting opportunities to do the leadership roles on the pitch, and it was mentioned to me that it might be possible, and I sort of gave it everything from my end and said I really want to do it. But yeah, I remember the moment Shawsey told me, and I just couldn't really believe it, to be honest. I think obviously I was only 23, and yeah, it's pretty young to be able to do it, and I think since then I've done everything I can to sort of get better and to try and impact the group as much as I can.
I think a captain in cricket does have a lot of responsibilities. There's decision making, obviously there's a lot of input from a coaching team beforehand, but on-field decision making of If the game plan's not going quite how you wanted it, who's coming on to bowl next? You've got a foot in both camps in a way that you're working with the coaches around selection, and then you're also part of the team like everyone else.
All the support we're getting from Lancashire's absolutely brilliant. Hilton have been amazing, and yeah, likewise other sponsors have as well, and I don't think we'd be able to be going on pre-season tours and funding extra professional players without their help. But there becomes a point where, yeah, we've got to give back as a team, and all the support we're getting, it's got to translate to results on the pitch.
Hello. How are you? Very well, how are you? I know.
The women's game, the growth has been magnificent, really. I think it's been a rapid pace of change, but it's also on a journey where you kind of just know it's still got so much further to go.
The game will only get better in quality if women can be given the opportunity to have 12-month contracts, to train in the way that the men do, to completely focus on cricket, and that it's the money. Sadly,
we needed to do more. We wanted to do more. I think one of the things that we've always been guilty of is wanting to run before everybody else wanted to walk. You know, we can go and drive additional commercial sponsorship, but we need some more from the governing body. The governing body can achieve that if it actually recognises that by going and doing a broadcast deal or getting a big title domestic sponsor for the Charlotte Edwards Cup trophy, that would be game-changing, because that would fill that gap that would enable the women's pro structure to pay what it needs to pay and do what it needs to do to really compete and grow.
I think in terms of where the women's game is right now, I think we're only scratching the surface of the potential actually, and I think it's going to take a real collaborative effort across the whole of the professional game network. So that's all of our partners, so that's whether it's the first class counties, the national counties, commercial partners. It really does have to work together in a cohesive way to sort of rise the whole tide.
We are, as the ECB, over-investing in the women's game at the moment relative to the direct commercial returns that we create from it. That's partly because we believe it's just the right thing to do, because ultimately where we're trying to get to is a self-sustaining economy where we build the audience, we create the value, we're able to pay players what we'd like to be paying them.
Stop treating the domestic game as a performance sport. It is a commercial elite sport. There will be a way of doing that if there's a will.
In terms of women's domestic cricket, we are very much in our infancy, I guess, in terms of establishing that as a broadcast product. I think it's something that I am optimistic about in the future as to where that will sit.
I genuinely have always just wanted what's best for our women's professional squad and what's right for our women's professional squad. You know, it isn't our job to make the life easy for the ECB and others. It's our job to be on a journey and do what's right by our women's professional squad.
I think for me, the most important thing about cricket and my love for it came from the friendships that I developed. You know, started playing cricket with Kate Cross at an incredibly young age, at 12 years old, and she's been my ride or die ever since. And, you know, friends that I've made throughout the game have obviously been my rock through my darkest times, but